But once he moved around a little bit and realized I can go with this thing, whole ball game changed. You can tell watching that team for the first 4 weeks and watching them yesterday, they ran a totally different defense approach. They had been rushing that 5 people, leaving that space. They were rushing 4, kept somebody watching Jaden. They were scared of him.
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 drives, Washington's offense looked anemic. First drive was a 3-and-out. Second drive, they got a first down, then they punted again. After that was the fumble that Quan Martin forced. Their next 4 possessions were touchdown, field goal, touchdown, field goal.
Mm-hmm.
Jaden settled in, made some really good throws. Bill, dude, like this, what we saw in camp where there was so much excitement surrounding Bill, he was a beast yesterday, and they gave him the work.
Yeah.
Bill finished 14 carries for 111 yards, 2 touchdowns, averaged 8 a carry, had another 2 catches, 40 yards through the air. Bill was a dynamic weapon, but then in the second half, a lot of this is how you respond when the stuff hits the fan.
Mm-hmm.
Bill puts a ball on the ground.
Yeah.
He got blown up in the backfield. It was a bad exchange because there was I don't know if he missed the assignment or what, but there was a Chargers defender almost took the handoff.
Yeah.
And
He
Washington.
had the ball like on the side of his body.
Yeah.
And came right out.
Washington, all of a sudden, it's like, okay, a first half fumble completely changed this thing for the Chargers. Would a second half fumble undo Washington?
Yeah.
They responded. And what I love that DQ did is Bill got the carries on the next series.
Yeah, I like that, but I'll tell you this. People have to just understand they have 3 guys that are capable. And on top of it, you saw down the stretch, C-Rod was in the game carrying the ball too. And McNichols is just a pro, dog. When he caught that ball on the sideline and he went for it, he was like, to hell with running out of bounds. You sitting there waiting for me, I'm going to give you something to eat.
They definitely have.
He fed him shoulder pass.
All 3 could play. Bill has a higher gear than the rest of them.
He does. He does. But
his vision and the cutting ability is
he has
pretty
that little stutter move that stops people in their tracks. But I'm just saying, there are going to be games where he may not be the guy getting the most carries. The other guys may be clicking that day, and they'll go with it.
I feel like from yesterday, he has earned.
One game doesn't solve the whole problem.
I don't think it's a problem.
I'm saying one game doesn't solve it. When you get into other games, he may not have it that day. This is just what football is. And one of the other guys may. So it's like, let's understand, this is a running back by committee type of situation in this day and age of football.
Most teams are.
Yeah.
I think Bill, though, yesterday, I'm curious how it'll go. We'll find out.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to start to solidify a bigger chunk of that. And that's like maybe he's at 60% of the carries. I don't think we're ever getting to a situation where he gets 90%. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not the way most
That's not
modern
how it
football
works.
teams are
And that's
built.
what I'm saying. It's like, he made, hell, since day one, everyone thought he was the number 1 back anyway. Still, they will start the game off with other guys. Depending on the approach sometimes. And that's the thing about football these days. You can go out there, you can break game plan based off of matchups and situations and the run styles and things of that nature. You can do all those different things, which makes you more deadly as an offense.
For sure. A huge difference yesterday. I think the reality with Washington's defense is I don't think they're built to be a top 5, top 10 unit, especially in yards allowed, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think when they can generate pass rush, and ideally that can create turnovers, and then the offense is clicking and they can stay on the field and put some points up, like that's how they're built to win. That's what happened last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you saw that effectively yesterday. 5 sacks in that game. The Chargers' offensive line was a mess. They lost. They were down both tackles going into the game. They lost Mekhi Becton in the game. When you play,
Let's say he was playing a guy that big was going to go out there and play. You always wonder if he's going to make the whole game.
Well, dude, when you play a team with a beat up O line, beat them up. Like that's what they accomplished the mission.
Yep.
Because they were able to take advantage. Herbert looked pretty damn good, honestly. I mean, that dude just has an absolute rocket. And
he throws a lot of dump offs to me, though.
There were a lot of portions where they were just going to where they found the soft spot in the zone as Washington kind of played some more relaxed zone in the second half. But Dan Quinn always talks about, and I know that there are still people that roll their eyes, but it's something very clearly they've put together. He talks about, we want guys on our team that have been through the journey. It's not about getting knocked down. It's about how you respond.
Yeah.
And I thought yesterday, Samerstill made a completely inexcusable mistake early in this game, jumping off sides on a field goal. He jumps off sides. The field goal becomes a first down. They score on the next play. Just, that is an inexcusable mistake. And knowing Mikey a little, I am sure it was going to weigh on him significantly. And then he responds late in that game after the Bill fumble to get that goal line interception. Credit to Johnny Newton for tipping that pass. And it's not like Mikey's like, oh, I messed up earlier. I got to make up for it. You just stay locked in and continue to do your job, and it works itself out. And I just thought really indicative of how this team kind of stays in the fight, whatever phrase you want to say. Because, at that point, if LA is able to convert after the Bill fumble, this game looks different again. There were a lot of kind of swing, pivots, if you will, like a lot of fulcrums in this game where things could have swung either way.
Yep.
And Samerstill getting the pick at the goal line was massive.
That's where the mental aspect comes in, because if you watch Samerstill, they had that same play earlier where they threw the touchdown to Keenan Allen. He was waiting for that play this time. And he was helped out by the lineman tipping it, but still.
McConkey, I think.
Whether they tip it or not, he's still there.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Totally.
So
the Chargers.
Yeah, McConkey.
The Chargers, to their credit, perhaps, sure helped Washington get the momentum going. The Quentin Johnson fumble that Quan deserves a lot of credit for, but you can also just hold on to the ball, dude.
He put shoulder pass straight to the ball.
Yeah.
But that's the thing about receivers. Receivers aren't used to taking those type of hits. Normally they get hit around the waist. His shoulder pass was directly on the football, and he had just started to tuck it in. And, when a receiver gets hit like that, normally that ball it'll move a little bit. A lot of times they get to catch it again, but Quan was able to hit it where the shoulder pass went straight through the arms, and ball came out with it.
The other play that was a massive swing was the roughing the kicker. Tress, in the two games out in L.A., you remember how hard he got hit in that Rams game a couple of years ago? Tress took a solid little pop. It was a no doubt roughing. McConkey runs that thing back for 6, and everybody in the stadium knew this doesn't count, except Vlad McConkey, probably.
As a return guy, though, when that ball bounces, that's a chance. If you look at that play, go back and check it out. Anybody out there want to check it out? When that ball bounced, the whole team, the coverage team, slows down. And when he caught that ball and took that first step, you can't just pick up speed that quick again. Everybody started to coach because they figured he was just letting it go. And when he started coming back, I was like, oh, this is trouble right here. And I'm looking at him run up the damn sideline. And Tanner was sitting there because I didn't see the roughing. Because I was watching the return man. Tanner like, it ain't no good. It's not good anyway. It's roughing. I'm like, what you talking about? And I look back and I see the flag on the ground. But I watched him the whole time. As soon as that damn ball hit the ground, I went straight to the coverage guys, and they all slowed down.
Yeah, you're right. I think I don't think any of it was luck. I think, they stayed in, but that was a clear roughing, which made it.
Oh yeah.
It was never really a question. There were a bunch of just kind of those little moments where things swung in their favor.
But they kept the head about them, and I think that's the thing about a good football team. And I think everyone has to understand, last year was last year. This is a totally new team who's trying to get back to that point. And I think in this game, they overcome a lot of things that could derail you.
Yeah.
And they showed some mental toughness and some awareness. And they showed that they had some oomph about them. to take those hits and keep going with it. So this team, that game may be a game that we look back to and say, this is when things started to rock for them.
I thought Debo was fantastic. Just been really good since he arrived here.
Did you see the play where when they scored a touchdown? In the huddle, they were practicing a little dance. This is right before the touchdown was thrown. And then they did the exact same dance in the end zone.
Maybe they saw what they needed to see.
Listen, earlier in the game, I don't know what the hell that referee on the Chargers sideline was thinking, because he didn't make calls he should have made. The first one, when Debo is turning back and the guy just has his hands up and run right through him, that's interference all day, every day.
Oh, down the left side?
Yeah, and they never called it.
And Jaden took a pop after Jaden took a late hit on that.
A late hit.
You could have called either of those.
It's
Not
like,
only did Jaden get hit late, it was kind of high.
They
protect the quarterbacks with that all the time.
They protect certain quarterbacks.
Speaking of Jaden, I think he deserves just an absolute ton of credit for yesterday. Throws for 230 with the touchdown. I think two things need to be pointed out with Jaden Daniels. One, he's fine. He kept saying he was fine. He played. He was fine.
He's tough as nails, too.
Absolutely.
Just give it to him.
I don't know that you have any of these people in your life. I have a friend. I'm not going to name his name, but he's a real estate agent, went to University of Maryland, and is older than me, but we were in the same fraternity. I believe you've met this.
I know what you're talking about.
He's been telling everybody that would listen, Jaden's way more hurt. Watch. You're wrong, sir. He has the same initials I do.
Everyone that wants to make that narrative or that story go, they've been wrong. Because there's been a lot of people pushing that. But the whole thing about it, let's be real now. People know how to play games in the NFL. Coaches do it too. So, yes, he was wearing a knee brace. You know why you wear a knee brace when you have a sprain? Okay? Because you want to help protect it and try to
let it stability
and let it get healthier. Tom Brady made some comments. I saw you had posted it. But the thing about when Tom played, the brace that Tom wore was probably
Landfill posted that.
Well, whatever.
Yeah.
That the offensive lineman wore that.
Yeah.
Okay? An offensive lineman was wearing a brace like Tom wore. If you look at that brace that Jaden had on, it looks bulky because, it's a smaller person. But that's one that's a lot more fluid. And if you were to pick it up, it's feather light. Because when he slipped and he had on the pink shoes, they quickly came off.
Debo changed those pink shoes off,
He started to deal after that. Because I think when he got tackled on the first play and he got hit that second time, he knew at that point, I can go. And once it was cool in his mind mentally, it was hell for them at that point.
The other thing I wanted to say about Jaden that I was really impressed with, he protected himself.
Yeah.
Like he slid
several times.
He said going into the week, I know I got to be smart. I got to be balanced. If the game is in the balance, I'm going all in, right? Like you're not going to stop me from doing what I need to do. But I can be smarter about this. Cliff Kingsbury talked about it. Dan Quinn talked about it. Jaden hit an absolute perfect slide, and throughout that game, he was kind of protecting himself. And I just thought that showed a ton of maturity.
Yeah.
And I just
quarterbacks have to learn that you are part of the guys. You're one of the guys, but you know what? You're kind of the CEO of this thing, where we need you to be here all the time. We need not only your physical presence, we need your mental presence as well, because when he's on the field, teams play differently. When he's out there, your defense has more to be concerned about. And his job is to be there for the long haul. And there are a lot of quarterbacks, won't name any names, they play reckless. They play more reckless than he would play. And they're going to find out real quickly that this ain't that game for that.
It just shows a level of maturity.
Yeah.
And I think for Jaden to kind of grow, you know what I mean? Like, all right, I had to miss a couple games. I got to take care of myself now.
Yeah.
This is not about getting 2 extra yards in the second quarter of week 5.
Yeah.
It's about being able to play in January.
Yep.
And thinking big picture for the game and big picture for the month and big picture for the season. And I just was really impressed by Jaden yesterday. You know what I mean? It was just weirdly people try to nitpick him for stuff. And I just thought yesterday was a really great example of him handling things as he has his whole time here, which is just like in this super mature, professional route.
He's done everything he needs to do to prove to people. But I've told you before, a lot of the comments coming into the Commanders text threads and stuff like that, they're not Commanders fans. It's just people trying to start stuff because they know all you got to do is say something on social media and it's going to get, boom, blown out of proportion.
You're 2-2 coming off let's be real, bad loss in Atlanta, flying across the country. Your quarterback's coming back from an injury. You get down 10-0, and then you go 27 unanswered. I mean, it's just you talk about guts and resilience and being able to take a punch and then throw one back. It was a really impressive effort, complete team effort. The defense, Von Miller had 2 sacks. Dorrance Armstrong is having like a Pro Bowl type season.
Yeah, the young man that hit me last week talking about, well, Von Miller hadn't done anything. He already had a sack. Now he has 2 more. And he's playing like 10-15% of the plays. Tell me he's still not doing anything.
I think when they're able to get pressure, and Payne and Kinlaw, Payne had the 1 tackle, I think, on that screenplay that he completely sniffed out. Wagner actually had a really good pressure on that. When Payne and Kinlaw are creating trouble in the middle of that defense, it makes just a huge difference. And, through 5 games now, there's a body of work. We've seen what is working and what isn't working. And when those 2 are causing trouble up front, it's working, man.
Yeah, totally.
It's working. You know what else is working? John Leahy. If you're looking to buy or sell a home in the DMV, John Leahy is out there to get you the best deal and the most cash possible.
Just like Javier and Alma did it. They wanted a new home, something updated to help them serve as a new beginning. But first, they need to sell their Silver Spring property in order to buy. And while it was stressful, Dustin, a member of John Leahy's team with the Fine Living Group, showed them the strategy to execute both transactions, both at the same time and hassle-free. Alma and Javier's home ended up selling for top dollar, almost $20,000 over the asking price. $20K, brother. And thanks to John Leahy and the Fine Living Group, that's what enabled them to buy something both newer and bigger. Looking for your own stress-free transaction? How about a guaranteed offer on your home? Check out those details and more at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our good friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time.
Dude, and if you've been waiting around trying to find the right time to buy a house, right now might be that time. There's a lot of for sale signs. I think buyers have the power in this market right now. There's some uncertainty, and when you work with John, you get certainty. He's got buyers in waiting. He'll get you pre-approved, and maybe you get more house than you expected because the market's turning in your favor. Whatever it is, if you got to get out of town, if you lost a job, maybe you got a promotion, whatever the situation, go with John and the Fine Living Group because they'll remove the stress and get you in the house you want ASAP, or they'll sell yours for more cash than you can imagine. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Big time win for the Commanders, taking down the Chargers 27-10. Bill Krosky Merritt 111 on the ground and 2 scores. Jaden Daniels 231 through the air and a touchdown. Head coach Dan Quinn says the energy was up, even down 10-0.
My favorite part of the game was the last drive. To go 6 minutes and 30 seconds at the end. That's a big deal for us.
Tonight's Monday night matchup, Chiefs and Jaguars. We join the coverage at 7 p.m. right here on The Fan. Blue Jays rock the Yankees 13-7. Seattle over Detroit 3-2 tonight. Dodgers and Phillies at 6. Cubs and Milwaukee at 9. Ohio State leads the AP top 25, followed by Miami, Oregon, Ole Miss, and Texas A&M. Virginia at 19. Navy received 4 votes. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Woohoo! All right, folks. B. Mitchell Finley, Victory Monday in the District of Columbia. 27-10, Commanders dub. Get to 3-2. Got it. 3-2 versus 2-3 is a big ass difference, man. Eagles lost yesterday. You kind of keep pace in the division. If that's something you're into, Landfill. A couple things I wanted to discuss from yesterday. The stats aren't overwhelming. Debo clearly was kind of the alpha receiver yesterday. But Luke McCaffrey and Jalen Lane each made 1 catch. Lane's was a 16-yard catch, I believe, on a 2nd and 12, picked up a first down. Luke able to track and catch that deep ball. If you know the folks, if you don't follow All Pro Reels and you listen to our radio show, you're probably doing something wrong. All Pro Reels is like just an elite Instagram account. Those guys work really hard. They take great pictures and reels and all that stuff. The pictures they got of Luke making that catch yesterday are just phenomenal. It was 1 catch for 50 yards, but it completely flipped field position. And, last week we did this. It was Landfill's topic. It was a Landfill topic. And it was like, are you mad about how they've built the wide receiver room? And I think with the wide receiver room, the Terry injury's tough. Honestly, that Chris Moore not catch in the corner of the end zone, I think if 17's on the field, that's a touchdown. Chris Moore wasn't able to bring it in. We've seen Chris Moore have some struggles catching the football. The Terry injury's been tough, but the way they built this thing with 2 Pro Bowl veterans and then 2 young guys they think are developing, I think you saw it yesterday. Lane and Luke combined for 66 yards on 2 catches, but damn, they were important, and they were, young guys kind of making the most of their opportunities. And for Luke now, that's 3 games in a row with an impact play. He had touchdowns in the previous 2 games, and then yesterday the 50-yard catch really set that offense up well. But earlier I was talking about how important that Quan Martin forced fumble was. So just listen to this, and I want to credit Tom Shad from the Post that did the research on this. The Chargers ran 26 offensive plays prior to that fumble. They were averaging 6.4 yards per play before the fumble. So LA ran 26 plays before that fumble. Washington ran 8 offensive plays before the fumble. Like, when you talk about time of possession, I mean, that's 3-1. LA's on the field to Washington. In the first quarter, I bet Washington possessed the football for like a minute and a half. So LA before the fumble, 6.4 yards per play. Afterwards, 4.4 yards per play. So that decreased by 2 yards per play. And then Washington, this is almost more astonishing. Their offense just started to click. Eight plays for 30 yards. They averaged fewer than 4 yards per play. 3.8 yards per play prior to that fumble. Bill had like one decent run. They really couldn't get anything going. Jaden didn't look accurate early. He was late on a throw to Debo. After that, 47 plays, 359 yards, 7.5 a pop yards per play. Like that fumble was so dramatically important to this game, and the way both teams kind of responded to it told the story. And it just completely flipped this game upside down. And I just, sometimes fumbles are a time and place, whatever it is, you got to be opportunistic on a football field. That is why the Commanders coaching staff always talks about ball is life and, be active, going for the ball. They did it, and they did it well yesterday. And I think it paid off for them in such a significant way. Landfill, when they were down 10-0 early, how concerned were you?
I was extremely concerned. It's not just that they were down 10-0. Like the one time they had the ball, they gained 5 yards. I think at one point the yards differential was the Chargers had like over 120 and the Commanders were at 5. It just seemed like for that entire game, the Chargers were just going to get the ball and kind of march down the field and put up points every time. The defense didn't look like they were going to be able to stop anybody. The offense was kind of doing their, struggle thing that they had been doing in some of the games this year. And morale was low at that time. It was very, very low.
Deservedly. It was, sitting in the press box when they got on the drive that ended in the fumble, they started at the Chargers started at, I believe, their own 14-yard line. They got 3 first downs on that drive. They were cooking. They went 10 for 60 before the fumble. Like they were moving. They were almost to the red zone when Quan forced that thing out, and it sure as hell felt in that stadium that it was going to be 13-17-0. And it was just such a vital, vital play. Dan Quinn's going to talk this afternoon. There's certainly some stuff they want to clean up from that. I think for another week, the tackling wasn't great. I do think they did a better job of, as a group, running to the ball carrier. So that prevented some of the missed tackles from becoming really big plays. I also thought, we did see a little bit more of Jordan McGee on the field. I thought he made an impact and was a useful player in this thing. I'm actually pulling the snap counts up now because I'm curious. In Atlanta, I don't think McGee played a defensive snap. He didn't get a ton, but he was out there a little bit. They put Medrano and Cahill were both down. Cahill's kind of dealing with the injury, but it was interesting. Johnny Newton made a couple plays. Jacob Martin made a couple plays. I thought Eddie Goldman gave them some good snaps. I thought it was a much better overall effort. Marshawn Lattimore, I thought was good in this game. It seemed very different than the Atlanta game. Yeah, so Jordan McGee was out there for almost 20% of snaps. I think they ran a little bit more actual 4-3. I got to go back and watch. I haven't had a moment. I went from the game to the press box to doing a show last night, running to the airport, Dulles, my house for a shower here. So I have not watched the film yet, Landfill. I'll confess on that one. But I think they...
Haven't watched the All-22.
You have?
No, you haven't.
I have not. I will. I haven't yet. Honestly, for those that have already, God bless you. There's a lot of film experts on Twitter, Landfill. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. It was just such a vital game. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to open the phone lines up at 11. We're going to do credit pies. At noon, Santana Moss is going to join us. At 1 o'clock, Lorenzo Neal, Chargers great, is going to join us, kind of see what he thought from yesterday. Exciting day. You know what was exciting yesterday? Anybody that knows Santana knows he's just like a well-dressed, always... Tana's always the coolest dude in the room. Like, he just has this super chill vibe and is always just kind of easygoing. And Santana yesterday complimented my fit, if you will, Landfill. And my fit was Collars & Co. The Collars & Co. dress shirts are incredible. It feels like you're wearing air conditioning, and they don't wrinkle. I mean, I was running around all day. They looked perfect by the time I was live after Sunday Night Football for all ears. Working with Collars & Co. has been awesome. B. Mitch loves the clothes. I love the clothes. B's getting more casual stuff. I'm getting more dressy stuff. They could do it all. And when you're wearing, especially the polo shirts, you could do anything in those. You could put a blazer on with them. It looks like you're wearing a dress shirt. You could wear them to go play golf. You could wear them going out for a date, going out to dinner, whatever you need. You don't have to iron this stuff. You don't have to take them to the dry cleaner. It is incredible how versatile the Collars & Co. clothes are. Check them out at collarsandco.com. Better yet, they're opening a store, Congressional Plaza on Rockville Pike, October 15th. I'll be there. If you go over $99, use the code JP Finley and you get 20% off orders. That's a really good deal. If you spend $105, you're getting $20 off. JP Finley 20 is the code. Collars & Co. They're a game changer. Who sings this, Landfill? REO Speedwagon?
I actually don't know. I only know it from SpongeBob.
Okay.
I don't think SpongeBob wrote it.
I'd be impressed if he did. Just we're gonna open these phone lines up in about 10 minutes. All right. If you want to get on there, get on there.
Oh, it looks like it's David Glenn Isley.
Shout out to David Glenn Isley. Never heard that name before in my life. Something just happened that needs to be relayed. Commanders won yesterday. It was a big win. Big win. Showed some real guts, came from behind, got down early, looked bad, finished strong. White Brian, however, just looked bad and did not finish strong. So White Brian and I were in the kitchen at the little mart, whatever you want to call it. I was buying something. I said, White Brian, just ring it in. I'll buy your hummus packet that I think he got for breakfast. I don't know if he was nervous or what. But Landville, on the little market counter thing, there's a pretty obviously, and every store, every CVS, wherever you go has self-checkout now. Everybody knows how to operate self-checkout. And there's like the light where you scan the barcode to scan it in.
Yes, a little red light.
Yes.
It's unmistakable.
Unmistakable? Regardless. Irregardless. Then there's the area where you swipe your credit card, or if you're paying with your phone, you hold your phone up to the thing to pay. I legitimately think my 6-year-old daughter would know which one is which. Certainly my 10-year-old. I think most people in the United States of America know where you scan the barcode versus where you pay. B, when you're in the little market over there, the little market in the kitchen, would you ever mistake where you scan the barcode for where you pay? You hold your phone or you
now,
swipe your
scan the
credit card?
barcode has a little light.
Yeah.
Where you pay, it's like a slot.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I'm buying.
Who made that mistake?
I'm buying my bottle of water. White Brian's holding hummus that he wants to purchase. I said, scan it. I will buy your hummus, young man.
So you put it where you pay?
He put it right on the credit card machine. And it was, I was flabbergasted. I was blown away.
Hey, man. Brian is a special kid.
Brian, do you have a defense for that? Because it was wildly stupid.
No, I have no defense. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever done.
It was like
one of them. How about jumping into an ocean when it's a hurricane going on?
I'm on a streak of pretty dumb decisions.
I hope Rose doesn't listen to the show. Dog.
Oh my Lord.
She's got class right now.
Yeah, I mean it's probably biology, right? This is a really good point from Craig D. Just sent me this. Quan causes the fumble. Big play. But then Washington had a false start.
Yeah.
It was 3rd and 16.
Back. Go ahead.
And then Jalen Lane makes the big catch, and then you get the Luke big catch. Like all of those things.
Wasn't the Jalen Lane catch on, you know what? It was on our former player here.
Indeed it was.
Yes. I mean, he'll help us out. I mean, if we get to the credit pile, we got to help him, give him one little credit.
Benjamin St. Juice was involved. He was involved in that. I thought, what does that win do for them be next week? Like, what does getting that dub mean for them going forward, or is it just one game?
I mean, it's in essence, it's one game, but I think you can carry some confidence into it moving forward because they hadn't played well on the road. Everyone had said that. But then they did start a little slow, but they were able to correct it mid-game. You know what I'm saying? They corrected the things, and they came out strong at the end of the game. So this is something that they can build on and say, listen, let's try to figure out why we started in that first quarter like that. And let's try to bottle up what the hell we did for the next 3 quarters. It's just you're always looking, just like when you go out there and you start watching film, okay, and you see the things that went wrong, you can eventually find out what that was. You know what I'm saying? you got to do the same thing when it comes to the mental aspect. And as I said before the game yesterday, whoever are those guys, those Energizer bunnies, those guys that bring the exuberance with them, Debo, Revo, bring that. You know what I'm saying? Because there are guys on the team looking for those guys to do certain things. And then when you watch big plays happen, like I don't know if it was you or somebody else stated to me that they saw Quan in practice having all these big plays.
Von Miller talked about
And
it.
they figured that he was
Thursday practice with
he
three
was going
interceptions.
he was going to have a big game. He did. Listen, man, I know visualization, people look at it in different ways, but hell, I would visualize stuff. You got to see something and believe in something to get to it half the time. And if they got to start thinking that way, just come out the game and believe. Look, I went in every game saying, let me be the one. Not necessarily to make the play to win it, but to spark my team. You know what I'm saying? So when I did all the extracurricular activities, a lot of that was to excite my team.
Sometimes it works, man. I just think, you beat the Giants week 1. They were struggling. You beat the Raiders 2 weeks ago. They were kind of struggling. This is a very different win. To go on the road against a team that widely believed to be pretty damn good.
Uh-huh.
The Raiders probably are going to bench Geno soon. He's been really underperforming.
Mm-hmm.
The Giants, they got that win. They benched Russ 2 weeks later. There's no question. They got Herbert, who was good. Chargers had injuries on the offensive line, but teams have injuries.
Yeah.
Washington's without their best wide receiver.
You know what
and
I said
quarterback.
about their injuries? Sorry, not sorry.
I mean, Washington's without Terry McLaurin,
Yeah,
and
they have
Jaden
injuries
just
too.
missed the last two.
Yeah.
Like, injuries happen. That was a different level of a win. Now you look ahead. You got an extra day of rest going into the Chicago game. Here's what we're going to do. We'll let Jeff Walker lead us off. When we come back, it's Credit Pie time. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Give us your Credit Pies, baby.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. Commanders get the win in Los Angeles, beating the Chargers 27-10 behind 111 on the ground for Bill Krosky-Merritt and 231 through the air from Jaden Daniels, who becomes the first quarterback in NFL history to rush for 1,000-plus yards within his first 20 career games. Head coach Dan Quinn on Daniels' performance.
You know, starting slow, I thought he really showed a lot of poise. I thought he really ripped the ball well. One to Debo in specific, I thought. One ripped inside to Zach to go. But the best play, I thought, was the one deep ball on the seam post to Luke.
Commanders host the Chicago Bears next Monday night. Tonight's Monday night, Chiefs and Jaguars, 7 p.m. on The Fan. New England stunned Buffalo 23-20. Denver beat Philadelphia 21-17. Saints shocked the Giants 26-14. Dallas easy over the Jets 37-22. And Houston rolls Baltimore 44-10. Tonight it's the Dodgers against the Phillies at 6 with the Dodgers up 1. Cubs at Milwaukee, Brewers up 1 at 9:08 p.m. Yesterday, Blue Jays and Seattle were victorious. Washington Spirit into the playoffs, beating San Diego 2-1. Ohio State is number 1, Virginia number 19. Navy receiving 4 votes in the AP Top 25. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 877-MELWOOD for more information. Byron Kerp on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Commanders moved to 3-2 with a 27-10 win over the LA Chargers to score 27 unanswered. Really, really turned this thing around. Really impressive win for Washington yesterday. We're going to do credit pies. Haven't heard from Jeffrey. Jeff, I'll start with the question I asked Landfill. 10-0, first quarter. Didn't look good. How are you feeling? You get nervous, dog. You get nervous? You get
I'm not
emotional?
going to lie, JP. I looked to my boys when they went up 10-0. I said, if we don't get this together, this is about to be a long day. Let's hope for a good day, y'all. And then when we went down on that first offensive series, and then Jaden, you could tell he was getting used to, like, playing with the brace because it, like, I believe we talked about it in the group message yesterday with how it restricted some of his movement.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh man, I hope I see what's going on, because even when we was talking with my friends, I was like, yeah, it's not that he can't, that he's hurting to move that way, but the brace, it's a brace. It's not for the knee to move. Like, it's going to keep it straight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, let's just see how it go. And at first I thought it was bothering him because it just looked like his feet were.
I think it was those cleats.
And then, exactly. So then the commentator was on air and was like, yeah, Jaden Daniels came out of those cleats. I was like, oh, he did have pink cleats on. And then I literally looked. I said, oh, yeah, it's on now. I said, it's on now. And he got the like mics back on.
Oh, yeah.
He on.
Oh, yeah.
So with that, yes, I was. But it started to all come together. My credit pie, I have to go. I'm going to include special teams with offense and defense on this. So offense, defense, special teams, that's 33% between the offense, defense, and the coordinators, because, and I say I include that because I wanted to keep everything together. We played well on all three phases yesterday, and I like to see that. So that's why it's going to offense, defense, special teams. Then the other 33% goes to the coordinators. They actually made we complained about, Bill getting handoffs more than 4 or 5 a game. He got a lot, and we seen it working out favor. So I gotta give my head off the cliff. I liked that defense yesterday. It didn't start off as strong, but we were talking about it before we came on the air. The adjustments he made, it worked.
Mhm.
It worked, and we could see that the guys were fired up. It was just a totally different look from back here. So that's 99%. And I'm giving 1% to Benjamin St. Juice because I knew he was good for one big play. I was like, I was telling my friends, I was like, he's going to give us a play. I know it's coming. He's always good for one. And then literally 2 plays after, what happened? Debo breaks away from him. I said, there you go. Now and going on from there, we got to keep it up.
Yep.
Yeah, you hope that kind of keeps it moving. All right, let's go to these phones. Credit Pie time, 800-636-1067. Our guy Jupe is on the line. Let's see if he's got his voice. What's up, Jupe?
What's going on, fellas? Y'all know what time it is. It's time for that victory ritual. Let's all hit the Ric Flair.
Woo! Woo!
Yes, sir. Hey, listen, I've been saying that this is the year of the youngins. All rookies and second years. So my credit pie, I'm going to give 25% to the youngins. Luke, Bill, Newton, they all showed out yesterday. I'm going to give 25% to the O-line and Timothy Daniels, because Timothy Daniels gave us a little bit of a spark. I said he was going to come in with a point to prove. He may have been pissed he missed those past 2 weeks. I'm going to give 25. I'm going to shout out Gay. We've been harping on him since the beginning of the season, and so far your man been lights out hitting those field goals for us. So I'm going to give him some shine. And then I'm going to give the rest to the defense and coaching, because they came in with a game plan. They executed. It did start off shaky, but they finished strong. I smell a win streak, fellas. Hey, listen, real quick, I got an exercise for y'all. I want y'all to rock with me on this one. When I say Himothy, I want y'all to say him. Himothy?
Him.
Himothy.
Him.
Let's go get this win streak, fellas.
All right, buddy. Thank you, Jupe. Jupe out here.
I think one thing we're
cheers.
not thinking about, though, okay, I think the players and the coaches are supposed to go out there and handle their business. So I'm going to give them 40%, all of them together. Everybody, Bill, Jaden, every coach, all that, 40%. I'm giving 60% to the damn fans.
There were a lot of them.
Because I think, listen, bro, I got more texts yesterday about, dude, how many of our fans there? Because on TV, it sounded like we got more, like we at home. Yes, we were louder than they were. They made some noise when they had the opportunity, but when we decided to start calling defense, I was like, damn. We had some fans in that joint, bro.
After Luke caught the deep pass,
oh, bro,
it was just Luke.
It was deafening, dude.
It was
So the fan base, listen, man.
I think LA fans are pretty quick to disengage anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a little bit of buzz for the Chargers early, and then when everything started going sideways, they just checked out, and the Commanders fans just took over.
But it's like we've heard over the last the 2 losses and things like that, and we see stuff on social media. It can't be those people that have been called that traveled to all them games. I went to that rally on Saturday night. Tom's Watch Bar is huge out there. Wall to wall, Commanders fan. Downstairs, upstairs.
Dude, that's the thing, is people are convinced it's people traveling. A lot of people just live there. Like,
there's
a lot of Commanders fans just live in Southern California.
But I saw a lot of people in the airport last night. I saw a lot of people when I flew there. They have people that travel. I'm telling you, man, let's stop. There's a lot of these people who starting that mess on social media. They ain't no damn fans of this team.
The reaction today is all positive. Like, there's not like a whole
No. The reaction today is positive. I think sometimes when you get some of these people who just want it, when something goes wrong, they want to just keep going with it. It shows you, listen, this fan base over the last 2 years now, a year and a half or whatever, they are understanding something is changing and something is building. You know, like I got a call yesterday because the Ravens got spanked. So what Ben tell me, y'all about to get your ass kicked. I called him back right after the game. And now he's like, oh, man, we suck. We don't make no excuses now, dog. We put a bet at the beginning of the year. He losing.
Ravens got boat raced. Getting some credit pies coming in via social media. Our boy Tay says, credit pie, 25% to Bill, 25% to Jaden, 10% to the defense, 10% to roughing the kicker, 10% to Debo, 5% to Luke, 5% to Quan, 5% to Mikey, 5% Jeff Walker's song. He did the damn thing.
And that song was
Maybe we got to re-rack Jeff's song.
That song was hot, Jeff.
Now,
I'm gonna tell you one thing though, Jay. I was cold after the game. All that ice they were wearing. Boy, them dudes came out there with some diamonds.
Dorrance Armstrong. You see that
Bro,
chain
I'm
he
like,
was wearing?
God, dude, they walk out there. It was icy in the airfield. Had icicles hanging from the rafters.
Real question. Jeff made a couple songs that reference food in them, right? So he made the Green Bay song, started talking mozzarella sticks. I said I would buy mozzarella sticks if they won. They did not win. The Atlanta game, he was talking about chicken wings. I said, we'll have a chicken wing party if they win. They did not win. I don't think Jeff referenced any food in the LA song. Did you?
No, because it was like nothing you could be like, I'm going to eat electricity or something. I'm going to eat a bolt. That don't sound.
I get it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's too bad because they won this one and we could have had a chicken wing or a mozzarella stick party.
Well, we had actually specifically discussed on Friday that the reason they were losing was your fault. Because every time you claimed that we were going to have some food celebration, they would lose. We made sure that you didn't do that because it's your fault that they lose.
Jeff brought the food up in his songs.
Right, but you didn't have to then say, we'll buy a bunch of mozzarella sticks.
I ain't say we was having a mozzarella stick party. And yeah, you just got to stop that, JP.
I just want to know if anybody's listening, they can get word back to Dan Quinn or Adam Peters. It's entirely JP Finley's fault that the team lost.
I don't think that's accurate. I don't even think DQ or AP would think that's accurate.
They might.
But last I checked, I didn't miss a single tackle in either of those games. What you're failing to recognize, Landfill, is maybe I would have ordered some food, but now I'm not going to because you guys are haters.
I didn't say a word. So Jeff and Landfill don't give it. Me and White Brian, we over here waiting for the food.
I already bought White Brian something, and he made one of the dumbest mistakes I've ever seen a human make.
Okay, well,
that might be the
I'm
end of the road.
still sitting here waiting on the food.
Maybe Brian gets something, but not White Brian. Let's keep the phones going. Quentin is in Bethesda. What's up, Q? What's your credit pie?
Fellas, how are we doing? Victory Monday.
We good, brother. How you doing?
All right, so my breakdown for credit pie is 10% JD5 and Debo. We're going to go 25% coaching, 25% defensive line, and 75% Bill. You're probably asking, wait, that's 135. We're going to go minus 35% for Terry McLaurin for being MIA.
He's hurt.
In the
He's
beginning
hurt.
of this
What
whole
you think,
season.
dude? He's hurt.
But like I said last week when I called in, when Bill scores the ball, we have Victory Monday.
How you gonna say somebody MIA when they hurt?
Quentin,
because he's just not been active. He's been unavailable, and it's not everyone that heard me call before probably is like, oh, he hates Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, you sound like a 100% hater.
It's not hate.
It's hate.
Just at a point. It's at a point. We're good now. I've been a fan since '98. Now I hold my team accountable, especially if they just.
Are you mad at Austin Eckler?
So my question would be,
I'm not mad at Austin.
He's the one that kept the team afloat since he's been here. And all of a sudden, one year he has an injury, you going to just dismiss it?
Are you mad at Dietrich Wise?
No, because Dietrich Wise was a game record game one. I haven't seen Terry McLaurin pop off the film yet, like I've been waiting for.
So
I love Terry McLaurin.
It's a victory. I'm done.
Yeah, that dude right there, man. We got the top. We're going to ban him for a couple. I'm going with a Drappy today. We're going to ban him. He banned for the next 2-3 weeks.
I don't know what. That dude. Obsession with Terry is bizarre to me.
It sounds weird.
Pete is in Woodbridge. Pete, what's your credit pie look like?
Gentlemen, happy Victory Monday.
Same to you, brother.
Honestly, man, just wanted to shout out credit pie to everybody. That first quarter was looking kind of bad. They had us early, but
Not
man,
kinda,
the fact that
all the way
everybody
back.
shifted, dude. If it wasn't for you got to give credit to everybody because from the fumble to Luke McCaffrey on special teams to even him catching that deep bomb, like there were enough little sparks everywhere and consistently throughout the game to where even the defense picked it up. They were missing tackles early on, but then after that, man, they just got after it.
Yeah, absolutely.
My credit pies to everybody and to making it an awesome Sunday to celebrate a victory, you know?
You ain't lying. It felt good walking through that airport last night. And
Vibes
saw
were
all,
high.
I know that's right.
all
I'll
the
say
people.
this, guys.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't even mean to cut you off. I'll say this, man. We got Chicago coming up, man. Hopefully, lightning strikes twice.
No, let's not have the Bears game go to another.
Yeah,
Hail
no,
Mary.
let's just beat them ahead of time. Because
Thanks for the call,
my
Pete.
heart rate was very high last year.
Thanks for the call.
But
bro.
walking through that airport, man, seeing all that powder blue and yellow, and they had them little humdrum faces, felt good.
I got on the plane last night, and I'm still like fully suited up.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to change. I just wanted to get on the plane, and I changed in the plane bathroom, which is, you know how people talk about the Mile High Club? I don't know how physically you can get two people in those bathrooms.
You got
Where there's a will, there's a way. I guess.
Well, if you're in the Mile High Club, you're real close to that person. You can fit.
I'm sure, but it might be more difficult to change your clothes than it would be to have sex in
because you got to move
airplane
around.
bathroom.
You don't have to really get
Whatever.
Yeah, I'm just saying, Jay.
So I changed my clothes. I had a suit on. I changed into sweats because it's an overnight flight. I just wanted to be comfortable.
Obviously, you're not in the Mile High Club, I see.
It was a solo party of one. Some clothing did get removed, but it got put back on. I wish I knew my man's name. I come out of the bathroom, now in sweats, and this dude is sitting right there. He's like, I know you. I was like, oh, what's up? He's wearing the Commander's shirt. He's like, Channel 5.
Roll channel.
And I was like, Channel 4, dog. He's like, oh, yeah.
How many do you think he had by then?
Do you know Chad Ricardo?
Yeah.
Chad and I don't look much alike.
Hell no.
Shout out to that dude.
Oh, bro. Yeah, he must have been feeling good.
And then he's like, at least you know I watch the news. My man. Keep watching, baby. Let's go to our guy Drew is on the line. What's up, Drew?
Hey, guys. Happy Victory Monday.
You too, buddy.
So, hey, I got a credit pie here. I'm going to start with 70% for the offense. I'm going to break it down a little bit and give 5% each to Luke and Jalen Lane. Love to see the new guys have impact plays, and when we get Noah and Terry back, we're going to have a deep receiver room. So I'm really excited about that. 20% for the offensive line. I mean, I think they enabled the run. They kept Jaden clean. Those guys did a great job, and we don't talk about them enough, but I really think the offensive line is the strength of this team.
I thought Bionis was phenomenal yesterday.
All those guys, and having Bates back didn't hurt. I mean, that was good.
Oh, that helped out tremendously.
And then you got to give 20% to Bill, and not just the running, over 100 yards running, but those two catches he made were big. And if he can be a threat out of the backfield to catch the ball, even better, icing on the cake for Bill. So, and then 20% for Jaden. Yeah, he just makes everything better on offense, and he makes the defense better. So that's 70%. Give the defense 20%, 5 each for the 2 turnovers to Quan and Mikey, and love to see it. And 10 for the defense. They got to get better, but they can have some pie this week. But I'd like to see them do a little bit better next week. And that leaves 10 more. I give 5 to Tress for hanging in there and taking that penalty, and then still trying to make that tackle, even though he got hurtled over.
That was a tough spot for number 10.
You got to give him. Yeah, he's the most tenured guy on the team, and he's always in it. And then I'm going to save my last 5% for JP's wardrobe person, because he looked like he was doing the Hollywood vibe out there. Even the pocket square on all ears looked good. JP.
Thanks, dude.
There you go.
I'm just glad you're watching the right channel, man. Appreciate you.
Channel 5.
Thank you, Drew.
All right, guys.
Channel 5,
Yeah,
baby.
take
Channel
care,
5.
guys.
Appreciate you, buddy. Phone lines are going to be open
care.
all hour. Don't worry. If you're on hold, just chill. We're not going anywhere. I got another credit pie on social media from Nelson Jordan. Bill, 25. O-line and D-line, 20. JD5, 15. Debo, 10. Benjamin St. Juice, although he wrote Benjamin St. Toast, 10%.
St. Toast, that's his name.
Coaches, 10%. And all the fans that traveled to SoFi, 10%. Bill surely looks like an offensive rookie of the year early candidate, doesn't he? I'd say he's in the running. Maybe we can check some odds on that. That'd be pretty wild if you get back-to-back offensive rookie of the year.
Back-to-back.
That would make me think they're doing something in the drafting. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We're taking calls all damn day. If you're on hold, just chill. We're coming.
Hey, it's B. Mitchell JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
You know where I could have used a Rude system? On the plane yesterday.
It was hot?
Dude, I was like running through the airport. So then I get to the plane, and it's hot, and I start sweating. Then I change, and then we get up in the air, and it gets cold as hell, and then I'm like cold sweating. Rude systems, you're always comfortable, Landfill, no matter what the situation. Down 10-0 in the first quarter. If you're in a Rude system house, you're still comfortable.
Yep.
They take the stress out of life because they take the humidity out of your house. Plus, you can save a bunch of cash, man. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
It ain't right.
Commanders take care of business in Southern California, defeating the Chargers 27-10, down 10-0. They rally for the win behind Jaden Daniels in Southern California, defeating the Chargers 27. Merritt 111 on the ground and 2 touchdowns. Head coach Dan Quinn on Bill as a running back.
I was pleased to see him. Obviously, he wants the one play back that he put the ball on the ground. But in the passing game and the running game, I really, felt him. And so you had kind of heard us say that might happen when somebody, is hot and they'll take more reps to go. As it turns out, he had the most today. We'll continue to build and see where we take it from here.
Tonight, Chiefs and Jaguars at 7 on the Fan. Blue Jays beat the Yankees 13-7 and Seattle down Detroit 3-2. Tonight, Dodgers and Phillies at 6. Cubs and Milwaukee at 9. Washington Spirit beat San Diego 2-1. Ohio State atop the AP Top 25. Then Miami, Oregon, Ole Miss, and Texas A&M. Virginia moves up to 19. Navy receives 4 votes. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
And they stay there.
All right, so Landfill's in there dancing. Me and B put our hands up. Jeff doesn't have headphones in, doesn't know what's going on. White Brian, did you see White Brian's effort right there? It was like a 0.3 out of 10. He lifted his wrist up.
You know we can hear everything that go on in the studio, right?
Well, you didn't dance either, Jeff.
I threw my hand up. What are you talking about?
You throw your hands up. Your hands was on that phone.
Went just like this.
You like this.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, because you weren't looking at me.
I saw White Brian give a 0.3 out of 10 effort, though. All right, phone lines are lit. Our guy Crank is on the line. Crank, give me your credit pie.
My guys, man, Victory Monday, man. It feel good. It feel good to go to work and talk trash to all these Ravens fans who at work crying, man. Everybody's crying right now. But look, I got a lot, so everybody getting 10%. I'm gonna get 10% to Mikey because Mikey showed up and played like Frozone. He played with the swag. He was picking. Hey, B-Mix, I know you noticed this. He was picking players up and dumping them.
Oh yeah, yeah. So they were wrapping up yesterday, dog.
Man, they was wrapping up. Look, the next 10% go to Johnny Newton for them hands in the passing lane. That created that pick for Frozone. 10% goes to the edges just for setting the edge. And then when they got the right to pass rush, they got home, and they all rushed in unison. The edges wasn't up the field too far, which allowed them A and B gaps to get the pressure up the middle. 10% go to Quan Martin for just playing fast, creating turnovers. 10% go to Kinlaw for being unblockable. All them callers that was mad about Kinlaw getting paid, man, he been balling this year. Lattimore gets 10% just for playing fast, communicating on the back end. Jalen Lane gets 10% for playing fast in that slack. Even though you're not getting the ball, you're just taking the top off, which is allowing Debo to play underneath and be wide open. 10% go to Joel McGee for playing fast in them 8 man. Thank you for putting him on the field, Whit. Thank you for putting Joel McGee on the field. 10% go to Luke McCaffrey for just balling like how he been balling in the last 3 weeks. And the last 10% go to JD5 and Bill in that backfield. That's an unstoppable backfield. Too much speed, too much trickery, too much everything, man. Hail to the Redskins, and I'm going to take it off the air because I know I was long-winded pose.
It was good, dude. Hey, listen, if it's a good call, you can go long.
Yeah, you can go long.
If you have a weird arbitrary beef with Terry McLaurin, I'm going to cut you off.
Hell yeah.
We got a bunch of them coming in via social. DC Dave says 25% to Jaden, 25% to Bill, 10% to All-Pro Revo, 10% to Luke,
Revo
10%
plays,
to Payne,
baby.
20% to Tyler Biotish. Great team win. Biotish was really, really good yesterday. They blocked well throughout. He was really good. He got to the second level on a number of screens.
A few times.
Made some big blocks for Bill.
I met Jay Lane's dad last night. It was cool.
I'd like to meet him. Maybe I met him draft weekend. But I like asking Jalen what the call was like with his dad because he talks to his dad after every game, and Jalen laughs about it a lot of the time. Jalen's just such a cool kid, man.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go
Lay
to
back.
Definitely. Jamal is in D.C. What's up, Jamal? What's your credit pie look like?
JP, B. Mitch, what's going on?
What up, bro?
Hey, man, everything good, man. My credit pie going, I'm going to go 10% to the fans because, man, like we showed out yesterday. I wasn't there personally, but when they showed that the angle on the first Chargers field goal attempt, the one we jumped off, I mean, it was all burgundy and gold from that end zone shot. And that was just beautiful to see. I love that. So 10% to the fans. Another 10% is going to go to Bill, of course. That man did his thing, man. Look, man, I understand he might not understand everything, and I get it. I'm not an idiotic fan. I get it. There's more to playing football for a running back than just running the ball. But damn, that man passed the eye test, man. Bill, whatever it is, you got to figure out. Hurry up and figure it out, brother, because we need to see you on that field a lot more. That was great to see. 20% are going to the coaches, man. I felt like after last week, all us as fans, we killed the coaches after that performance against Atlanta, and I thought that they responded, man. I love the game plan on both sides of the ball. The defense was flying around. They were opportunistic. They were creating turnovers. I love to see that. Shout out to the coaches. The last 60, we're going to go 30% to two particular people. So we're going to break this down 15-15 with this 30. And that's going to go to Debo and to Deron Payne. I don't care what nobody say. They've been our MVP all day. Them two dudes have showed up every game. They have balled out. My favorite play in football is when the big guy makes the tackle for a loss. I'm talking about on the screen, and we've seen multiple times of Deron Payne doing that this year. He's done it again yesterday. That was beautiful. And Debo, brother, man, I can't even come up with the words to say, but man, that dude is a baller. I am loving him. He has definitely been the most consistent player on offense so far through 5 weeks. And of course, the last 30 going to none other than JD5. That guy, look, forget the numbers. Forget the numbers, man. Just when he's out there, the way that teams have to play us just because he's on the field, you see it, y'all. It's just night and day, man. Like the way that teams have to attack us because of his legs and the way he makes, that throw to Luke McCaffrey, that defender was playing great defense. Like, I need people to go watch that play, yo. Like, that defender's there. He did what you would want to do. That's damn near coachable tape you will use on defense. However, JD's just one of them ones, and he put it in a spot to where only Luke was going to catch it or drop it. Y'all, we got one of them ones at quarterback, y'all.
Yeah.
And now that he's back, I feel great against whoever we go up against. We got these punk-ass Bears coming up who I didn't really care about like that prior to last year because they fans was hating on us all crazy. So hopefully this Monday coming up, we hashtag beat the A-Them, and we head to that game that y'all know we can't wait to get to, man. Thanks for taking my call, fellas.
Great call, Jamal.
All right, bro.
A lot of energy. I like that call. We're going to keep the phone lines open all day. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Let everybody chime in. Everybody can do their credit pie. I wanted to tell you a quick story, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
I think I mentioned on Thursday or Friday when we had Ian Hartitz on the line just about my fantasy team struggles, right?
All right.
In one league yesterday, just because of buys and everything else, I started both Bill and Debo. I won in that league.
Yeah,
You'd be shocked to find that out.
Hey, about time.
And then
About time you do something smart as a damn owner.
Well, let me ask you this. You know my boy Gio from NBC and Telemundo, right?
Uh-huh.
Gio Del Fa. Gio was all in on Bill during our draft. Drafted him early. His team name has become Should I Start Bill? Because he just doesn't know if he can trust him from a fantasy perspective.
Uh-huh.
I played Gio yesterday. Gio did not start Bill.
Well, Gio not very smart.
I am beating Gio's ass.
Not very smart.
In our league, Bill went for damn, I didn't realize this. He didn't start Bill and he didn't start Steph Diggs, who went off last night.
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to Gio. All right, if you're on hold, stay there. Phone lines are going to stay open. Santana Moss will join us at noon. Lorenzo Neal at 1. Phones all day. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in when you get in on the action with 30% profit boost tokens this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, in an hour, we're going to play Jeff's song again. New rule when they get a win off of Jeff's song. Phone lines are lit up. Who's been on hold the longest? Jones is in Accokeek. Jones, what's your credit pie look like for yesterday's win, man?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, I want to give 25% to the offense, 25% to the defense, 25% to the special teams, and 25% to the coaches. And shout out to Debo, Bill. They've been playing consistent all year, and a big shout out to Luke. He's shown why he deserves a little bit more playing time. He's playing real consistent on special teams and when he's on the field offensively. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, buddy. Great call. Certainly, Luke is really showing he deserves to be out there. You think they get Terry back this week?
I don't know. Let's see, that's the thing about it. We know that he didn't have to get surgery. We don't know the severity of that injury.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't put him on IR,
Yeah.
which suggests, and you get an extra day
But
this
he's been
week.
out 2 games now, right?
Yeah. I kind of think you do. Saw him run around a little bit last week.
Well, you got an extra day because of Monday night game now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think when Terry's back, obviously, there's no question about his role, but I think Luke doesn't get bumped all the way out. You know what I'm saying? I think Luke is showing he can make plays for you, and I think he keeps a role. Our boy Los in Severna Park. What's up, Los? What's your credit pie look like?
Credit pie looking like 25% Bill, 25%. Oh my God, what's our offensive coordinator's name? I'm having a brain fart, man. I just woke up.
Kingsbury.
Yeah, Kingsbury. Oh my goodness. Yeah, 25% to him, 25% Jim Daniels, 25% to the fans. A sea of burgundy and gold. I know that stadium is filled with fair weather fans of the opposite team because they have no home team, but the Commanders fans showed up yesterday. They should call it Northwest Stadium West, for all I care. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thanks, dude.
I don't like it.
Good to hear from you, Los.
Sure sounded like it.
Boy Genius, who everybody knows from social media, was at the game yesterday, and he posted a picture, called it Landover West. Said it was just backed. Actually, I don't know if I told you this. I went out to the parking lots yesterday. You know my boy EA, so I actually know Eric because I went to college with his older brother Justin, who lives out west. And I haven't seen Justin in forever. And I knew they were out there tailgating. And I went out to the lots, which I don't always do, but because it was a 425, because it was 125 local, like we had that little bit of extra time. And I just want to see my old college friend. It was jumping out there.
Yeah.
Jumping out there. People were tailgating right. It was a scene, and it was cool because, you know, there were Chargers fans, but they're all pretty laid back. It's SoCal, and it's like, that's not Raider fans. That's not, even Niner fans are pretty aggressive. Like,
I was actually
Charger fans, I don't think are trying to.
The interview I
you.
did earlier, I was asked by the people from JMU, like, what can we expect from the people from Louisiana? I said, oh, they very hospitable. So they're going to be probably cooking a lot. Win or lose, they're going to want to have a drink with you. I say, it's not like going to Philly or New York. You know what I mean?
Right, exactly. Let's go to Ed. Ed, what's your credit pie look like, dude?
Hey, thanks for today, guys. So here's what my credit pie looks like. 10% to the GOAT. I think we know who that is. 10% to Bill. 10% to Dan Quinn. 10% to Cliff. 10% to Witt. Got to give 10% to Matt Gay from yesterday. 10% to the O-line. 15% to the O-line. 15% to the D-line. And 10% to Quentin Johnson. Thank you for that gift. Yesterday was probably the most complete game that we played this year, outside of the Raiders game. And I just like the fact that, it seemed like yesterday after the first quarter, because the first quarter was looking Atlanta-ish, they really started running to the ball. They started tackling better. They started coming around. You could feel the energy. You could see it.
Yeah.
I got one more thing. JD5, the GOAT, we love you. We don't mind you running beside Bill to try to block. But we don't need you to do that all the time.
Yeah.
Just need you on the field. Thanks for taking my call.
All right.
when Bill busted that long one down the right side and Jaden was running alongside of him, I thought Jaden did it perfectly right. He's the quarterback. He's there. He's committed. Don't actually engage, Jaden. Like, you're good, man. I think he handled it right. He didn't actually get in there, but he ran down. Maybe he could have run in front of somebody, but that's just he's locked in, man.
Competitive, man. When you're out there, you're out there.
Jay is in DC. Jay, what's your credit pie, dude?
Hey, Big Mitch. JP, what's happening, man?
What up, bro?
All right, I always give you a shout out, man. Big Mitch, you took a picture with me and my son at training camp, man. So I'm always praise you for that. You made my son's day, man.
Appreciate it.
Look, I'm not road warrior, but I travel with the team. So, like, I go to most of their away games, but my money ain't long as his, so I sit in the cut. I'm like JP. I can buy tickets up top. You know what I'm saying? So,
I'm catching shrapnel here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, JP. I'm sorry, bro. But look,
it's all good.
We travel. We've been traveling heavy lately, man. So in Atlanta, it was like full of Commanders fans. Ever since the playoffs and stuff, I traveled all with them throughout there. We was heavy. So I just want to tell you, like, we traveling. We be lit everywhere we go, man. So, but my credit pile is I'm gonna give 53% to the entire roster yesterday. Everybody showed out. Everybody played, man. Everybody did their role. Even if you was on sideline, just looked like the team chemistry was there. So that's 53%. I'm going to give another 12%, you know what I'm saying, to JD5. That's a little bit over 10%. That puts you at 65. Crosby Murray, I'm going to give him a 10. That puts you at 75. The coaches, I'm going to give them 15. They made some adjustments and stuff. It started off bad. I was really upset, man, and how it was going and everything like that, man. But they played a really good game. I'm of the ilk, like, it's a young man's league, man, and we play a lot of old guys. Bill Crosby should have been starting. Of course, we don't really play rookies like that. And I told a couple of friends that Bill Crosby was going to get the ball, but they wasn't going to trust him yet. But you got to start letting these young guys play. Everybody who played yesterday flashed. From Jordan McGee, he was all over the field, left sideline to sideline. Don't forget about the guy, Chris Paul. Since he came in, he done helped out the line too, man. That goes unnoticed. Chris Paul stepped in, the last 10, I'm going to give to the fans, man, just for showing out, man. And I just appreciate y'all for taking my call, man. Thank you.
All right, bro.
Thanks for the call, Jay. Appreciate you, man. Quick break from us. If you're on hold, stay there. We're going to have the phones all day. Santana Moss joins us next.
Fox NFL analyst Mark Sanchez is facing a felony battery charge over the altercation between the former NFL quarterback and a 69-year-old truck driver early Saturday morning in Indianapolis. Marion County prosecutor Ryan Mears announced the upgraded charge this morning. Punishment can range from 1 to 6 years in prison. Mears also added that prosecutors are still investigating the incident and that Sanchez could face additional charges. Commanders a sweet win in Los Angeles at SoFi, beating the Chargers 27-10. Bill Krosky Merritt 2 touchdowns, 111 on the ground, and Jaden Daniels 231 through the air and a score. A turnover changed everything, said head coach Dan Quinn.
Yeah, we certainly weren't pleased to be down. We were in this. It's ironic that we were in the same space, and so for us to be into that spot, I knew we'd fight back. It didn't quite start like we want. I thought the turnover was the big shift in the game.
Chiefs and Jaguars tonight on Monday Night Football at 7 on the Fan. New England beat Buffalo 23-20. Denver over Philadelphia 21-17. Tonight's baseball playoffs. Dodgers up 1-0 at Philly at 6:08 p.m. Cubs at Milwaukee. Brewers lead at 1-0 in the best of 5, 9:08 p.m. Washington Spirits already in the playoffs, but they got another nice win yesterday, 2-1 over San Diego.
Because I'm cooler than a polar bear's toenails. Oh, yeah. High noon in the District of Columbia. Fired up to get on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Talk to our friend, Mr. Santana Moss, fresh off the big win in L.A. Tana Man, what's up, dude?
You rested, bro?
I'm actually about to get on the bike, tell you the truth. That little nap, I had to get up from it because I'd be asleep all day. It's good, though, fellas.
Chillin', man.
Tana, what was the Quan Martin fumble yesterday? The forced fumble, rather. Really a turning point in that game. How much do you think that play shifted the momentum towards Washington? And how much could that singular play kind of impact more than just that game, like the season?
I mean, you said it yourself. I mean, it definitely changed the momentum. I think if you look at that particular drive, they was driving and they was already up 10-0. So if they drive and score either 3 or 7 from that drive, we definitely in a hole. You know, we was already in a hole being down 10-0. So I think that fumble was huge, man. And you always hear them talking about ball is life, and that shows you right there that ball was actually really life, you know, because we got that ball from there and things just changed. And one of the things about being on the road, man, you want to win the turnover battle, but you also want to stay ahead of the chains. And you want to stay ahead of the chains and win the turnover battle wherever you're at, home or on the road. But it's more, you know, it's a conscious effort you have to, you know, think about when you're on the road, especially on the road, because you don't want to be in someone's backyard and losing in both of those categories. So I was pleased to see that we stayed ahead of the chains. We looked like our old self offensively last night more than we have looked so far this year.
And like Bill began to get the ball a lot, and then that helped him stay ahead of the chains. And, you know, you mentioned that he has looked like a young Edgerrin James with that little stutter step he has. Then he's outside. Yeah. What was your impression of him?
You know, so I was listening to you guys earlier talking about somebody took him off their fantasy. He's been on my fantasy since week 1, and I ain't taking him off. But
I love that.
I think it was phenomenal, man, just to see him get those touches. We've been wondering actually to see, you know, how they're going to do things when it comes to, you know, spreading these carries out with, you know, Bill Rodriguez and Matt Nichols. And you know what? I don't have no questions no more. I'm gonna let them do what they do because it seems to be working fine, man. Whoever back there has done the job. But Bill just has something about him, the way he runs the ball, man, that just jumps off the charts. And I want to see him continue to grow. I know he's young, so a lot of those things that people are talking about when it comes to the passing game, him being able to know how to, pick up those blocks in those situations and stuff like that. He's only going to get better. He's young, man, and he didn't play a whole season of football last year. So, but I think that's one of those games that I would want to see from him, because just like I talked about Luke earlier this year, with his confidence, Bill's going to have the same thing happen to him, man. His confidence is going to go through the roof, and we could probably lean on him a little more.
You were saying that was Ed McCaffrey's son, and Nikki Javala posted something today. It's a play Ed had. Looks exactly like that play yesterday.
I told you, man, put some more respect, man. They be talking about Chris this, Christian this, man. But both of them came from him. You know what I'm saying? Christian and Luke came from Ed, man. Y'all get it right, man. Because, I grew up watching Ed. And I don't a lot of people don't give this man no credit. But I watched him in San Fran. I was a 49er fan. And I watched him over there in Denver with Mike Shanahan, man. He was a phenomenal wide receiver, hell of a football player. So I'm loving it, man. Because, that's any guy who has a son dream, to see his son be able to follow in his footsteps and kind of, be on that stage and make some of those plays. So I know those guys, man, look forward to Sunday, seeing both of their sons out there doing their thing.
And I mean, can you imagine how cool that is to think about this week for the McCaffrey family? They got to watch Christian Thursday night. Then you get to watch Luke Sunday. That's pretty special. I think Luke is really starting to show why they drafted him. 3 straight games with 3 big plays, 2 touchdowns in a row, and then the 50-yarder yesterday. Tana, I thought the throw from Jaden was excellent, but Luke's concentration to bring that ball in was, as a receiver, when you're trying to locate that thing while you're running full speed away from that thing, how difficult is that? What was that degree of difficulty to you?
You be so locked in, man, you don't even think about how difficult it is. It looks difficult to the person with the naked eye who's watching from the stands or watching on TV, rather. But as a receiver, you relish in those moments. You want those moments because you understand, all I got to do is catch this ball. I can feel the guy behind me. I can see his hand coming up, but all I have to do is concentrate and make sure I put my eyes all the way on this ball to my hands. And I was watching that play, and, you always look to see if the ball came out, because you never know. Because once it kind of touched his hands, I'm waiting for him to roll over and the ball be laying there. And I'm like, I know he can just catch this. And I was ecstatic for him, man, because those are the kind of plays that can change your life in this league forever. I know he got touchdowns already this year. I know he ran some kickoffs, jumped some big kickoffs. But, man, plays like that, it changed your mind forever. And I remember Wayne Corbett telling me my second year in the league, it was my third year in the league, but it was actually my second year playing. I made a catch over the middle against New England Patriots, and Rodney Harrison hit me dead in my face. And I got up, I caught the ball, and Wayne Corbett, when I came to the sideline, Wayne Corbett shook my hand and said, "Congratulations, you're going to have 1,000 yards this year." Because that play right there solidified that I can play on this level, and I'm not scared to go out there and make those kind of plays. So I'm looking forward to Luke, man, to really, light it up every chance he gets nowadays.
Absolutely. We'll switch sides of the ball here in a second, but another receiver I got to ask you about. We're talking with our friend Santana Moss, Washington Ring of Fame. You could give him a follow on Instagram at 8 to the 9. Tana joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. For everything that was said and questioned about Deebo Samuel, he has been an absolute stud since he's arrived. You played that position at a really high level. What impresses you most about Deebo?
Just being Deebo. I didn't have no questions about him. I understand the woes we go through as a receiver, as a football player, period. B could tell you, every year's not going to look like the same. And we go through ups and downs. We go through things in our life that sometimes affect our occupation, or sometimes affect our play on the field. But that's just life. You got to deal with it. You got to roll with the punches. And I saw a guy who dealt with some stuff last year in San Fran and got a chance to get away from it, got a chance to say, all right, if y'all don't think I'm still the same dude, let me go over here and show these guys I can. And I remember being in that moment, having one of those opportunities too when I was in New York. But I think my situation was a lot different because I was kind of just getting into myself. When I left New York, you know, I hadn't played my best yet. And so, but just seeing him over here doing some of the things I saw before, you know, I mentioned last night on our post-game show, I couldn't imagine our team right now not having Terry, you know, and then relying on everybody else and not having a guy like Debo on our, you know, on our roster. I think Debo has done a tremendous job, man, and I don't expect nothing less from him, man. He's just one of those kind of players. Hide your chains when you're on the field and you see Debo. He's one of those guys.
You can see why he got the nickname.
Oh, yeah. And you flip it over, man, like Dorrance Armstrong. And, hell, you talk about Von Miller, who plays a small percentage of the plays, but he got 3 sacks already.
Yeah.
5 games.
Yeah, Von Miller is he's in one of those roles where I felt like the Shanahans put me in 2012, which it was like I was coming in basically to make a play. On that down, on third down, when I was playing a slot receiver in 2012, I literally was coming in because it was going to be my time to make a play. And that's what I look at, you know, seeing Vaughn come out there. He comes out there in those downs when we say, we need you to put pressure on the quarterback and some kind of way get that ball back or get a sack. And, you know, you relish in those moments as a veteran who knows so much about this game. Like, I felt like that's why you need veterans on your team. I hear a lot of people harping about guys being too old. If you understood how slow this game gets for us when we get older, this is another question you can ask B.
Oh, yeah?
The game is so slow. You're sitting there like you can just see everything, you know, because we've seen it all. You went through those growing pains as a young buck in the league and learned so much from the guys in front of you, and now it's your time to do that. And so I can just imagine what Vaughn sees, man, being on the sideline and just knowing when it's time to get in there, man. He's like one of those guys, man. He's like one of those designated hitters. Okay, it's my time. I'm going to knock it out the park. And that's what I see when I see him step in the game. I know he's chopping at the bits to go out there and get after that quarterback.
One of my favorite parts of that 2012 season, and there was a lot. That was a crazy year. Robert obviously was a rocket ship. But Santana, in a limited role, catching 8 touchdowns that season.
Yeah.
That'll always stick with me, man.
Because he knows how to play.
Yeah.
You know? The thing that people don't get, Tanner, the older player don't have all those wasted moments and wasted plays. Young players do because they still learning it. Older player knows it. They know exactly what to do to make the play.
We know our days are numbered. And, you know, when I got into that situation, I didn't think my days was numbered at that time. And I know the coaching staff had told me, like, they just saw that they can get more out of me if I play less. And I'm like, Coach, if this the way we're going to win, then I'm going with what you say. And lo and behold, man, it was just like one of those things. I would have never imagined me having the role that I had. And at one point in time, remember, Pierre got hurt that year early in the season.
Yep.
And Mike told me, no, I'm not going to move you back outside. I'm going to leave you inside. Let these young guys, you know, go out there and earn their keep. And, man, that's why I say I think the world of the Shanahans, man, because you look at all the coaches now, the young coaches that was under them, who are head coaches now, they really knew how to coach the game of football, and they really knew how to develop guys. And that's why, you know, Mike is looked at the way he's looked at for being a Super Bowl, you know, winning head coach, and you see his son Cal trying to follow in those footsteps.
Tana, I just did the math. It's always dangerous for me to start doing math.
Yeah, because you're horrible at it.
But hold on, listen to this. That 2012 season, every 5th catch you had was a touchdown.
Woo.
8 touchdowns on 41 receptions.
Damn.
Wow.
That's crazy, dude. All right.
Because he knows how to play the position.
So, specific to yesterday's game, we could talk about Bill and Debo and Luke. I thought Kinlaw and Payne were really good. Dorrance Armstrong is a relatively quiet dude having a monster season. He already has 5 sacks on the year,
Yes,
I believe.
yes.
Yeah.
But for me, Jaden, coming back, I was equally impressed by how you said it earlier. Like, after the fumble, we saw the offense we expected to see, where they had these nice long drives. They get the tempo they want. It's very controlled. It's very poised. I also thought Jaden did an excellent job of protecting himself in that game. You saw him slide. Yeah. You saw him kind of give himself up, go down. What can you say about the maturity of Jaden Daniels in what had to be a super emotional day being back in Southern California with a ton of friends and
Oh,
family.
he had a ton of family there.
Yeah, I think he actually showed us. We all saw it in real time. Yesterday that was my first time seeing him play like that, and you knew he was making a conscious effort not to do too much, and that's what you want from your quarterback. Man, we know how dynamic you are, and trust me, those teams respectfully have to respect him, knowing that how he can beat them with his legs, and that's what I saw too. Defensively, those guys say if you watch the tape like we did, leading up to that game. At times, they got to the quarterback before, and at times they sent a blitz in there, and they would get to the opposing team's quarterback. But for some odd reason, at home, against Jaden Daniels, who's just coming off a knee and hasn't played in 2 weeks, they didn't want to try him.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you have. That's the element that we have when you have a Jaden Daniels in your backfield as your quarterback leading the offense. Teams are going to view him differently, and they're going to send different packages knowing that we can't allow this guy to get upfield and use his legs. So I saw that immediately out the gate, that they wasn't going to try to, blitz him because they didn't want to get gashed, by a guy with his legs. And then after that first hit or two, Jaden was Jaden. When he changed them shoes, I said, uh-oh. He knows something. He feels something. And from there, you saw the guy, man. But what impressed me the most about him yesterday, that was the first game, and although he's been out for 2 weeks, but that was the first game Jaden threw the ball all over the field like he did last year. Like, we hadn't seen that as much in the other 2 games that he played in. But that game there, man, he was dealing them. He was throwing them up there, and those guys were going and snagging them.
And like you said yesterday, it was coming off of their hand rather fast, dog.
Well,
he had a little extra zip yesterday, dog.
Totally. I mean, Jaden completed passes to 7 different receivers.
Wow.
And there were 9 receivers targeted. So, like, to your point, Tanner, like, it's moving around. It's going to lots of different people. It's going intermediate. It's going deep. It's going short. Like, he must be a nightmare to try to defend. I'm guessing this happened early in your career, Santana, because you're drafted by the Jets and the Dolphins are a division opponent.
Yep.
What is it like that first time you go back home as a pro?
Oh, man, my first time was miserable because my first time was my first year, and I literally hadn't played a game in the NFL yet. My leg was put up the whole from preseason. I tore my lateral meniscus right before the first preseason game, and I got it repaired. And they told me it's going to take me 3 months to repair it. So I didn't even expect to play that year. And so when I started getting healthy, they was like, all right, we're going to make your debut against Miami. I'm like, what? Debut? I'm not even ready to play yet, So the guy who I was going into that game, I really didn't want to play, to tell you the truth, man. And it's crazy because I actually played in that game. I wasn't nowhere near myself. They tried to make me do so much, and I'm like, man, I could barely stand on his leg. And the next week I tore my quad. So that just goes to show you, man, how you got to let a guy, one of the things I learned about the NFL, man, they want it now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you look like you ready, don't get out there if you're not ready. That's why I always respect guys when they don't come to work. Nah, he ain't coming to work. He ain't coming to work for a reason. If he say he's injured or he's hurt, let that guy rest because they want it. If you're on that field, they want what you got. And I learned it the hard way, but at the same time, it was a valuable lesson because not saying that I wanted to be out there. They just saw me back out that doggone brace, and they thought I was ready to go. And lo and behold, I ended up tearing my quad, and I still had to play those next 4 games because now in my head, I'm not going to sit down again saying I'm injured. See what I'm saying? I'm like, screw this. I'm going to play with that quad. But get back into your answer. Get back to your question. When you're healthy and you can hey, I can go out there and do what I want to do. After that, every time I got a chance to play home, play against my team that I basically grew up watching, or play in front of my home crowd, man, I always look forward to it, man, because you just know you're going to have your fans there, you're going to have your family and friends there, and it's one of those moments, man. It's almost like a primetime game, even if it's not a primetime game.
Everyone's like, Terry has a quad injury. You say you tore your quad. What goes into that, and how do you come back from it? Like, I know if somebody he didn't have to get surgery, but you don't want to rip it either. So how long it takes to get back and be healthy?
Man, those things are tricky because I feel like I tore my hamstring almost every year, and if you have the right kind of doctor, on your staff that can take care of that, man, you can get back quick. But that quad is like, man, I felt like my quad was worse because it felt like every time I took a step, it was like a biting feeling, like it hit me, and man, you don't know how I feel, man, to be 21 years old trying to hide a quad injury, but telling them at the same time I need to get treatment for it. And so I could just imagine anybody going through anything like that. But that's what people fail to realize. When you're sitting home on your couch and you're worrying about a guy and talking about what he got going on, trust me, there's a lot of us go out there and play through some of those pains and you just don't know. But at the same time, I feel like there's guys that's wired like me and B and a Gary Clark that say, look, man, regardless if I'm 50, 60%, that's still better than your guy. You know what I mean? So I'm going to go out there and give you what I have. But there are certain guys, because you saw Terry do that last year. That's certain guys that if it's hurting to the point where I can't even be 50% of myself or either 75%, I'm not going to go out there and chance it. So, I respect a guy like Terry just knowing what he's meant to this team for so long. And, I see and I hear a lot of people giving him so much flack for the holdout situation and all that, man. But we know the game. We understand that, yes, he wasn't going to be ready to go out the gate because he wasn't out there with his guys. But don't put that on him and say this is that and that is this. Allow him to go through what he's going through. And trust me, Terry is Terry. He's going to give you what he got when you're ready to go. So I'm going to be ready for him when he's ready to go.
Absolutely. Tanner, thank you for making
Appreciate
time.
you, brother, man.
I know you didn't get much rest. These red eyes are tough.
Always, man. Y'all boys be.
All right, bro. Take care, man.
The great Santana Moss. Give him a follow on Instagram at 8229. I always enjoy talking to Santana.
Oh, yeah.
Just one calm, cool dude with a great perspective. We're going to keep these phone lines going. Jeff's song at 12:45. Lorenzo Neal joins us at 1 o'clock.
Mark Sanchez is facing a felony battery charge over the altercation between the former NFL quarterback and a 69-year-old truck driver early Saturday morning in Indianapolis. His attorneys have requested a motion to waive the initial hearing and set a pretrial conference, so that is now scheduled for November 4th. Marion County Prosecutor Ryan Mears announced the upgraded charge to a felony charge this morning. Sanchez could face 1 to 6 years in prison. Commanders football defeats the Chargers 27-10 behind Bill Krosky Merritt's 111 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns, and the return of Jaden Daniels, 231 through the air and a score. Tonight's Monday night matchup, Chiefs and Jacksonville at 7 on the Fan. Xavier Worthy will play. Baseball tonight, Dodgers at the Phillies. Dodgers up 1. That's a 6 p.m. first pitch. Cubs at Milwaukee. Brewers up 1. Virginia now number 19 in the latest top 25 with Ohio State at the top. Navy receives 4 votes on Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Toss it. Ham in the frying pan like spam. Damn, I feel like the son of Sam. General Electric and the lights are blinking. I'm thinking it's all over when I go out drinking. Oh, that's why I don't bleep. B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Time for the AAA poll of the day. Landfill's work here. Landfill's handiwork. The AAA poll of the day is brought to you by, who else? AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. Landville asks a relatively simple question today. What's the bigger deal? Jaden's return or Bill's breakout game? To me, this one's not close. Bill's game was awesome. He looked really good. He's looked good really throughout his rookie season. Franchise quarterbacks are a different conversation altogether. Like you can have a really exciting prospect in baseball come up and have a great first week, and that's great. But if you have Juan Soto come off the what do they call it now? Yeah, off the IL. That's the bigger deal. Jaden's return, poised, controlled, smart, both with the football and with his body. The reason this team has vaulted into playoff conversations, contender conversations, it's not solely because of Jaden, but he is the top of the list.
Yeah.
Bill seems like he could be a really good player, and it's exciting, but it's Jaden to me, and it's not particularly close.
Yeah.
The voters, interestingly enough, 61% say Jaden, 39% say Bill.
Right.
So about 60-40. Do you agree with me on the more important is Jaden?
Yeah, Jaden coming back, but I think Jaden on the field opens up a lot more for Bill than Bill on the field opening up for Jaden. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I just think that that's the main thing right there. But as it goes on, if Bill can be as effective as he was yesterday, now this offense will explode.
Totally.
Yeah.
Like if there is more of what Bill is doing, and you have, because if you remember last year in the second half of the year, they really couldn't run the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And some of that was O-line injuries started to stack up. Also, where are the Laramie Tunsil can't run block people now? I think the Laramie Tunsil can't run block. Javon Kinlaw's overpaid people. I think they like share a Venn diagram, but much like a bear, I think they hibernate when things are bad.
Yeah. They don't have nothing to talk about now. because they've been proven wrong.
Landville, where are you on what's the bigger deal, Jaden's return or Bill's breakout?
I think it's Bill's breakout.
Really?
You know, I didn't really have much doubt that Jaden would come back and that he would probably start playing well. And frankly, you know, I think Marcus Mariota played pretty well in his absence. But
I do too.
The Bill breakout, you know, if we can have consistently good performances from the running back, and if this is a team that can run the ball effectively with the running back, they couldn't do that last year. You know, they really, really struggled with that. Jaden was like the entire running game. If they can run it with running backs and then add in Jaden's rushing ability and, you know, throwing some like ridiculous passes like we saw to Luke McCaffrey yesterday, I think the offense could be legit good.
Mm-hmm.
They were legit good last year without it.
I just think like when I think defenses have to approach this team differently when Jaden's on the field.
Yep.
But
and that does open stuff up for the
agreeing
backs.
with Landfill, if Bill can do what he's doing, Jaden has to run less, which would also keep him from getting hurt.
You'd love, yeah. Let's check in with Kenny in Largo. Kenny, what was the bigger deal for you yesterday? Jaden's return or Bill's breakout?
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing today?
We're good, dude. How are you?
I'm good. Shoot, I'm gonna say I agree with Landfill. Bill breakout game because we already know what JD gonna come back and do. We already know what he's about. I was waiting for Bill. You know, his first time in y'all game. I was waiting for it. So, yeah, I think it's Bill, man.
All right, appreciate it, man. Thanks, Kenny.
Well, I got one more thing to say about that lame dude who called about Terry. Hey, bro, he hurt, bro.
I agree with you there for sure. He hurt, bro.
Yeah.
Lonnie is in North Carolina.
Diot. I'm going to call him Diot. You know what a Diot is? Idiot.
I like that. Lonnie, what was the bigger deal yesterday? Jaden returns, controls the offense, or Bill breaks out?
Man, I just got to say, what's going on, JP? What's up, B-Mitch?
What's up, brother?
Man, I just got one thing I would like to play for y'all, man, and it'll pretty much let you know how I feel, man.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you. There's a lot of sounds happening.
I love it.
Thank you. I like the idea,
yours.
Lonnie.
Yeah.
I like the idea. That was funny. Is that a song? What is that?
Mm-hmm. I like it.
Me too. If they can have a really good, steady run game, it'll really, really help. That much I absolutely agree with.
Totally.
Let's go to Anthony and Chantilly. What's up, Ant? What was the bigger deal yesterday? Jaden's return or Bill breaking out?
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thank you, man.
Definitely, for me, it was definitely Bill. I feel like we finally have some adults in the room in terms of a coach and a general manager that'll take care of your franchise quarterback. So if Jaden was back out there, it means he was ready and he was going to play well, which I'm glad to see that was the case. But Bill breaking out just opens up so much more for the offense. It gives them a different dynamic in terms of outside runs and speed options and things like that I don't think they had last year with the running backs in the room. So I'm just really excited to see the offense continue to grow and develop with Bill and with Jaden, just getting better, and with Terry when he comes back.
Thank you, buddy. A lot of votes, Bill, here.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. The callers aren't really reflective of the poll results thus far, but maybe people are going to start voting Bill. Alex, you're in Silver Spring, dude. What was the bigger deal yesterday? Jaden returning or Bill's breakout?
Bill. I want to say Bill. JMC fits the bill. Reason why is Jaden, we already know what we have there. With Bill, when they made the move, B-Rob going down 49ers, it was a question. It was divided. Like certain agreed, others didn't. I was one of the ones that agreed because I didn't see nothing. But anyways, I don't want to. You know what I'm saying? I hope it works out for him over there. And with Bill was that question, man. He a rookie. He don't know. They started just looking at his small guy. Same thing like what they said with Jaden. He's too little. He can't take a hit. Man, you can't. These scouts, man, they can't measure these dudes' hearts. That's something. That's something that they can't measure. These dudes got heart, and all they want is a shot, and that's what they got. And once they get that shot, they run with it. And thank you, 49ers camp, for taking B-Rob and giving us Samuel as well, Debo. We'll take 2 of those on Monday and 3 of those on a Friday. What you think, B-Mitch?
Hell yeah.
I like it. Good call,
I like
dude.
Debo.
All right. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate you, man. All right. When we come back, you're going to hear Jeff's song, which led to a victory. Jeff's L.A. Chargers might have said San Diego in there. We'll find out. Big win for Washington over the weekend. I am now tasked with doing a Crop Metcalf read, but I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm not really going to do the read. I'm just going to tell you how important Crop is for me. Folks know we got a bad situation at the house. We had a water issue. Very blessed to be able to stay at a friend's house for the short term. We found something else that I have to call Crop about this afternoon. Hopefully get a pipe replaced, get some PVC piping. They've taken such good care of me in my home. I recommend them for you and your home. And when it comes to Crop, listen, we're all hoping more games like yesterday for the Burgundy and Gold, more ups than downs.
Yep.
But sometimes it's not always going to be up. Sometimes you got to make sure everything is working at your house. I was looking at the weather. It's about to get cold and windy. These warm days with chilly nights, it's that time of year. Time to schedule a $99 heating and cooling check with my guys, the 5-star heating experts over at Crop Metcalf. My wife and I love them. They've been taking great care of us. Here's the deal. Now for just $99, a Crop Metcalf certified 5-star technician will inspect both your heating and cooling systems in one visit, making sure everything's running smoothly, efficiently, and ready for whatever Mother Nature throws at you. That means boost your system's performance, lower those damn energy bills, and catch the small issues before they turn into big ones that cost you a ton of money. Take it from me, a call to Crop is a small move now that could save you big when the temperatures really flip. Nobody wants their furnace going out in January. Get it checked now. That's the kind of headache nobody needs. Do yourself a favor. Do what I always do. Call 800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com to schedule your appointment today. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician.
I'm just a bill. Yes, I'm only a bill. And I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill. Well, it's a long, long journey to the capital city. It's a long, long wait while I'm sitting in committee. But I know I'll be a law someday. At least I hope and pray that I will. But today I am still just a bill.
Gee, Bill, you certainly have a lot of patience and courage.
Well, I got this far. When I started, I wasn't
I like it.
Bill. I was just an idea.
The Bill and Capitol Hill. Yeah, man. Schoolhouse Rock. Shout out to Schoolhouse Rock. Bill on Capitol Hill. I'm going to pull back the curtain here a hair. We were going to play Jeff's song now. Are we still going to play Jeff's song?
Yeah.
Do we know where Jeff is?
No.
Yeah, Jeff left.
Oh.
Jeff doesn't work. He comes and goes as he pleases. He told me he was going to be leaving at 1 today, and then he left at noon.
Shout out to Jeff. Listen, when you're a musician and you just make bangers, you get to march to your own drum.
I wish I could have the Jeff schedule.
You know how they talk about like bankers' hours? Jeff might as well be a banker.
He's not better than banker hours.
Better than banks.
All right, shout out to Jeff. This is the song he made for the Chargers game.
I ain't like that L. We gotta put a little more heart in it. I need to know where my dogs at. Do we still got some dogs on this team? Yeah, where my dogs at? Where my hustlers that's gon' go out there and ball at? When we score, who gon' go and get the ball back? I know we got them and we bout to south ball at. Yeah, where my dogs at? Where my hustlers that's gon' go out there and ball at? When we score, who gon' go and get the ball back? I know we got them and we bout to stop ball at. Watching the game, man, I was living. I rapped about the belt, but we the ones who got the whipping. I almost broke my TV cause the defense got the tripping. Number 1 on 3rd down, but it looked like easy picking. Now we're soaring to LA, marching it so fast. We gon' handle this electric like a Pepco guy. Said panic through the fan base and I don't know why. We can turn this thing around cause it's only week 5. But if we go and do it, man, we gotta get to it. Everything gotta click just to keep this thing moving. Couple fumbles and some picks, man, I swear that's the solution. Get the ball back to the O, man, I swear they gon' move it. It's the little things that count when you try and make a play. Cross your T's, dot your I's, and it's gonna come your way. You ain't gotta try hard, do your job, man, just play. And knock the lights out of California, ayy. Yeah, where my dogs at? Where my hustlers that's gon' go out there and ball at? When we score, who gon' go and get the ball back? I know we got them and we bout to south ball at. Yeah, where my dogs at? Where my hustlers that's gon' go out there and ball at? When we score, who gon' go and get the ball back? I know we got them and we bout to stop ball at. Like Big Bro Doc Walker say, where the canines at? Where the dogs at? You don't need the heart of a lion, you need the heart of Brian Mitchell. That's what we need to activate. Tap in. Yeah, where my dogs at? Yeah, where my dogs at?
Big Trill, who I believe is one of Jeff's producers. And I'm guessing he produced that song. He just tweeted me, he said, "We don't lose when I make these beats." Just saying. Shout out to Big Trill.
Trill, next time we get to play a song, we got to get you to come in because Jeff gone.
Ike Dog Landfill said, "Oh, you got to keep the Schoolhouse Rock Bill on Capitol Hill in the rotation."
But you know what, though? Bills on Capitol Hill don't move very fast. Our bill move fast, so
faster.
I think we would be discrediting them by calling a bill on Capitol Hill.
Way faster and more nimble. So it also, what's going to be a lot of fun, Wednesday night is the Caps season opener. Ready or not, hockey is here. It's going to be a blast. Really excited for Caps hockey. If you know me and B well, we watch, we go out. I watch a ton of Wiz games. I haven't gone to as many. I'll probably go to more this year because I'm unsure if I'm gonna have to work them like I was previously. But there's nothing like a Caps game. Wednesday night's going to be rocking. And right now, caller number 10, you win a pair of tickets to opening night for the Washington. Hold on, Landfill. How's that opening? I'm just going to read what it says. You win a pair of tickets to opening night for the Washington Capitals Friday, October 17th versus Minnesota. All fans in attendance will receive a rally towel for tickets and the complete Capitals schedule. Visit thefandc.com, courtesy of the Washington Capitals. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You get a pair of Caps tickets. I know the phones are going to light up for that. These, one, the prize pigs, but two, just I bet a lot of regular people want to go to the Caps. Caps games are a blast. They're doing the red carpet on Wednesday, which is always a really cool event. So if you don't win the tickets or you don't have tickets, you could just go hang out on F Street Wednesday night and see all the players when they roll up. I have worked Caps opening night now, I don't know, 2 or 3 years in a row, and it's a really, really cool event.
Oh, yeah.
So caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You win a pair of Caps tickets. I'm excited for hockey.
Yeah, me too. I like it. Physical.
Definitely physical.
Very physical.
You know what's funny is last year when I was traveling for the playoff games, we were down in Carolina, down in Raleigh, and obviously that series went the wrong way. But pregame, and this is like hours before pregame, I have to be there real early. And one of the equipment guys walks by and he's like, "B. Mitch and Finley." I was like, "Yeah, what's up?" He's like, "Man, we love listening to you guys." And we were like, "Thanks, man." We loved when B. Mitch talks about how physical hockey is.
I love it, dog.
I think you relate to that.
Hell yeah.
When we return,
that's how you find out who's real about something and who's not.
For sure. Lorenzo Neal will join the program. Nobody go anywhere.
This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. The latest this hour, Indianapolis Colts kicker Spencer Schrader suffered a season-ending knee injury Sunday. This was reported on the Pat McAfee show. In the NHL, Connor McDavid has agreed to a contract extension with the Edmonton Oilers. Mark Sanchez is facing a felony battery charge over the altercation between the former NFL quarterback and a 69-year-old truck driver early Saturday. Marion County prosecutor Ryan Mears announced the upgraded charge this morning. Sanchez will now be at a pretrial conference on November 4th. Commanders beat the Chargers 27-10. Bill Krosky-Merritt 111 on the ground and 2 touchdowns, and Jaden Daniels 231 through the air and a score. Daniels is the first QB in NFL history to rush for 1,000-plus yards within his first 20 career games. They'll take on the Bears Monday night. Tonight's a Monday night matchup, Chiefs against the Jaguars at 7 on the Fan. Chiefs receiver Xavier Worthy will play. Dodgers and Phillies at 6. Dodgers lead 1-0. Cubs at the Brewers at 9. And Milwaukee leads 1-0. Buy one, get one 40% off and get 0% APR for a full year. You get both from thewindowman.com. Alltrex windows, Monterey Storm windows, Provia doors all apply. Thewindowman.com. Select products only. Minimums and installation apply. Prior sales already quoted, projects excluded. See consultant for details. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
All I'm asking
is for a little respect when I get home.
Give it to me. RESPCT.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. We're really excited to jump on the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And talk with Lorenzo Neal, 16-year NFL veteran, whole bunch of Pro Bowls, playing for the San Diego.
That's an old dude, played that long.
Lorenzo, what's up, man? How are you?
What
hey,
up, bro?
Guys, I'm good. What's up, D Lover, man? It's good to jump on with you guys. I know you guys are happy. It's Monday, Victory Monday. Wouldn't have won that game, you guys would have been like, hey, it's low, Neil. Wouldn't have gave me any of those accolades, but you got the victory, so I'll take it.
Did you get a chance to check the game out, Lorenzo? And what did you think of it?
Yeah, you know what? I thought you had two teams equal match, and I'll tell you what, you know it, Brian, and I know it. We played this game for a long time. You can't turn the ball over and expect to win in the National Football League. You're going to lose in 7 out of 10 times, or probably even higher if you look at the numbers. The Chargers, they had a chance to put this game away, and you know it. Could have been early, could have been up 17 or possibly even 27-0. And because of turnovers, if you think about it, Quentin takes the catch, gets tackled on the 10-yard line, you're going in at least to score 3. So you're up, could have been up just right there, 13-0. Instead, you turned the ball over. You know, the Commanders go on a nice drive, control the clock, running, passing, throwing the ball. Debo, emergence of Debo Samuel's big game for him yesterday, and they scored. And then you had a chance to get right back in it and go for a block punt. You don't need to block the punt because you're going to get good field position anyway. And the Chargers get a touchdown on that, and because they roughed the kicker, you're talking about 14, 21-point game swing. You can't win in a National Football League, especially when you're the Chargers that's hurting offensively.
Were you surprised, Lorenzo, just that a Harbaugh team like that kind of beat themselves, at least in the first half, to let Washington get back in it? Washington, I think, in the second half really controlled things, but you had the roughing call, obviously the fumble, and then there was even that series of plays where it was like 2nd and 23, and they converted and got another penalty to make it 2nd and 28.
Yeah.
Yeah, those self-inflicted wounds that you know is just hard to overcome. I tell people all the time that if you can play, talent, you can have all the talent in the world. Talent will win you football games, no question. But you know what? Team wins you championships. You look at the New England Patriots. You look at a lot of teams. When you play team ball, you can win championships. The best athletes, the best athletes and talent doesn't necessarily acclimate to winning championships. So, yes, the Chargers, I'm very surprised for a Harbaugh team to beat itself because you could have put that game away or at least made the Commanders have to come and beat you being down by 21 points or even more. That is hard to overcome. Do they have the talent to do it with Jayden Daniels and the way that he can run and the things that he can do as a quarterback? The guy is unbelievable. But, yes, this Charger team, they have to go back to the drawing board and talk about how do we not self-implode if we're going to get what we need to get. And kudos to the Washington Commanders because they have struggled. They have shown, hey, the offensive line have played in spurts at times. Defense have given up some plays, allowed scores. But this team yesterday, they played good football for 4 quarters.
Hey, Lorenzo, the young kid, number 22, Bill Jacory Krosky-Merritt, didn't play college football last year because the NCAA screwed up something and took a year from him. So he went out and he practiced. And everybody here loves him. And yesterday, he showed what he's capable of. You saw him run the ball. What is it about his running style that you think makes him effective?
I don't think he takes big shots. When you watch him, his ability to avoid tackles, and also he can run through tackles, but he doesn't take the big shots. He gives you a part of his body. He keeps his feet moving. He can run through arm tackles. I like the way that he ran. I like the way that he ran with dominance. It was it was humbling for the Chargers because the Chargers, you guys know it, their defense has been playing lights out. This is a team that's one of the better defenses in the league, the Chargers, but we saw the success that the Commanders had running the ball and how they were able to pound the ball, and when they needed to close. That's hard to do. When you're playing against a team that know they have to get the ball or need to get a turnover, and the way that the Washington Commanders were able to close and line up and say, let's play big ball and bully you around, that says something about this team. This Commanders team, I'm telling you, they get healthy, you guys getting everything back, this is going to be a team to reckon with. They're going to be there when the dust settles. Offensively, they have the weapons. Their defense, I just don't know about you guys. Can be a little long in the tooth. I say it with tongue in cheek. But if you can be a little long in the tooth, and how are these guys going to play in November and December when it gets playoffs? Can the injury bug not plague? Or can these older players that you have, can you ask them to play 60, 70, 80 plays a game? I just don't know if that's going to hinder you guys later on at the end of the year.
It's going to be interesting, especially some of the vets they have. Dan Quinn does a really good job of trying to manage their workload during the week. Not a lot of practices for the veteran guys. But, yeah, I mean, it's a fair concern. We are talking with Lorenzo Neal, 16-year NFL fullback. You can hear him on 95.7 The Game. You can watch him on CSN Bay Area. You can follow him at Lorenzo Neal. Lorenzo, I'm curious, yesterday was the return of Jayden Daniels, right? Jayden missed the last 2 games with a knee injury. He was back on the field, started a little rough, but then settled in, and I thought looked quite good. What did you think of Jayden's play yesterday?
I wish Jayden would have decided to come back next week. Come on, man. I mean, I'm telling you right now, this guy's Superman without the cape. And here's the deal. I didn't know if he was going to have the sophomore slump. What was he going to do? How is this guy going to play? Is he going to have the ability to make things happen, you know, being a player of his stature? Because you've seen it so many times where you have a young guy that have some success 1 year, and then you get him the second year, 2, and year 3, and you see him fall off the cliff. And I just like the way that this guy's able to control the offense. Yes, he struggled early, but Jayden Daniels, guys, he is a game changer. This guy, I know if people say, Lorenzo, you're being crazy. I like him a lot. I'm willing to say if this guy is not injured and he stays healthy, he's a Hall of Fame type of quarterback. He's accurate. He can throw the ball. There's not a pass he can't throw. He can get out of harm's way with his legs and his ability. He knows how to read and go through a defense. I think he's just as athletic, probably more athletic than Mahomes of yesterday year. He's special.
He certainly is.
Yeah, he is.
And yesterday, what do you think was more important for Washington? Getting Jaden back out there, healthy, controlling the game, or kind of what looks like maybe the breakout of this young man, Bill Krosky-Merritt?
I think Crosby, I think when you look at what you guys have, when you say, hey, when you tell the quarterback, because we know that, Brian, we both played with guys that are just game managers, and we played with guys that are game changers. LaDainian Tomlinson, he was a game changer. You look at certain quarterbacks, you look at a guy like Brock Purdy, with the Niners. Is he a game changer? Is he a game manager? More of a game manager. You think about some of the quarterbacks around the league. There's game changers and the game managers. You guys have a game changer at the quarterback position, but now, do you want him to do that, Jaden, to throw 40, 50 times every single week, or do you want to make sure that you have balance? I think with the emergence of this young running back and the emergence of the way that he was able to run the ball, you take a lot of pressure. Now you can't play too deep and sit back and play two safeties, because when the team plays, when you go too deep, you're supposed to be able to run a team out of playing too deep. And by golly, you guys can do that with the way that you guys are running the ball and the way that the offensive line was able to get out. So now you're going to have to bring a safety down. Now you got single high. Now you're going to make defenses make a choice. Pick your poison. If you can stay balanced like that, when the dust clears, this team, I think they'll be that one of the teams that's going to be standing at the end of the year, and especially in NFC.
Yeah, I just believe like that running game will take it late in November, December. When you have a good running game, it does way more for you than just slinging it around the yard, especially since we play outside up here in Virginia.
No question, man. You can't play basketball. You cannot play basketball on the grass and win on a consistent basis. You saw it last year when you guys ran against a buzzsaw Philadelphia, when Jaden had to do everything and you put pressure, and it's like there's nowhere else to go. It's hard to ask the quarterback to do that week in and week out without any balance. So it'll be interesting. My Chargers, we took it on the chin. Been tough the last 2 weeks. You lost to the Giants, probably a horrible team. Should have never lost that game. But this game right here, you needed to win this game as a Charger. You had this game, or at least it appeared that early you started fast. You had a chance to really make this Washington, Commanders team dig themselves out of a huge hole instead of out of a small, shallow hole. You could have had them digging themselves out of a 10-foot pool, but instead you let them in the kiddie pool, and they were able to come out and race that 10-point lead.
Do you think losing the running back is midway through that game, did that affect them as well?
Oh, of course. Jamarian Hampton, this guy ran hard. He's physical. He knows he's a chain mover. He's a game changer. He showed the speed last week, a 60-yard touchdown. Not just him. Think about the running back you just lost from the Steelers that came over, look what he did for the Steelers the last several years. Guess what? He was on the Chargers, and he's no longer active. He's out for the year with the torn Achilles. So I'm going to tell you right now, and you lost your two tackles. I'm going to tell you, the Chargers had, they have two of the top, I would say top 5 and 6, top 10. Two of their tackles are the top 10 in the league. Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater. Mm-hmm. Those two are dominant and good tackles. So you lost those guys. So you think about this Charger team. You don't have your running backs, your first and second string running back. You don't have your two all-pro tackles. This is going to be tough sledding for the Chargers. And if they can't play mistake-free football or limit the amount of turnovers, and they can't protect Herbert, this team's in trouble for the remainder of the year.
Talking with Lorenzo Neal, 16-year NFL vet, made a bunch of Pro Bowls playing with the then San Diego Chargers. You can give Lorenzo a follow at Lorenzo Neal, and make sure to check out the Believe in Chargers podcast with Lorenzo. That game yesterday, it obviously swung on the turnovers when Quan Martin was able to force that fumble in the first half. But what did you make of the roughing the kicker penalty that also cost LA a touchdown? I mean, that was just a bad mental mistake, right?
And that's what we talked about earlier. This is a hardball team that prides itself on discipline and technique and discipline, same fundamental sound. You're taught to pull away, pull off. You're taught to you're not go through the kicker. And so you fall down, you rough the kicker, you change the momentum of the game. That's a 7-point swing. You're scoring. You just ran that punt back. So even if you don't come after him and just make him punt the ball, he's going to give you punt the ball at midfield. So still you set up a return. You score. That can't happen, especially when you're a team that's been decimated by your offense. If you can get big plays and be this, and that's why the guy that's sitting next to you, that's what he could do. He could change a game on a single punt return. And you know how big that is, especially when you got a struggling defense and a struggling offense, an offense that can't generate points because you're beat up front, don't have two of your starting tackles. And now, if B. Doc back in the day, if he can run one back, think about what that does for the team, what it does for the defense, what it does for the offense. It gives them rest. So that to me was bigger than the fumble by Q. Both caused the team points, but when you change a game special teams, it's very demoralizing.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that was kind of going forward. Let's zoom out and look across the league, Lorenzo. We saw both undefeated teams go down yesterday in the Eagles and the Bills last night. What do you make of those losses? And to you, who do you think are the best teams in the league? Is it still those two, even though they lost?
Well, it's interesting because it's just so much parity in the National Football League. You look at the two teams that won. Those are two teams that people don't think maybe even get in the playoffs. But you played against Vrabel. We know what kind of man and kind of person he is. He's got the Patriots playing a lot better. You look at Denver. Denver's a team that the Chargers beat, but the Sean Payton, how he has these guys and his team playing. So, they beat the Philadelphia Eagles. Philadelphia was going to lose a game. We know they're going to lose. They don't have the offense that they had last year. Their defense still can get after you. But it's going to be interesting just to see because I don't think there's a clear-cut team out there that just to say, okay, they're winning. You thought Buffalo? Because here's the thing. Buffalo offensively, after you look at Josh Allen, what he can do offensively, he can carry you never out of a game with Josh because he's just so big, he's so strong, and he can keep you in games. I don't think their defense is good, but I don't think that there's a clear-cut team that you can say, this team is winning a Super Bowl. This is the dominant team. You look at a team in Green Bay, I thought with the emergence of Michael Parsons because they can play great defense, but you saw them give up. They got ran through against Dallas and never seen that coming. But the Green Bay offensively, Jacobs, the way that I thought that they could run the ball, and I thought that Green Bay would have a better offense than they've shown. So I had Green Bay, and earlier I thought the Chargers were going to do something, but now I look at Baltimore. The Baltimore Ravens guys, to me, they're done. I don't care if they have Lamar Jackson. You watch the way their defense tackles, to watch how high they're playing. You can run the ball on them. It's not necessarily the offense. I just think that Baltimore is not who we think. And guys, who would have thought that we'd say, okay, the return of the Mac and the return of the Chiefs. Is the Chiefs going to make some noise now? Because right now, the AFC, they're getting a little hot. You look at the NFC, you look at the Commanders. I'm telling you, Jaden's healthy. And the defense, your defense continues to shore up. And now with the emergence of the running game, this is a team that's always going to be in football games because you can score at any time. You are explosive, and you guys don't have all your weapons. So it's the NFC and AFC guys. I don't think there's a clear cut who is the best and who is leading it. You can't necessarily say Detroit. I know people say, oh, well, is it Detroit? The way they're playing, I still don't have faith in Detroit. So it's just going to be interesting, guys. You're going to have to call me back, I guess, in 6 or 7 weeks, and we can see if anyone's starting to make any moves.
Yeah, what do you make of the Niners? I know that you watch them closely too, and their record is really good.
Bang Niner game. I watched that game against the Rams, and I tell you right now, I thought the Rams were was the best team in the NFL and the NFC. They should have beat Philadelphia. You don't get a block. You're up by 20 double digits, and you find a way to let Philadelphia come back in that game. So when you looked at the Rams and the way that Stafford is playing, throwing the ball around the park and who they were, I thought the Rams were the best team in the NFC, especially the NFC West. Just the way that they played and the way that they lost that game. But watching the Niners and the way that the Niners won that football game, I think that you have to say hold the press. And you say hold the press. But I think it's more alarming is to see what the Niners is able to do with Mac Jones. How about the emergence of Mac Jones, the way that this guy has played? He's playing complimentary football. He's not turning the ball over. He's throwing the ball downfield. He's playing within himself. Guys, you can't play Purdy over him right now. Purdy's got the turf toe. You have to say, Purdy, sit on the bench, Get the clipboard, and you're going to watch because Mac Jones, guys, he's carrying this team. He's been a game changer. He's got over 50-some starts. But the way that he's been playing lately, pretty legendary. Yeah, I thought the Niners, are they the best team in the NFC? No, but the way that they're able to win football games with this Niner team and Robert Saleh, what he's done for the defense, the merging of the San Francisco 49er defense, one word to describe it, legendary. But there's a team that we have to give some props to since you guys got me going around the league and you got me in my swag right now, got me in my zone. How about Daniel Jones from the Indianapolis Colts? Look what these guys throwing away for dead, resurrection their career. Indianapolis Colts, guys, they're in this thing too. They've been in every single football game, so we got to give those guys some kudos as well.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, the Danny Dimes thing is a lot of folks are kind of waiting to see if it's going to
gonna wake up here soon. I think he's having a great dream right now, Lorenzo.
He said he's going to wake up soon.
Yeah.
Don't wake me. I'm dreaming. see, you know about that one, brother.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think so. I think, but you got to look at that. How did we start this conversation? You guys talked about, hey, Jaden is a great quarterback, but you said, what about the running back? You guys are so pleased with the running back that they have.
Yep.
And you're talking about what you guys going to do. So flip the page. Before you say, don't wake Danny Dimes, he's dreaming. Think about what he's got as a running back. They got a pretty good runner there.
Taylor's a baller,
so if you can run the ball in the National Football League, you can win football games.
Lorenzo, do you miss seeing more fullbacks in the game?
Absolutely. I'm so disappointed, man. When I watch the game and the fullback don't have the fullback, B knows that if I would have been playing with him back today, I'd have told him, get on my hip and don't dip. Ask him what I could do. On Sunday, I came to do two things on Sunday, chew bubble gum and kick ass. And on Sunday, I was fresh out of bubble gum. Yes, I wish the fullback was back.
To that point, you played tough guy downhill football. What do you think of the tush push?
You know what? Stop it! It's cheating. And look at y'all. And B, I can't believe you. I can't believe y'all on that. Y'all okay? Just because y'all can't stop it, y'all want it out the game. B, I expect more from you. Come on.
I just think, listen, man. It's not a.
I want to hear.
The reason. This is what I'm saying. If they referee it properly, they are false starting and they're offside. They are offsides every damn play.
Like the neutral zone doesn't exist.
Yeah, they called them on it a couple times. Because that's the only thing. Listen, if you can't stop the play, whatever. But you can't let them line up in the neutral zone. You're not going to let the defense get in the neutral zone.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
It's a huge advantage. If you get them in 4th and 1 or 4th and 2, it's almost nonstop because you got guys picking up guys and going to push them. Everyone's on the ground. They're going to push them over the pile to make the first down. So it is hard, especially inside of 1 yard. It's virtually impossible to stop. But guess what? We've seen it stopped by other teams. But just one team that everyone's saying that needs to be stopped, and that is, the Philadelphia Eagles. They seem like they're the ones that mastered it because teams that tried to push guys just don't have the success that they're having.
Yeah.
Hey, Lorenzo, this was a lot of fun, man. Thank you for making time with us, dude. Really appreciate it.
No worries. Anything from my man. Cheers, guys. Be
All right,
blessed.
bro. Take care, man.
Take care. That's Lorenzo Neal, 16-year NFL veteran. Where are the fullbacks at? Get more fullbacks on the field.
Lorenzo would break helmets, dog.
Dude, he was listed at 5'11", 255.
Bro, he would kill people out there. Dudes that won't run up on him. I'm telling you that.
Well, like when Schottenheimer took over that Chargers team and they became tough, Neal was a huge part of that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Really enjoyed talking with Lorenzo Neal. Give him a follow at Lorenzo Neal. Check out the Believe in Chargers podcast. Another thing I really enjoy is my garage door. You've heard me talk about it at length. We're all hoping that the Burgundy and Gold have more ups than downs, but if your garage door is struggling to go up and down, that's where Door Pro America can help you. Maybe just a busted spring, or maybe it's just making too much noise. Whatever it is, maybe you need a new garage door, new install like I did, or just some maintenance. Hit up Door Pro America. It's one of the smartest home improvements we've ever made at my house. Listen, with all the damage and all the contractors I got going in and out of my house, having the MyQ app is such a huge asset because I don't have to be there to let somebody in. I don't have to leave keys under the mat. I can just open the garage door. They go in through the basement. Lord knows we got a lot of work to do in my basement. Seriously, hit up Door Pro America right now. You can get $60 off any repair or a full tune-up for just $89. Plus, they're offering Door Pro Advantage memberships, which includes annual maintenance to keep everything on track. Do what I did. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Or you can visit doorproamerica.com. Be sure to tell them JP Finley sent you.
This update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Fox NFL analyst Mark Sanchez is facing a felony battery charge over the altercation between the former NFL quarterback and a 69-year-old truck driver. Dan Quinn will talk to the media later this afternoon after the win over the Chargers. Chiefs and Jaguars are tonight's Monday night matchup. You can hear the live play-by-play beginning at 7 with the pregame show here on The Fan. Chiefs receiver Xavier Worthy will play in the game. Colts kicker Spencer Schrader is out for the season because of a knee injury suffered in the game against the Raiders. Connor McDavid has agreed to a contract extension with the Oilers. If your office setup is looking like a busted play, call the pros at PVI Office Furniture. They'll come to you to help design a game plan that actually works. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Score big when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Riding on the wall.
Shout outs to Stevie. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Been talking about the Commanders for 3.5 hours. I do want to run around the league because it was a very interesting weekend in the NFL. Weirdly, one of the biggest stories this weekend was not about football. It was about Mark Sanchez.
It's about football.
Yeah, I mean, because he
Football
was
player.
It's
It took a quick turn, Jay.
Dude.
When I first saw it, I was like, damn. Because, like, we just saw, like, a week or two ago, the backup quarterback of the Steelers got jumped in Dublin.
Yeah.
When I saw that, I'm like, damn, I wonder what happened. And they were like, oh, it happened in the morning. So I'm thinking, in the morning? I'm thinking like the morning I just woke up. Well, they call it 12:30 in the morning. 12:30 is not in the morning. I know it's the new day, but that's not in the morning. That's at night. That's at the freaks come out at night time. That's not in the morning.
Agreed.
And then when you hear the details, you go, what the hell was he doing? So I don't know, man. Like somebody told me last night that wasn't alcohol. I said bad salts or something like that.
Yeah. I don't know what is going on there. It is bizarre, to say the least.
Very.
I hope that the dude is okay because he looks terrible in the pictures that have been released.
Yeah. I think I described it pretty well.
What's that?
Mark Sanchez got drunk, fought a dude, got stabbed, went to prison.
I don't know if he was just drunk though, Lanford. That whole ordeal seems to be more than just drunk.
Yeah, I think we don't know enough. Now they're saying it's a felony.
Yeah,
like 1 to 5 years. Good luck, dude. I don't know what's going on there. I hope everybody involved is okay. Big news. 3 games yesterday really stood out to me. The Ravens got their ass kicked.
Yep.
The Ravens are now 1-4. Seems like Lamar, I don't know, they were saying week to week, right? So he missed 1 game.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you on the Ravens, B?
Man, it doesn't seem good. With Lamar being hurt and Derrick Henry wasn't running the ball effectively, and turning over the ball, but the defense don't seem to be able to stop nobody.
Nobody.
So I don't know. I don't know exactly what's going on with them. I know everyone is just blaming Zach Orr. The players eventually going to take some ownership of this thing, right?
Think so. I mean, they got smoked.
That they did.
Because we were scrambling around and we were, working the late game, you kind of are a little bit aware of the early games.
Mm-hmm.
But I caught a TV near the third quarter in that, and I was like, damn.
Bruh, it was never, it never looked like they had a chance to even come back and do anything.
What is a more real statement? The Colts are now 4-1.
Mm-hmm.
Colts demolished the Raiders yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Are the Colts more real or the Ravens more frauds?
I don't know if they're frauds. I just think that their defense is not good.
Defensively, for all the talk of a Super Bowl contender,
What we've always done is give their front office so much credit. Do they have everything they need defensively to be what they used to be as a defense?
Not the used to be of Ray Lewis is so far gone.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Even after Ray Lewis, they still were.
Yeah,
they were still tough defensively. Not right now. It doesn't seem like that.
Which team that had a big road win yesterday do you buy more? Denver goes to Philly, scores 18 unanswered to win the game. Broncos beat the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
New England goes to Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
Tight game throughout. Drake May was on fire in the second half of that game, made some really impressive throws. Denver wins 21-17 in Philly. New England wins 23-20 in Buffalo. Which of those two are you buying more of?
I will buy.
Both are now 3-2.
They're both 3-2. See,
Bo Nix look good too. So it's not.
Yeah, Bo Nix look good, but I think the Eagles have more internal strife, just like they did last year. They got it fixed last year. They already have stuff starting to happen this year where that problem is not going completely, I think. You look at Buffalo, they went into that game, they were stumbling the whole game. And I think they got a little full of themselves. And I believe that Buffalo can get back on track. I think the Eagles got something brewing right now that may implode.
A.J. Brown?
It was him and Devontae, but Devontae got fed yesterday. So Devontae may back off. See, he never says anything. But words start popping out that he's disappointed as well. But A.J. doesn't stay quiet.
Well, what's funny is he does stay quiet, and then he just subtweets people on social media, which I think is kind of lame. Did you see? Did you see the attempted? Wasn't quite a Hail Mary because they were at the 30 or 40 yard line. But Devontae was going up for the ball, and A.J. Brown basically tackled him for it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that play?
Nah.
You need to, because it was.
Hey, you already got too many damn receptions.
Here, I'm gonna show it to you.
That's what it seems like. You got too many receptions already. Go ahead.
Look at this. So that's Devontae going up for it, and that's A.J. Brown behind him. Look, going up for it in position.
Oh, he was trying to go get the ball.
Yeah, but through his own guy.
Yeah, but he was still trying to jump and go get the ball. That right there, I don't see. I thought he had pulled him back. But he was still reaching his hands for the ball. But I'm just saying, man, they got some stuff brewing right there.
That was always my thing with the Eagles is they had such a talented roster. But, remember, through 5 games last year, Philly was loading up. Philly Sports Radio fired Nick Sirianni. Sirianni argued with a fan on the sideline, then brought his kid into the presser as a human shield.
Yeah.
That was a year ago today.
Yeah.
The new offensive coordinator is not Kellen Moore. I think we know that much.
Mm-hmm.
Still a loaded team. I'm not counting the Eagles out by any stretch, but
Yep.
it is. They got stuff brewing there.
They do.
Did you see Arizona dude, did you ever in your football playing life?
I get in the end zone first.
Would that have ever been like a consideration?
Nah, but see, this is the problem. This is the problem with sports today.
That's been going on a while, not just today.
It's more a problem with sports today.
Deshaun Jackson did it.
He did
Cal.
it. He did it, and he saw it. People see that. Everybody want to be cool. You know what I'm saying? They got to do the little thing. BS. Get your ass in the end zone. Didn't do what the hell you want to do. Dropping the ball at the goal line and all that, trying to be smooth. Nah, it's just stupid. 100% stupid.
I mean, 100% stupid for sure. Here's what we got to do. We got to make some bets. We got some football on tonight. Fired up. Should be Chiefs-Jags is an interesting game. And I fear I'm going to have to land on a side that I don't have a ton of faith in. There is a system pick.
You taking the Jags?
We'll find out next. It's B. Mitchell.
Be careful. Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Video of Mark Sanchez trying to walk away after getting stabbed is on the internet.
Let me just tell people something real quick.
Yes.
Don't do nothing and act like, oh, I wasn't found. I didn't do it. Cameras connect everything. The dude in New York, remember that? Middle of the night. Middle of the morning, early morning, shoot somebody. They had when they started talking, they knew who he was already. They had cameras all over, and all these cameras have facial recognition. So be careful, people. That's all I'm going to tell you.
We got to make some bets. Also, tomorrow, you know what? I'm gonna listen to Big Bro for once. About to say something I have to do tomorrow. I'm gonna keep it to myself. I'll tell you about it off air. Landfill, eat it. I gave Landfill $1, B.
Mm-hmm.
He asked me for 75. I gave him $1.
$1. So you need 74 more.
That's why I had B punch you.
What are you gonna do with
Take
that
it from the
$1?
person that's closest to you.
Yeah, White Brian, give Landfill $74.
Yeah, can I get $74?
I don't have $74 to give you.
That I believe. My man bets 20 cents. His standard unit is 20 cents. B, I gave Landfill $1. He's holding it now. And White Brian said you could buy half a donut. Donuts cost $2 now.
They don't sell half of donuts, people. Just so y'all know that. Nobody gonna let you come in there. Yeah, give me half of that donut. They're gonna let you buy no damn half a donut.
Let me get one rib. Let's make some bets.
Gather around, gather around.
Before we get our bets in, I'd like to congratulate Brian and I. Last year after the Arizona game, when we came straight to work on the red eye, we both were falling asleep during commercial breaks.
Oh, it was a different ball game.
We had also been out there for a week.
Yeah.
And maybe had enjoyed ourselves.
We indulged at a different level. Say it like that.
The LA game was not like that. We were both running around doing all sorts of work. But we didn't fall asleep today, B. Shout out to you.
I'm going to fall asleep after the show's over.
I'm going to 4, then I'm going to soccer practice, then I'm going to bed.
You're gonna be falling asleep at soccer practice.
I may try to sneak a little car nap in before soccer practice starts. But then you realize, like, man, I hope everybody realizes, like, I'm a dad of one of the kids and I'm not just some dude sleeping in a car next to
Well, they should know your car by now.
next
Jay.
to an elementary school. Yeah, no, I think I'll be Gucci.
Yeah, you'll be all right.
What do we like tonight, boys? Big
Give me
game.
the Chiefs, -3.5.
I'm also taking the Chiefs. I just can't bet on the Jaguars. Can't do it.
We got baseball tonight, White Brian.
Yeah, Cubs, Brewers, and then Phillies, Dodgers.
Phillies are in trouble, huh?
Yeah, can't really lose today.
I mean, it happened fast for the Phils. That's a bad. If you're a Philly fan and the Phillies choke it away, Penn State loses to freaking UCLA, and then the Eagles lose yesterday with a, whatever it was, 17-3 lead in the second half. Yeesh. Some angry people in Philadelphia. That's not a group of people you really want to be that angry.
They're always angry.
That's a fair point. It's a fair point. I said whiz wit. White Brian, what are you taking tonight?
Brenton Strange touchdown.
Who?
White Brian's into Strange.
Who is Brenton Strange?
Tight end on the Jaguars.
Oh, Lord.
So, White Brian, confirm you're into Strange.
Tonight, sure.
Whoa!
Rose, you ready?
White Brian's coming home with a mask on. Dodgers are up 1-0 on the Phils. Brewers are up 1-0 on the Cubs. Yankees might be cooked. Landfill, you worried about your Yankees? Los Yankees?
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, it's 2-0. That happened fast. What I'm doing now, since we talked about just a bill on Capitol Hill earlier, I'm trying to filibuster so that I don't actually have to say what I'm going to say.
Don't say it.
Did Jeffrey tell us his pick tonight?
Nah, he gets an L.
That's
he gets an L. He got an L square.
Yeah, that's an L. That
But
might be
saying
a
he was
loss
leaving at
tomorrow
1, he
also.
left an hour early. He gets 2 L's.
All right, I'm going to do it. I have to do it. Jags are at home, Monday Night Football, getting 3.5. Give me the 3.5. I know. It's a part of my life, B. It's part of who I am. I can't go against the fabric of my own being.
Well, you want to try it sometimes, dog.
It wouldn't hurt.
It'll help you out a lot.
It might help me out. Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. Thank you to Santana Moss for joining us.
Man.
Thank you to Lorenzo Neal for joining us.
Santa and I went to this restaurant in L.A. called Fixin's.
Is that the brunch you went to?
Bruh.
How long were you at this restaurant?
I went there at 10, and Tana met me at 12, and we left at 4. Landfill, I had catfish, red beans and rice. I had gumbo. I had fried pork chops. I forgot that they had oxtails. I would have had that too. And we probably stayed till 5:30 that time.
Something tells me maybe a cocktail or two?
Yeah, I had more food than I did cocktails, though.
That's a lot of food.
The food was outstanding, dude.
There you go. Check out Fixin's. Thank you to everybody that called today. It was a really fun show. Commanders are 3-2. We're a week away from Monday Night Football. That will be juicy. Grant and Danny coming your way next. The boys are fired up in there. Saw the Stallion looking goofy as ever. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Fox NFL analyst Mark Sanchez is facing a felony battery charge over the altercation between the former NFL quarterback and a 69-year-old truck driver early Saturday in Indianapolis. The Commanders beat the Chargers 27-10 this weekend. Down 10-0, they rally for the victory. Commanders host Chicago Bears next Monday night. Tonight's matchup, Chiefs against Jacksonville at 7 on the Fan. Xavier Worthy is going to play for the Chiefs. Colts kicker Spencer Schrader's out for the season because of a knee injury against the Raiders. Connor McDavid has agreed to a new contract extension with the Edmonton Oilers. The Bruins are going to retire number 33 ex-captain Zdeno Chara in January. Baseball playoffs tonight, LA Dodgers up 1-0 at Philly at 6. Cubs at Milwaukee, Brewers up 1-0 at 9. The Washington Wizards will celebrate alum John Wall with a special celebration during the season, according to the team. Washington Spirit beat San Diego 2-1. Ohio State leads AP Top 25 with Miami, Oregon, Ole Miss, and Texas A&M in the top 5. Virginia's at 19 and Navy receiving 4 votes. Buy one, get one 40% off and get 0% APR for a full year. You get both from thewindowman.com. Alltrex Windows, Monterey Storm Windows, and Provia Doors all apply. Thewindowman.com. Select products only. Minimums and installation apply. Prior sales already quoted. Projects excluded. See consultant for details. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome in on a Victory Monday. It's Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders went out to L.A. and got a much-needed victory over the Chargers, 27-10, down 10-0. They scored 27 unanswered points to get their first road win of the season. As we welcome you in, we should let you know that at 4 o'clock today, we're giving away tickets to see My Chemical Romance at Nationals Park this weekend, right here on Grant and Danny. That's 2 hours from now if you want to win those tickets. And Jay Gruden, former head coach in town, will be on the show with a film breakdown of what he saw from the big 17-point road victory. Jay stops by at 5 o'clock today on the Fan. Danny, this was the Bill game. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who joins us tomorrow at 5 p.m., his first 100-yard game. He was magnificent. And this was the putting to bed of any conversation about Jaden Daniels' knee game. He went back home to California, and as the game went on, he got better and better. I thought he was great in the second half. Looked like Jaden Daniels of a year ago, and Washington got the win they needed.
Yeah, as the game progressed, Jaden Daniels, he's back. No worries. Thank you so much. My fears are at ease. Knee brace, no knee brace, I don't care. He's awesome. He's wonderful. You saw it. He got his sea legs underneath him. I thought it would take a couple of weeks of playing. It took a half of playing, and then he got going. I mean, to me, the story of this one, you mentioned things that are correct. I'm not disputing any of the facts that you just laid out. They're down 10-0. The Chargers are just jogging down the field, taking their sweet-ass time, hitting open receivers, running the offense, doing the thing on a collision course with 17-0. This was on a 16-yard pass, by the way. Everybody's open. Justin Herbert started 12 for 14 in the game. Just over 100 yards. There was a negative play in there, but, you know, a couple of bits of pressure, it didn't matter. Everyone was open all the time. The fumble. The Quan Martin big hit forces the fumble. Marshawn Lattimore, a couple of guys, frankly, that have been maligned by me and a lot of the folks in the fan base who have not played particularly well, Lattimore especially, recovers the fumble. Next thing you know, you got a football game. 27 unanswered after that. There's another turnover there where they responded to Bill's fumble, which we'll talk about as the show goes. But that moment changed that game. And you don't know if it's a LeVar Arrington interception against Carolina that turned their season around. I have no idea if it's a season turner. I know that was a game turner, and now they're 3-2, and that was the moment where everything turned.
Yeah, that some days you look back and you go, what was the turning point of the game? And there's 2 or 3 you can debate. That was pretty clearly the moment that changed the whole day. The specifics were that the Chargers, as you said, were up 10-0. There was 8 minutes and 53 seconds left in the second quarter, and they were about to have a 1st and 10 from the Washington 22. in plus territory. So even if you run 3 plays, the drive stalls, you kick a field goal there, and let's say you go up 13-0, the Commanders are getting the ball back down 13 with somewhere around 5 and change, 6 minutes left in the half, still having done almost nothing on offense. But instead of 17-0, because they go on to score, or let's just call it what it would have been, 10-0, 1st and 10 at the mouth of the red zone, with Herbert at that point having been 10 of 12 for 94 yards and a touchdown. You get the football, and you go down the field, and you score a touchdown on the ensuing drive. They immediately commit to the running game, and they get going, and they go get points. And so instead of 17-0, it's 10-7. Really an amazing sequence for Washington. I want to give credit, too, on that play to Trey Amos. Big-time hustle, kind of coming from the backside, chasing down the play. He was in trail, and he was running as hard as he could to get over there. And I don't know if he had anything to do with the fumble, but he's also punching at the arm as the ball's coming out with the Quan Martin forced fumble and the Marshawn Lattimore recovery. But I thought that was really, really big. And then 3 plays after that, because the Commanders, it's not like they right away went down the field.
They were still self-sabotaging, still doing the normal, we don't have our feet underneath us.
3rd and 16, I thought, was massive
Huge.
As well.
Yep.
On 2nd and 11, right before that, they get a look they want, I think, if you're Cliff Kingsbury, with Jalen Lane crossing a couple windows. And for some reason, I thought Daniels early in the game, hadn't played in a couple of weeks. Obviously, the first 2 games he played were not at the level of last year. We've talked a lot about that. But I thought at the very beginning of this game, timid might not be the right word, but he had to see it open, was kind of a little more hesitant than he was at times last year, and as he was as the game went on. But on that 2nd of 11, Brady actually points it out, where he's open, he's open. He throws him too late, and he throws it wide of him, and Lane can't make the catch. The next play, because there was a penalty in between, was a 3rd and 16, and Daniels rips a seam ball into Jalen Lane in a really tight window. Lane makes a great catch, taking on contact, kind of a body catch, gets knocked to the ground. Better throw than catch, but both are good. And you get a first down. You need 16 on 3rd, and you get 16 against one of the best defenses in the league. Such a low percentage play, Danny. How often do you convert that? That gets them going, and now you go on to score on that drive. Shortly thereafter, Daniels had this awesome play where he gets away from pressure, and instead of trying to run like he had earlier in the game, he kind of flips his eyes upfield and finds Deebo Samuel wide open and throws downfield to him for a big chunk. And then that's when they go back-to-back for the final 24 yards of the drive, 9 and 15 respectively, to Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt for the first of 2 walk-in touchdowns where he was not touched in this game. I thought they blocked really well for him. There have been games where he's getting hit in the backfield and he's still getting yards. He had more yards before contact than he's had at any point this season, one of the highest totals of any back in the league. I think right around 59 yards before contact in this game, including both of the touchdowns where he never got touched.
And he's got that, a couple of the things that they talk about, Football Insiders do, where he gets skinny going through holes at times. There's the verb that I use for his running style when he's going, there's a slither to it. It's got a little Le'Veon Bell, little Alvin Kamara to it, where he's kind of skating almost, right? Where he's able to, to get skinny and go sideways. Then when it's explode time, he does it as good as anybody. I mean, you mentioned it. The step up to get the linebackers to freeze before you can bounce it outside. And it's not like attention everyone, signaling left. I'm not moving outside now. There's a burst there where they're still flat-footed, and he is able to jog in because of it. He's moving after contact. I mean, a splendid game for him. I mean, he was awesome in that one. The fumble, when he comes on tomorrow, we'll ask him about it. That was a tough play because they had momentum at that moment. Credit to the defense, Johnny Newton for getting a paw on the football to cause the turnover on the other end. But that was a potential catastrophic moment. But this felt like last year where negative thing happens, that's fine. You just sort of swat it away like it's not a big deal. The swim move will go right past it. Something good's happening again because we got Jaden Daniels back, and now the magic's on our side.
How about Johnny Newton with the sack and the tip on the interception? Couple of huge plays for the second-round pick. Luke McCaffrey makes a 50-yard diving catch in this game. The concentration on that play was unbelievable. Great throw from Daniels. Let's start with that. That ball was in the air for 57 yards. You can't throw. It was thrown perfectly, and it takes an unbelievable catch. But when you got a defender draped around you, like Dante Jackson was on Luke McCaffrey, that's what it takes.
Like everything about that play was great. Great coverage.
Yeah.
Great job staying with McCaffrey. Unbelievable, on McCaffrey's part. I don't know how he hauled that thing in with,
I don't
with
either.
Jackson all over him. The ball couldn't have been stopped. Time couldn't have been paused, and he couldn't have walked it out there and placed it better. Just out of the reach of the defender, in the reach of McCaffrey.
Yeah, but that was kind of the theme of the day. When they needed a young guy to do something and step up, they didn't get a ton of opportunities, but you had the 3rd and 16 conversion for Lane. You had the 50-yard catch for Luke McCaffrey. Tay Martin ran through a couple tackles on his lone catch for 9 yards to set up a first down. Defensively, we saw more Jordan McGee than we've seen at any point. He made a really nice play in the backfield for a TFL on the goal line.
Mm-hmm.
He had a blitz at one point where he was shot out of a cannon. Looked like Bobby Wagner, but with more speed. And he just came downhill and flushed Justin Herbert into some bodies and for a sack on the play, even though he didn't get it. I think it was the Newton sack, maybe. And he also, in space at one point, on a throw to the flat, sound familiar, came flying across the formation to get his hand on a foot. And it would have been a much bigger play. It was still like a 6 or 7 yard catch, but he made a tackle that I don't know that their other linebackers can make in terms of the speed at the second level. So you saw him flashing like a strobe light. I thought overall, like that contribution that you got in these spurts, these moments from some of their younger, lesser experienced guys, and the star of the day, obviously being their rookie 7th round pick, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, makes you feel pretty good for this team that is the oldest in the league and considered problematic for its age. There were some really significant contributions turned in by the kids.
Without a doubt. And you don't win this game without it. I mean, the combo, finally, of, that pass rush getting home, Dorrance Armstrong had another couple sacks, Von Miller in on a couple, ended up credited with 1.5. Johnny Newton got his sack, as you mentioned. That was pivotal, but some of the pressure that you knew was going to, or you hoped you knew, was going to be available with this beat-up makeshift offensive line that even lost some more guys during the game, and that's what has to happen.
How bad is the Chargers line?
It's horrendous. And it got worse when, guys are shuttling in and out this past weekend, too.
So that was the other thing. They start the game with backups at 3 positions. They finish the game with third stringers at a couple positions. So this was a blood in the water. Someone's got to be a shark.
It has to happen.
It just needs to. And to their credit, it did. I think 10 quarterback hits. Herbert, who I came away blown away by. I mean, his arm talent is elite. Special. And how many times did he do something that got erased by the terribleness around him? There was quite literally, this is the symbolic element that I'm talking about. In the middle of the third quarter, the Chargers are down 17-10 with the ball. And you go, if they could just not shoot themselves in the foot, they're probably going to go tie the game, unfortunately. Because I don't know about you, I didn't have a ton of confidence, as well as the defense was playing in the plays they were making, that they were going to defend on the back end.
No.
And Herbert wasn't, if they just bought time or moved the pocket or whatever, that he wasn't going to be able to find somebody. So they sack him, and it's a 2nd and 19. He gets a 24-yard completion. There's never been a worse team over the last couple of weeks than what Washington's been on 2nd and a mile. 19 yards needed on 2nd down. They gave up 24 yards. There's a penalty on the play. Hold. So now it's 2nd and 29, and you go, okay, finally. You got the break you needed. The drive's over. Then they get 31 yards on 2nd and 29. Again, I've never seen anything like this with what they give up on 2nd and long. But don't worry. There was a penalty on that play, too, because one of
illegal formation
backup linemen wasn't where he was supposed to be, I think, on the line of scrimmage or whatever. And so now that on 3rd and, I think it was 33 after that or something, they just handed the ball off and said, we're just going to go home.
Which I wouldn't have done, by the way. I would have tried it again because everybody's open and you had a completion both times.
The problem was they were almost in the end zone.
Well, there's that, yeah.
So if you hold in the end zone, which they're going to do, or something terrible happens, now it's potential safety. So you just had to basically live to fight another day. But yeah, that was one of those sequences where it's probably more bad Chargers than good Washington. But so be it. Accept the gift and make it work.
Well,
and
speaking
Washington
of that,
did.
How about a punt return for a touchdown? That was a touchdown, except something that the guy didn't have to do. I mean, I know he's going out for the punt block, but it seems there was a punt return on as well. And if you just don't do that, if you pull up or do anything else, that's a touchdown that would probably have changed that game.
So yeah, here's that end of half sequence because I agree with you. I think the Quan Martin forced fumble is what changed the whole game. Instead of the 17-0 discrepancy that they were staring down the barrel of, as we talked about, you get the ball back, you finally get your offense going, you quell their momentum and get some of your own, and it's a 3-point game. But the end of the half told the whole story of the day, I thought. So just to go through that sequence, Washington makes a stop and gets the ball back with 1:35 to go in the half. It's a 1st and 10 from their own 7-yard line. I loved being aggressive there because you've got timeouts, and you've got Jaden Daniels. So you might as well see if he could scramble, if they're playing man and you're running some deeper routes, if he could go get 10, 12, slide, get out of bounds, whatever, you could pick up some chunks on the ground. Well, on 1st and 10 from the 7 with 1:35 to go in the half, Daniels gets what he's looking for. Ertz is open middle of the field. He sails him. He misses him. So now it's a 2nd and 10 from the 7, but only 3 seconds went off the clock. 1:32 to go. Again, I have no problem there trying to throw the football because he stopped the clock. All the same things are still true. He takes a sack, and they lose 5 yards there. And so, with about 1:25 to go in the half, the Chargers, before a 3rd and 15, could have called a timeout and didn't. Did not understand that. Not sure what Jim Harbaugh was doing. But they elect to have Washington run the clock down to 40 seconds or whatever and to run their 3rd and 15 play. And so Washington, on 3rd and 15 from the 2, here's where I did have an issue, Danny. I think that's got to be a run. Because if you run it there, then you force the Chargers to either decide they're going into the half and not trying to get the ball back at midfield or whatever, which they wouldn't have done, or at least burn their final timeout to make their final drive a little harder.
Or even like an option pass or something short and simple and easy, but they were trying to get the chunk.
They were, absolutely. Yeah. And they thought they could get more than 15 against one of the better defenses in the league on 3rd and 15, which sounds crazy, but they did get a 3rd and 16, as we talked about earlier in the half, to Jalen Lane, so maybe they saw something they liked. I just think when you're at your own 2-yard line, catastrophe can happen there. And so I would have just run the football straight ahead, gotten 2 yards, and punted on 4th and 13 with a little more space for Tress. They didn't do that. On that 3rd and 15, has anyone seen how close that was to a sack fumble in the end zone? The edge coming from the backside of Jaden Daniels, off of the right side of the defense, left side of the offense, is within, 10 inches from swatting the ball out of Daniels' hand on that incompletion on 3rd and 15. Have you noticed that?
I didn't in real time.
I posted it at Grant H. Paulson if you want to go look. But it is a near sack fumble. At best a safety, at worst a touchdown for the Chargers. Game of inches, right? No harm, no foul. 4th and 15, incomplete. You get to punt. Now you punt, and Ladd McConkey returns at 57 yards for a touchdown. But wait, instead of the 17-17 scoreboard, as you said, you rough the punter. Washington converts a 4th and 15 with a 15-yard penalty on the nose. And the next play is the 50-yarder to McCaffrey, which was 57 yards in the air, perfectly thrown with Jackson wrapped around him. And then the next play, I think a throwaway out of bounds. And then one after that, he hits Debo on that deep over. That was beautiful. And the time he had on that play, the pass pro, both on the 50-yarder, that takes forever to develop. Same with, Debo comes from the right side of the formation, like a deep corner to the left, basically, all the way across the field, has nothing but time. So everybody did their job, and they're able to kick the field goal, and it's 10-10 going to the half. When we just saw the scoreboard say 16-7.
A 10-point swing right there. And again, it's not one of those kind of penalties where the hold on the kick return or the punt return allowed the touchdown, where you go, well, they screwed up or they cheated. That had nothing to do with the play. The punt is out of Tressway's hands, so to speak. It's off his foot, and 1/1000, then your roughing happens. The blocking, the execution, the McConkey return, the great play that he makes has nothing to do with that play. So it's not one of those Washington actually did everything right and the other team cheated. They didn't really do anything. That was the other team messing up.
It's good fortune though.
Yeah,
it happens sometimes. The Chargers got one of their touchdowns after Mikey Sanders inexplicably jumps off sides
right up on that
on a 4th and 5 field goal attempt. That seems inexplicable, unforgivable, terrible. Now I will say, in Mikey's defense, 2nd straight game with an interception that he was able to haul in at the goal line. And if he cost you 4 points on the opening drive, he got you 6 back or whatever that would have been, right?
He's a +2.
So, overall
hockey style,
in the game, I think you'll take that. And for a team that has been struggling to get takeaways, he's got 2 of the 3 on the season and 2 of the 3 in the last couple of weeks. But overall, I guess, we can go through some of those plays in the first half that were good fortune or bad Chargers or whatever. It needs to be said, as the game went on, this was good Washington. Jaden Daniels looked like he did last year.
Once that door opened, they sprinted through it and everyone got to go.
And they just started knocking people down like the tag in a tag team match in WWE where you're like, give me the tag, give me the tag, give me the tag. And you're like dying in the middle of the ring and you're trying to get over there. As soon as basically they got their feet under them at 10-10, they just started cleaning house and throwing everybody out of the ring in the Rumble. And I think Daniels' play was a big part of that. When's the last time this team could run the ball this effectively? They are gashing people. And Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who will be on the show tomorrow at 5 p.m. for Tuesdays with Bill, he's a big part of this, but it doesn't really matter who it is. Like, there is so much room. They are kicking people's butt in the run game up front. And one other guy we haven't really mentioned that we should. Remember when everyone said Deebo Samuel was washed? Remember when
I do remember that.
The story in minicamp was how fat he looked or slow he looked or something stupid. I don't remember what people were saying. I don't play body language games. I don't play when you're jogging at practice, what it looks like you are games. But 8 for 96 and a touchdown. Nobody else on a day without Terry McLaurin had more than 2 targets. He had 11. This passing game goes through Deebo. And that's a good thing because he is a heck of a football player.
It's a great fit. And, the touchdown late, that was just, everything about it was perfect. Daniels moving against the blitz, bought himself just enough time. Couldn't have walked it over there better. Just perfect. Samuel toe tap in the corner. It felt right.
Here's a topic for another day. Put a pin in this one, Darius. I remember a few times during the Terry McLaurin standoff saying, you can't pay Deebo after not paying Terry because Deebo's going to be a little bit older. Your whole point with McLaurin is age. The way they use Deebo and how important he is to this offense, I think they're going to pay Deebo after not paying Terry. So saddle up for that. But that's another topic for another day, and we don't need to cover it on the Monday after a 27-10 win over the Chargers. Let's go game balls to the best, gassers to the worst next. What impressed you? What disappointed you about the performance? And what players should be singled out positively, negatively, otherwise? 800-636-1067. It is a Victory Monday on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders improved to 3-2 with their win over the Chargers yesterday, 27-10. Jaden Daniels back on the field for Washington, went 15-26, 231 through the air and a touchdown, as well as 8 carries for 39 yards. With his performance yesterday, became the first player in NFL history with 4,000 passing yards and 1,000 rushing yards in his first 20 career games. Also, Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, 14 carries, 111 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground, as well as 2 catches and 39 yards through the air for 150 total yards. Monday Night Football tonight, Chiefs and Jaguars coming up at 8:15. You can hear the game right here on the Fan, coverage beginning at 7 o'clock. MLB baseball tonight, playoffs, Dodgers and Phillies, game 2, 6 o'clock. Dodgers lead the series 1-0. Cubs and Brewers, game 2 at 9 o'clock. The Brewers lead that series 1-0. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Nobody deserves it more. Herbert pressured again, slings it, it's caught by Johnston, and now the ball is loose. Washington recovers. Johnston had it, and then he fumbled it, and the Commanders get a big break as Marshawn Lattimore comes up with it.
Kevin Burkhardt on America's Game of the Week on Fox with Tom Brady. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders scored 27 unanswered from the mid-second quarter on, and they beat the Chargers 27-10 in L.A. A happy homecoming for Jaden Daniels. Deebo Samuel, the star of the show in the passing game. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt goes for $150 all-purpose out of the backfield. He'll be on the show tomorrow at 5. Today at 5, we've got Jay Gruden to break down the tape for us. And remember, we've got those tickets to My Chemical Romance coming up in 90 minutes at 4 o'clock. It is time, Danny, to give out some game balls to the best and some gassers to the worst.
What's his name? Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. You know what would be a good idea? And I mean this. A weekly radio hit. Hear me out. You and me talk to Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt every week. Would that be a good idea? Would that be something that people might be interested in? What a game for the young fella. I know the fumble happened, but so did a whole bunch of other productive stuff. He was powerful. He was quick. He displayed vision. He displayed burst. He caught the ball out of the backfield. Pets' heads are falling off. He was awesome. 2 tutties.
Cliff Kingsbury thought he was really, really good. They had another wildcat look where Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, based on backfield motion, kind of comes to his side and gets behind the center, and Daniels gets behind him, and then they've got Deebo in motion, and it looks like they're going to go like triple option or something wacky, and it just turns into Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt barreling downhill for a bunch of yards. They do so many different things, eye candy stuff, unique wrinkles in the run game off of stuff they've done the week earlier or earlier in the game. Cliff is just constantly in his bag. They ran option in this game for a 3rd and 1 that worked beautifully to get a first down. They had another play they did not. I'm going to have to find this because it's one of those things, I don't know how many people noticed it, but it was the thing that I always want teams to do. They had a designed run for Jaden off the right side, and then Deebo on the sideline just kind of comes back a couple of yards, and he's waiting for like one of these thrown laterals, like a rugby play, where Jaden, as he, if there's nothing there, almost like an option, could just sling it out to the field to Deebo, and then he could catch the ball and barrel downhill. Put that one in your back pocket, because that's coming back at some point. There's just these little things, right? It's a really good defense you're playing. I thought having a designed run on the second play of the game was also tremendous. And the reason why was, number one, it shows everybody we're not worried about this knee, so settle down. But secondly, the Chargers have done a terrible job defending quarterback runs all year, and you show that right as soon as you get off the bus, you're showing that to say, you better account for this guy because he can run today. I think it helps your traditional running game with Krosky-Merritt. I think it helps your passing game to get Jaden going. He ran for 40 yards in the game, about 5 a pop. Cliff had a great day.
Deebo. Oh, bleep, Deebo coming. My God, is he awesome. I love Deebo Samuel. I was thrilled with the transaction. That's a great move. I would give up another 5th rounder if they asked me. I'd do it right now, sight unseen. 8 for 96 and a touchdown, a long of 22. He is not a deep threat. He is not a take the top off the defense guy. Everything short of that, though, he is a weapon. Even if he's not getting the football, he demands attention. That level of skill and power and toughness, and Cliff Kingsbury's doing the right thing where you just invent ways to get good guys the football. Like, too many offensive coordinators have been going, well, he lines up outside. I don't know what else to do because they're doubling him. You don't do that. You do what Kingsbury does with Deebo Samuel. It's a different way every time. It requires a lot of the player, but a guy with that skill set can do it, and he is doing it for this offense. He is the engine.
Matt Gay has made 8 consecutive field goals. He's now 9 of 12 on the season. Bobby Wagner, 14 tackles. In the box, traditionally kind of between the tackles, getting people on the ground, not asked to do a lot in space. Better plan, better execution, and getting him into areas where he can thrive. And I thought he did really, really well. Quan Martin, forced fumble, changed the world. From 10-0, could have been 17-0 to 10-7. Without you, where are the Washington Commanders today? Mikey Sanderstil, back-to-back weeks with an interception. 2 straight weeks where you've noticed Mikey Sanderstil making a huge play. He was headed for a gasser. In fact, I'll give him a quick gasser. On special teams, Mikey Sanderstil jumping off sides. But the net balance was positive in the game, and I'll do one more. How in the hell did Luke McCaffrey catch that pass? 50-yard deep post with a guy literally tackling him as he's catching it. Concentration, I guess, is the answer. That was an incredible play.
This idiot, this jackass, this bloviating, self-important, red-cheeked loser on the radio thought that the Chargers would dominate Washington and said as much. That guy's stupid. And you tell him I said so. Randy Duya, I think the idiot's name is. Gasser for that guy.
Jalen Lane, 3rd and 16, small window. I think receivers who barely get opportunities can be likened into somewhat analogous to hitters that never get to play or get at bats. I actually think it's a lot harder when you're just kind of throwing 1 or 2 footballs.
Great analogy. Right on, yep.
You don't get to get in rhythm. You don't get to really feel the game and the flow of things. It's 2 targets basically a week right now for guys like Luke and Lane, and you're just supposed to make the play when you get the chance or everyone hates your guts and thinks you can't play. What a catch by Jalen Lane. And in a big-time spot to get the boys going.
Dorrance Armstrong. Okay, Dorrance Armstrong. Go ahead and have 2 more sacks, buddy. Is that 5 through 5 games? How about a couple career highs on the horizon for Dorrance Armstrong? Continuing his hotness. Dorrance Armstrong hot right now, coming from the postseason, carrying it over to right now. That dude is balling.
I'll split a game ball, Von Miller and Jacob Martin, because they split sacks constantly. Von Miller, much better game or more noticeable game. I'm a little bit salty, Danny, because I called a 2-sack Von Miller game.
You did call that.
I didn't get it.
No.
I got a 1.5 sack game because he got gypped out of a half
I think you need to give credit for that.
I don't get any credit. I said he would.
Who decides? Can we decide?
Well, the stat box. The stat box?
Yeah.
What's the stat box?
It's the box of stats.
Okay. The stat box decides, and it says he did not have 2 sacks. I said he would have 2. He had 1.5.
Yeah.
By the way, Jacob Martin's my guy. He likes to skateboard and listen to Avril Lavigne, and they just wear trucker hats that are camo.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot going on there. Yeah. Baggy jeans, Jinkos or something. That guy is cool, but he's also a good football player. When they signed him, I'm looking at his stat box from his career, with the Bears and 11 other teams in 6 years, and I'm like, yeah, this guy won't make the team. Jacob Martin can play. I like watching him as a pass rusher. He is a hustle double in waiting.
Listen, it's not your fault that you're Chris Moore. It's not the plan. It was never going to be the plan. It's not supposed to be the plan. It shouldn't be happening. It's the Reed Dowdy corollary. You don't blame Reed Dowdy for being Reed Dowdy. When Jaden does the magical thing and he turns badness into greatness.
That's probably his best play of the day.
And but it's not like he threw it badly. He put it just right there. It's in those hands. Touchdown is so important. Those touchdowns are so important. It's the most important thing. It's that football. You got to hold that football. When he puts it there, you got to hold it. Not a remarkable catch, not a game changer, not a how did he come down with that one, guys? Let's go to the replay. It's right there. That's for a touchdown. It's the most important thing you can do on the field. It's the number one thing, and it's your job, and he did it for you. Just catch the ball, man. That's what I got.
What that play was, have you ever, you've left your car somewhere, okay, overnight, maybe just trying to be responsible or whatever. And so the next morning, you need your buddy to help you get back to your car, okay? Jaden Daniels drove to your house. You got in his car. He drove you to the vehicle 27 miles away. You get there, you get out, you didn't bring your keys. Daniels did everything. He put in so much work. He helped you so much. All you have to do is bring your keys. Just accept this.
Just make a little house.
Wonderful gift that I'm giving you.
Just like pretend that you're going to get some water from a faucet. Okay, put your hands together, cup those hands, and then just go right there, and the ball's going to hit you right there.
Yeah, that was a great play. I also loved. He made a really, really good throw to Debo. It was like a moon ball on the goal line where he was trying to throw a touchdown, and it was like a broken up play. He was so well covered. I'm like, there's no chance this is going to be a score, and it almost was because Daniels made a great throw. There were a few of those in the game where you go, he deserved a little better on that play. The shades of the Bengals play at the end of the game, making a play very few quarterbacks can make on the road to put a team away with the 4th and 7 call, which was awesome. That was great coaching, by the way. 4th down, you either go for that, and if you don't get it, they've got to go basically 92 yards or whatever, down by 10. Or you could kick it and make it 13, but no.
Because it's a 2-score game regardless.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So let's just go for it, see if we score here. If you don't, then they got to go further with less time. So that I just thought it was really smart, rare that you see that kind of thinking, but they did all the right things there. Let's go to the phones. Mark is in Landover Hills on Grant and Danny. What's up, Mark?
Top of the day to you, gentlemen. Great show.
Buddy.
Hey, my gasser has got to be for Cliff Kingsbury, the offensive line and tight ends and wide receivers, and the blocking schemes and situating Bill to perform at a high level for the team and himself, and showing people once again that the guys with their hands in the dirt, that's where the games are won and lost, fellas. Those guys in the trenches, man. And I know you got other people calling. Hey, you guys make sure.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, the O-line. I think he said Gasser. He probably meant game ball.
I think he's going game ball there.
But the O-line I thought was sensational.
That'd be tough to make them run a lap after.
He's like, everybody that blocks so well for all the running holes and Merritt and everybody.
They dominated the line of scrimmage. Go run a lap.
That group was good.
Bargov and Gaithersburg, you're on G&D. Game ball and Gasser.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Only Gasser, Chris Moore, for obvious reasons. I want to give kudos to the coaching staff. Both coordinators were seeing the matrix slowed down, really conducting the orchestra in a zone. Defense proved to be a smart buy low distressed asset after the Falcons in the first quarter of this game, so shout out to them for bouncing back. We need that pass rush and the opportunistic turnovers. That's really crucial for us.
And they had it in this game.
That's right.
Pass rush in spades, A+ effort there, and you got 2 takeaways for the first time all season. We're going to talk in the 4 o'clock hour about the defense. Did they turn a corner? Do you feel better about them? How much of this was them figuring some things out? How much was just taking advantage of a horrific Chargers, injury-riddled offensive front that's not really NFL caliber when you played them yesterday? Not who you play, but when you play them kind of thing. We'll get into that coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. But I know this, after the performance in Atlanta, to have a 10-point game defensively where you don't allow a point in the last 3 quarters. I mean, the Chargers scored 3 points with a field goal from 55 at 2:57 to go in the first. From that point on, they didn't score again. And I think you would have gotten odds to become rich today on that, on a sports book somewhere, if you would have bet it. Did they solve something on the road? They had started terribly in their first 2 games, and then in this game, it was an equally as bad start when they were down 10-0 and the Chargers were driving. Did they figure something out in that regard moving forward after getting their first road win? We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny.
McCluskey, Merritt has a wall. He is in. Touchdown, Commanders.
That was one of two Bill touchdowns yesterday. Looking forward to chatting with him at 5 tomorrow. We've got Jay Gruden at 5 today, and My Chemical Romance tickets at 4 o'clock that will be given away. Busy week for your boys out and about. So here's the deal. Caps fans, Wednesday, leading up to puck drop on a brand new season, it'll be a Caps-heavy, football-heavy show. We're going to double dip, but we're going to be in D.C., at City Tap House, where we've had some great crowds and a lot of energy.
Love that place, man.
Before Caps games, the food is incredible, the environment's awesome, and it's in the shadows of Capital One Arena, right outside the building. So we're going over there again on Wednesday. We were there for the Ovi watch, basically.
Mm-hmm.
As he was getting closer and closer to Gretzky's record, we were doing a lot of shows over there, and Caps fans were coming out in droves. So we're going to be over there live from 2 to 6:30 on Wednesday, ahead of the kickoff of a brand new Caps season on Wednesday night against the Bruins. And then we do have a Friday field trip this week at Char Bar. We were just there a couple weeks ago. This is a beautiful new restaurant and bar at the brand new JW Marriott out in Reston. And this bar is incredible.
I cannot say enough good things about it. Like, I can't. It is, first of all, it's gorgeous.
I know you're excited to get back out there.
Well, I'm saying this in a good way.
Because there's like 2 things left on the menu that you didn't eat.
That I didn't have yet.
And my guess is that you're going to polish those off.
I didn't eat the cheeseburger last time, which is what's coming. But I'm saying this in a good way. When I first set foot in there, I feel like I shouldn't be there. Does that make sense? I go, this place is amazing. Are you sure you want me? Like, are you sure that old Randy Nouillet is welcome here? It is awesome. The food is incredible. The bar's right there. The staff is world class. That place rules. Can't wait.
Wednesday, Caps fans, City Tap House in D.C. If you're going to the game, rocking your red, come on by before you go over to the arena. We'll be there all show long, 2 to 6:30. And then Friday, back out in Reston at the JW Marriott, we will be hanging out at Char Bar, which is just a beautiful, beautiful new power lunch spot out there, which is very, very cool. All right, did they fix their problems on the road? I guess that's one of my questions. It's odd to say no after you win 27-10 against the Rams, but part of the problem I've had with their road games, Danny, in Green Bay, you saw this. In Atlanta, you saw this. And then we forget, but you definitely saw it for a quarter and a half or so yesterday. The lifeless starts, the energyless beginnings, the sluggish offensive performances in the opening drives yesterday, and defensively having no answers, coming out and giving up drives and points and some bad penalties to extend drives. I mean, these are themes that have now taken place in not 1 or 2, but 3 road games to start. Because of how they responded, they got punched in the mouth and they tasted blood and they swallowed it and they punched back and they won that bout. No doubt about it. So I feel better about the reaction, and maybe like they figured something out, they solved it, because we saw them play a half of football to end this game, outscoring their opponent 17-0 yesterday. That makes you think on the road maybe they found a way to make their game portable. But I am still worried about road starts.
I am too.
They're in Dallas in 2 weeks. Why would I be confident that they just come out and jump on the Cowboys? They haven't done it yet.
No, they haven't. And I think that's okay. A day after a win, nobody wants to hear anything but how awesome everything is, right? But as you know, on this show, we'll say we're right, we're wrong, etc. We try to call balls and strikes. They were a couple of miscues from the Chargers and a 50-50 proposition, which is a forced fumble. Sometimes you get it back, sometimes you don't. Away from it being 17-0 or a punt return for a touchdown had nothing to do with their effort.
You're
right?
on your way to getting blown out.
Yeah, the other team was way better than you to start the game through the middle of the second quarter. Then you turned it on. Then you were the better team, and you mud stomped them. You deserve credit for that. The Chargers opened the door, and Washington stormed through it. They won the game. They deserved to win the game. I got no problem taking that win. It's not one of those like, man, I got out of there somehow. No. They were the better team. They won it. But they didn't start that way. They started off easily the second best team. Think about Herbert was, even though he was harassed, there was still some pressure. If he got the pass off, dudes were open. Wide open Chargers. Catching and running. And Keenan Allen is bounding through your secondary like a gazelle. That guy who's 1 million years old and was barely used in Chicago. That guy looked like a 25-year-old Keenan Allen. They were crushing Washington in that way. And once the turnovers happened, or once some of the bad plays by the Chargers started to mount, Washington turned the tide, got all the momentum, then got their feet underneath them. So I'm hoping that's the beginning of, hey, we're capable of that. Let's just start the game that way. But no, given the most recent sample, I don't know that their quote-unquote road woes are solved.
I would agree with that. I think there's a chance that, in fact, they are not. And that is something that, they're going to have to continue to put a focus on and an emphasis on, finding a way to start faster. Dan Quinn, in his press conference yesterday, suggested that going out there when they did, which was Thursday, to have their Friday practice ended up being really helpful. And he thanked Josh Harris. I think that was code word for spending the extra money to be out there longer and do what they had to do to get set up for a Friday practice. He said it was their best Friday practice of the year. And it sounded like he knew they were going to play really well in LA based on being out there for that Friday workout. Normally, teams do their Friday practice at their facility, and then they fly afterwards, cross-country, Friday evening. They land, they meet Friday night, they do a Saturday walkthrough. That's not what they did. And he thought it was actually a big factor for them that they were out there, they got that practice in. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's talk Jaden Daniels next. What did we think, and can we finally put the knee conversation to bed after his strong performance? We'll do that next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. In the NFL, the Commanders beat the Chargers yesterday 27-10 to improve to 3-2. Jaden Daniels back under center, went 15-26 for 231 passing yards and a touchdown, as well as 8 carries for 39 yards. With the performance yesterday, becomes the first player in NFL history through his first 20 career games to have 4,000 passing yards and 1,000 rushing yards. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, Bill on the day, 14 carries, 111 yards, and 2 touchdowns, as well as 2 catches for 39 yards. Tonight, Monday Night Football, Chiefs and Jaguars at 8:15. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Injuries around the NFL. Patriots running back Antonio Gibson is out for the season with a torn ACL that he suffered last night. And Colts kicker Spencer Schrader is going to be out for the season with a knee injury. Baseball playoffs going on. Dodgers and Phillies, Game 2, 6 o'clock tonight. The Dodgers lead that series 1-0. Cubs and Brewers, Game 2. That's at 9 o'clock first pitch. You can hear, or the Brewers lead that series 1-0. ALDS, Yankees and Blue Jays, Tigers and Mariners, both Game 3s tomorrow. The Yankees and Blue Jays are tied at a game apiece. Tigers and Mariners, the Tigers lead that series 2-0. Excuse me, that one's tied 1-1. When your system's under pressure and about to get sacked, call Foley Mechanical, the pros for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
At least run out the half without giving it back. Here's Daniels. Lets one fly. Going deep. Luke McCaffrey. Oh! He's got it! Oh, what a catch! We've got another flag, though, so let's wait and see. Oh, my goodness. Luke McCaffrey.
That was the Fox telecast. Jaden Daniels throwing a 57-yard in the air. 50-yard completion to Luke McCaffrey, home run ball that couldn't have been dropped in any better. Welcome back, Grant and Danny. On The Fan, we are sponsored by the law firm Condori and Murad Estate Planning, Elder Law, Real Estate Transactions, Probate Administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. I was texting with our buddy Wasim from Condori and Murad last night. He was sending me some of the details on our travel plans for Kansas City.
Oh, here we go.
We are getting ready for a late October Monday night football game at Arrowhead Stadium against the Chiefs. Now, I'm going to pre-warn Danny, okay, because I can see this already. Darius, I need you to hear what I'm about to say. This is a pre-warning. I'm telling you exactly what's going to happen. I've never been to a game at Arrowhead, but I've been to a bunch of games at Kauffman Stadium. It's the same parking lot, same complex. Getting in and out's the same. I talked to my buddy who covers the Chiefs about this week, especially for a primetime game. Leaving that stadium is one of the worst traffic situations in the entire sport, okay? So there's really no way around it. The only benefit is that for 1 o'clock or 4 o'clock games, people just go back out to the parking lot in like the tailgating capital of the NFL, and they just keep guzzling down ribs and beer or whatever it is and watch some football games. This is a Monday night game, so that's not going to be happening.
Oof.
So we're either kind of sitting around in the stadium or we're in the car. So I just want it known. I'm putting it all out there so that Danny's not just doing whatever thing you plan on doing as we're in traffic, leaving there, where you're complaining and rolling your eyes and angry. Maybe we could do some sleeping, Danny. Maybe I don't know what else you could do.
What else could I do? Yeah.
Other than it's just going to be so much worse when you're just complaining the entire time.
Other than complaining about the situation.
But the guy told me yesterday, who goes to all the Chief games, leaving a primetime game, bank on 90 minutes of traffic to get out of the parking lot. Basically, something like that. So I just need you to know that going in. And I don't know what kind of adjustment you can make to help all of our sanity, but just start preparing yourself. That's all. I'm giving you 3 weeks heads up for this.
Yeah, so you're borrowing from my southern cousin. I just want to pre-warn y'all, Danny's going to be in the red. Like, that's what it is.
Now, it's going to be about midnight, 12:30, 1 in the morning, as we're fighting to get out of there.
Oh, man.
Is it better if we make you drive so that you're engaged and have to deal with that?
No, that's worse.
Should you sit in the back seat and you're just on quiet terms.
Put me on timeout. You can't.
Darius, how
You
bad
can't have me drive.
is it going to be leaving that stadium? If it's a 2-hour situation right after a Monday night loss to the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, if Danny's just sitting there making snide comments the whole time.
It'll definitely... what's the word I'm going to look for?
Sting more?
Sure, let's go with sting more. Yeah, it's going to be a lot. I can definitely see some insufferably
Yeah, it's a quick shout out to Danny in traffic. Just wear that, bathe in it, suck on it. Obviously, just we put it on you guys, and so just sit in the parking lot right now and listen to this post game.
But look, it could be a win. Jaden could have
Sure,
just had a
yes.
banner night like he did against the Bengals. We could just rewatch the game on my phone, watch all the highlights of Debo touchdowns and Bill ripping big runs off against Spags' defense, and we leave there and everybody's happy. Plus, if we do this right, we're going to have a heck of a tailgate situation. Oh, I guess we're not probably because we're doing a pregame show. We're on the radio. Depending on where we're at, maybe we could do a little tailgating when we get to the stadium if we have enough time. But yeah, we'll do radio. Then we'll get to the game. Apparently getting to the game not nearly as bad as leaving the game because everyone gets there so early. This is an all-day affair for Chiefs fans. But yeah, so you think about being at the game, enjoying ourselves, watching football. The rest of it's going to be really, really fun. I just need you to get into the right headspace, however long that takes you, for all of the traffic leaving at about 12:31 a.m. in the morning.
Man. Whew, okay. That's good morning. It's a little over a month away now, right? Give or take. Is it more than a month? Less than a month?
Way less than a month. It's this month.
It's a few weeks.
It's the 6th of this month. Yeah, we're 3 football weeks away. Right? Like we're 3 weekends. Yeah. Oh, it's today. It's actually 3 weeks from today.
Yep.
It's exactly what it is.
Because today's Monday.
Monday Night Football in 3 weeks. By the way, the Commanders play Monday Night Football, then don't play Monday Night Football, then play Monday Night Football.
And they do it again.
2 times in 3 weeks. They are hosting the Bears. Then they have a Sunday game in Dallas. Then they're back on Monday night at Arrowhead Stadium against the Chiefs.
Oh, and that Sunday game in Dallas is just America's game of the week at 4:25. That's all.
So a little national TV coming up for the lads. They got a stretch here that's going to determine how we feel about them going into the second half of the season.
Seriously.
But anyway, so just putting that on your radar.
Okay.
That's all I'm doing.
That's good.
Can we put to bed all conversations about Jaden Daniels' knee and the knee brace? Those should be over, right? After yesterday?
For me, 100%. I mean, I was concerned, and if you want to yell at me for being concerned, that's fine. If you want to make fun of me for being concerned, that's fine. I was here, man, just like a lot of you guys were, when my quarterback that was very athletic, I was told to not worry about the knee brace. I don't do that. I don't do the don't worry about that thing when my quarterback, who is so splendid and so wonderful and a gift to us, is wearing a knee brace because everything's not that quite okay, right? I mean, you don't wear knee braces where everything's fine. You wear knee braces because something happened. And when I'm told to not worry about it, and you told me about that he was fine last year when his rib was broken, you lost your credibility with me, and that's fine. You don't have to worry about that. You're going to do the thing that you think is best. But I was going to be concerned. I'm not now. I saw the thing I needed to see. He looked like himself. He was explosive. He was quick. He was smooth. He was powerful, throwing the football, could step in. There were a couple of moments where I'm going, oh, my God, why are you taking that hit? And even once when Tom Brady scolded him on the telecast where he cut back inside and probably fought for an extra yard or two. Cool that you got the extra yard. Thank you, but please don't expose yourself to that kind of hit where you're getting held up and someone else comes in and cleans your clock. Just go down, please. Stay away from everybody. But in general, thought he protected himself and was good to go.
Apparently, Tom Brady had a lengthy discussion with him this week about protecting himself.
Is that right?
We said it on the telecast like 5 times, which I find interesting, by the way, because, well, for 2 reasons. One, I thought Tom Brady didn't have this insider access to players to build relationships as an owner who runs free agency for the Raiders. It's kind of curious, right? Oh, wait, of course he has that inside access. Stop yelling at me that he doesn't. That's number 1. And number 2, Jaden actually, I thought, did a much better job heeding some of the advice from one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. There were a couple of plays, to your point, and that's going to happen, by the way, especially when you're scrambling and it's not a designed run. There are just times where if you're running in the middle of the field or between the numbers, you're going to take a hit. There's going to be awkward, precarious ways where your body's contorted when you take shots. And it's what's happened when he's gotten hurt last year with the broken rib and this year with, whatever happened in that knee that cost him 3 weeks and a couple of games. But I thought that calling the designed run on the second play was awesome. I talked earlier about why I loved it, setting up Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt in the running game and some other things that they did. But didn't that just tell you right then and there they have zero reservation?
No, it did. I hated the specific call, like a QB power play towards the middle of the field. He's running behind the left guard after like a little counter action. But the idea, the concept of letting him run just to, I don't know if it's to set fans' minds at ease, but just to let the defense know, hey, we're going to be here, right? This is not a compromise type guy. Would have loved a read option look or something different, but beggars can't be choosers. But yes, the concept of that, to let you know, no, this is still a threat, by the way. You have to account for this. I thought that was smart.
And the way he moved on that play also said, this guy is perfectly fine. I know he lost yards. He got picked up and slammed, basically. It didn't work. But you saw the explosive first step. You saw that twitch of, because it was one of the most sudden quarterback design draws, carries, runs, whatever you're going to call it, out of the gun that we've seen in a couple years, where the second he got the snap, they've got the puller coming, and he's getting behind to try to go slam the football, off tackle, basically. And again, play didn't work, but I just thought that one snap, it was the second play of the game, everything I needed to see. We just don't get to see that in practice. That's not something they're going to show when the media's out there, when the cameras are rolling. But right then and there you go, okay, Jayden Daniels is fine. So that's kind of when I put it to bed. Now, he slipped all over the place at the beginning of the game, and he ended up changing his cleats. They mentioned on the broadcast, Silent Reporter said he had to go to cleats. He was wearing new cleats that he'd never worn before. I'd like him to never wear those again.
Now we know. Don't do that ever again.
Whatever those cleats were, let's just wear those pregame, but not during the game.
Let's have a ceremony where we burn them.
He could keep them if he wants. Maybe he likes them.
Okay.
Why does he have to burn them?
I just never want to see him again.
Okay.
I want to remove the temptation.
There's probably a way to do the second one without the first one, right?
Yeah, but
just don't wear them. He can keep them in his closet.
Okay.
But he ends up, as the game goes on, getting better and better and better. And I thought we kind of saw the old Jayden Daniels, because that was the discussion after the opener against the Giants was he didn't really play at his 2024 form. Understandable. The Packers game was actually just downright bad. It was quite literally statistically, in a lot of ways, his worst career start. They held him in the pocket. They didn't let him run. I know he ended up getting banged up as the game went on anyway, but all of the metrics from a runner, from a passer standpoint, it was when you total them all up, it's the worst start that he's had. To see him get it going on the road and against a top 5 statistical defense and a coordinator in Jesse Minter who has chops and is going to be a head coach, and that was mostly healthy. You can belittle the defensive performance if you want to, because the Chargers offensive line's awful and all the injuries they're dealing with, and Amarion Hampton, who is having a huge couple quarters, ends up getting hurt and isn't available as the game goes on or whatever. There's no real good excuses on the other side of the ball. I'm not telling you that every Charger was 100% and healthy and they didn't have anybody missing. I'm just saying that is the group that will finish 7th or whatever in the NFL in defense this year. And Daniels was the best for 2.5 quarters that he's been at any point this season, and you could drop that second half performance in last year, and it would fit in perfectly, I think, with his fringe MVP Rookie of the Year season.
I thought so. As you said, slow beginning, which I understood. I thought it would be kind of workman-like the entire game. Just because, again, you had no preseason, no on the grass with your stars. You had no Terry McLaurin, no Noah Brown. Zach Ertz wasn't a factor. I think 1 target, maybe 2 targets, but it was there was a miss early on a first down throw, I think, and that was that. I just didn't think you'd see Jayden Daniels just yet. It wasn't fair to ask it for him to put the cape on. And through the game, you could see him get more and more comfortable, more and more secure, kind of fell into the rhythm, and it was like the "There you are, Peter" moment from Peter Pan. Oh, that's him. That's right. That's the superstar. That's the guy that you cannot account for. That's the guy that you can't stop, who makes when you're wrong, he makes you right, and breaks the backs of defenses. You got him in the grasp until you don't, until that 4th down is converted. That was the cheat code. You saw it as the game progressed. The overall numbers won't blow you away, but I think that was belied by what it looked like as the game went on. The first couple of drives, it's pedestrian. It is what it is. It's fine. And maybe we're in for kind of one of those lower ceiling performances, knowing that you have to walk before you can run. I thought it would be next week, maybe the week after, you'd finally see him as himself. Nope. By the time, that second quarter touchdown drive happened, there you go. Now he's himself.
So the question I want to pose to people then, number one, if you want to weigh in on the knee discussion, you can. It feels like that should be put to bed and never brought up again, short of another injury happening, right? 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. But more largely, I think there's a better dialogue to have here, which is, do we feel like Daniels is back? And it was only 2 games. There wasn't any major concern, I don't think. But he played 8 quarters of football that looked very little like last year. And the first quarter kind of matched those 8. But as the game went on yesterday, that was the guy that gave you the thrill of a lifetime and an NFC Championship game berth and the magical run in the postseason last year. That was the guy that won the Rookie of the Year and messed around and got himself into the MVP conversation. Do you think that this is kind of progression not having been linear? Like, we're back, that we can kind of put the flag in the ground and say, okay, speed bump start of the year, but this is the new expectation now, is that he looks like that again every single week.
I think so. And again, as long as he's not hurt, as long as he's not compromised. We saw what it looks like when he is and when he isn't. Last year with the broken rib, not the same dude. When the rib was healed, he's Superman again. I think so. And my point all along, my thesis about this team coming into the season was, whatever the reason, whoever you wanted to blame whatever you'd like. All the rest days, all the off days, lack of time on the grass, lack of preseason reps, not having the joint practices with Baltimore, just the way the whole beginning of the year went, they were going to get off to a sluggish start on offense, and Daniels would be included in that. Then you add in the injury, and it was going to take a little bit of time. I think the time has been taken. I think he's him.
Pushback for me on that was his accuracy, and it could be all those same things that you just talked about that are the reasons for it. Probably is. But you're almost lumping it in like it was a systematic issue, and he was fell victim to it, if that makes sense, the way you kind of describe it. Mm-hmm. Whereas there were plenty of plays where there's open guys and he's missing in ways that he didn't last year. In fact, yesterday, it didn't happen as much as the game went on, but the ball that sailed Ertz, middle of the field, there might have been 5 of those, I feel like, all last season. And maybe the farther we get along, the more we forget the one little play here or there, and we kind of think the whole year was perfect. But I don't remember, misfires very often.
Well, remember, his first throw of the preseason and the first throw of the first regulation game is like Rex Grossman, Jay Schrader, cannon from 2 feet away, throwing it out of bounds. But yeah, I mean, there were plenty of those things. It's quarterbacking.
Of course, it's not perfect, but I'm just saying the accuracy through 2 games was worse than any kind of 2-game stretch at any point last year, which may have a lot to do with time on the field and practice and reps and not throwing in August and all that stuff. But those are not systematic things largely. When he had time and when he was in the pocket, he was missing stuff that he didn't miss last year. Now, I just took it as he's going to get this thing going really soon, and he just didn't have enough work this summer, probably. I don't mean practices. I mean game stuff, and hopefully they do the preseason a little differently, or they won't, by the way. He's so important. Teams do this all the time with Matt Stafford or other starters, where I will take 2 rusty weeks of you being a C version of yourself to keep you fully healthy, and by week 3 or 4, you're cooking. And maybe this is what would have happened. I said when he got hurt, before Mariota played against the Raiders, getting ready for that game, that Vegas defense was by far still, this moment, the worst defense that they've played.
Yeah, I thought that would have been the Cincinnati game from last year.
It would have been the coming out party where he goes 21 of 25 for 217 and 2 touchdowns and no picks and runs for 52. And it would have just literally been, I think, the 2 rough weeks and then week 3. You had to wait a couple extra weeks because of the injury. So it might have been the rust thing, but the accuracy. And again, early in this game, I mentioned the Ertz play. There was a Jalen Lane throw. There were a couple things. But the one that got him going was that 3rd and 16 dart to Lane. It was an awesome seam ball. From that point forward, it was like, wow, this is it. This is what I remember.
Yeah, you're invited to the Jaden Daniels show.
Decisive, quick release, just made it happen. And some of the throws downfield to Debo, the touch balls, over layered over into windows over top of defenders were just perfect.
Yeah, touch throws, feathery, whether you got to step into one, whether you're throwing on the run. Again, there should have been touchdown to Chris Moore that he didn't catch, which I will stick in my craw for a long time. But those moments, you just go, there he is, where he's playing at a different speed than everybody else. And I know Josh Allen didn't play great last night, but when it's going that way, Chris Collinsworth actually made a great point, is it looks like what a dad does when he's playing with his kids. Where it's like, oh, you can't get me on this one, and you could do whatever. Except these are NFL football players, where they are trying so hard, and it's like they're sprinting, and he's just sort of scanning the field and sort of gently sidesteps you. It's that not really bothered, but you hit him, and you sort of fall off him. For Daniels, it's just sort of I'm already thinking 3 steps after I've dodged you. I know what I'm going to do, but I'll dodge you first, but it's an afterthought. Whereas you're doing everything you possibly can just to get a fingertip on me. When he's right, it looks like that.
Let's get to Daniels on the phones next. 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Two-parter here. Are you ready to put all knee discussion to bed after the way he looked yesterday? We certainly are. And then secondly, moving forward, is this now the bar here? Did you feel like that was 2024 Jaden Daniels as that game went on? I thought the second half looked a lot like how well he played in his rookie season. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders improved to 3-2 with their win over the Chargers yesterday, 27-10. Jaden Daniels, with his day yesterday, became the first player in NFL history through his first 20 career games to have 4,000 passing yards and 1,000 rushing yards. Bill Corey Krosky-Merritt had 150 total yards and 2 touchdowns. He'll join Grant and Danny tomorrow. Monday Night Football, Chiefs and Jaguars tonight, 8:15. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Injuries around the league. Patriots running back Antonio Gibson going to be out for the season with a torn ACL. Baseball, Dodgers and Phillies game 2 tonight at 6 o'clock. The Dodgers lead that series 1-0. Cubs and Brewers tonight at 9 o'clock. The Brewers lead that series 1-0. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
How are you feeling? How's the leg feeling?
I'm feeling great. Everybody can stop talking on social media about the brace and everything. I am good. I feel great.
Jaden Daniels says, leave the knee alone. And after this performance, we're ready to. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. The Commanders have scored 18 or more points in 22 straight games, the 10th longest stretch in NFL history. Question for you is, did you see enough from Daniels to feel more confident moving forward now that the 2024 version of him might have re-entered the chat? Lance is in Fairfax. What's up, Lance? How are you?
Hey, man, how's it going, guys? First-time caller, long-time Skins fan, lifetime. Man, I'm worried about...
That's the appropriate reaction.
He's wearing a brace, man. That means that there's a weakness there. I don't think Cliff should be, having him do design runs, man. He's built for speed. He's not built for contact. I mean, you see people go down every day in the NFL. It's unnecessary. I love to see him moving around, but when he needs to, man, to expose him to the potential injuries, I think it's unnecessary. I think his problems earlier in the season came from overholding the ball because he wants to prove he's a little bit more of a passer than a runner after last year, and he missed his opportunities to pick up yards. I think that was the big problem, and that's how he got hurt. I think he needs to they need to stop the design runs and allow him to improvise when he has opportunity and show his talent. But, man, exposing him play after play on these design runs, it's just a matter of time.
Appreciate you, Lance. Thank you. So, a few thoughts on that. I disagree with you on the design runs. It's not like you ran the ball 19 times yesterday. You ran it 8, right? And of those 8, the majority of them were scrambles, as is generally the case. He scrambles more than any quarterback in the NFL, has since the beginning of last year. In fact, I was watching primetime last night with Drake May and the Patriots beating the Buffalo Jaguars last evening. And in that game, they showed a stat where Drake May is number 3 or 2, and Josh Allen is the other one in scrambles since the beginning of last season, with Daniels 1. And he has almost 30 more scrambles than those other 2 guys, just to give you an example. So that's always going to be the bulk of where his runs, attempts, and yards come from. And in fact, to that point, last year he led the NFL in scramble yards with like 600 of his 890 or whatever it was. Lamar Jackson led the NFL in designed carries as a quarterback. And I actually think the designs keep you safer, help you more, can be more dictatable to where you're at on the field and who's around you than the scramble stuff, which is where it's spontaneous and you don't really know who's where defensively and it's reactionary. And so that worries me a little bit more. That all said, I do really like the point he made. I do think the first couple of weeks he held the ball way, way, way too long. It was one of the things coming out of college that ended up not being a problem at all last year at all. We talked a lot on this show. I know one of my things was like his pressure to sack percentage and the fact that he held the ball and took some sacks. For the most part, they were almost never backbreakers because he would scramble around and get back toward the line and lose a yard or 2 instead of minus 10 or something. But I actually didn't see that a lot in this game against the Chargers. I did think he did a way better job of like scrambling or just getting out of the pocket or having that suddenness where he would just...
Yeah, knowing, hey, danger's impending, so let me make a move. Yeah.
But don't you agree that in the first couple of games he held the ball way longer than he did just generally in this game?
I do, and I attribute that to a couple things. One, it may be the pathology that the caller was talking about, that he wanted to prove something, a la, again, I hate to invoke it, but Griffin, where he's like, I'm more Aaron Rodgers than I am great running quarterback. And it's like, okay, cool, good luck with that. I felt like it was, an offense not in rhythm. I felt like nobody's open. For Green Bay, you go back and look at some of those games, if you get that, kind of the eagle eye view, they're running right where the defenders are. There was no space. There's no place to go with the football that was helpful. So, yeah, he was holding and hoping guys would come open and, moving around, et cetera. But so that felt to me like more sluggish offense than it was he's just missing people and holding on to the football and patting it, trying to make some kind of special play. But I think the answer is yes to probably a little bit of everything, right? There's no one ingredient to make that stew where he was not himself through the first couple of games. But we saw it as the game progressed yesterday, where the processing power of defense dictates X. I know my receiver's going Y. I know exactly what I have to do to get the thing that I want. I mean, that the play you brought up, that deep over Deebo Samuel behind the first layer of defense in front of the final layer, he bought just enough time.
Talking about right before the half in the field
slid
goal?
Around in the pocket, just up in the pocket, because he knows the guy that's going to be open here, it's going to take longer for him to get there than everybody else that I might be able to throw to right now.
The protection on that play and on the play two before it to Luke McCaffrey were both marvelous. There was another play to Debo on like a dig or something, but he was like on the right side, so the top of the TV screen, they're going right to left. And this was in the first half. And Daniels did get rushed, and he flushed the pocket. And last year, I think he would have run at a 75, 80% clip. Kept his eyes up, kind of just throws the ball downfield to a wide open Deebo Samuel, and that little bit of correction from the defense to suck up as he started to run freed him up. And that's going to be the secret sauce. But it sounds like maybe the last caller is not a big fan of a heavy run influence from Daniels. And I disagree with that. I think if you take even some of that away, you're taking away a lot of what makes him awesome. And so I'm not. If your point is it's going to be hard to keep him healthy and have him run a lot, I don't know if that's like just 100% a fact, but I think how he runs and how he protects himself and how he gets down is definitely going to be the determining factor there. Lamar Jackson runs all the time and does not get hurt running that often. Like he has played pretty much every game for the last couple of seasons. Now, early in his career, when he took more hits and he didn't protect himself and he didn't use the sideline, it was a little bit different. He did get banged up a lot. But I think you can have your cake and eat it too if he's carrying the ball. If we're talking about 7, 8, 9 runs a game, that's different than like 16.
Totally. And I need an end to like QB power plays. I mean, you know what I mean? Like if it's think of that Cousins empty backfield play that Jay used to love to call, where there's 5 receivers spread out and it's Cousins. Yeah, that QB draw type stuff for a touchdown. Okay, I'm cool with that. But generally, running like the counter tray when he's out of the pistol or something like that, QB power type stuff, I don't want those anymore. I'm good on those. You give me a personal protector outside and on a read option look where a defensive end is flat-footed and he can use the sideline as an ally, wiggle around for 5, 6, 8, or 9, no problem there.
Let's go to Ian in Vienna on Grant and Danny. Ian, what'd you make of Daniels yesterday? Is he back?
So if the standard is all-pro MVP type level, and my 10-year-old Danny is sitting right by me chiming in, if the standard is that, I don't think he's there yet, but I feel a lot more optimistic because I agree. The lack of preseason preparation has turned these first couple of weeks into the preseason, and I feel like he's working his way into game shape. So I do feel optimistic there. The thing that I am concerned about, like the last caller said, is I don't love when people tell me it's not a big deal to wear a knee brace. If it wasn't, you would be wearing it on both legs. Obviously, you're not doing that. So I think it is a concern, and I think it's preventative and kind of an issue that needs to be managed, if you will. But, yeah, I think he's getting back, but he's just not back just yet.
That's a good call. That makes a lot of sense. To me, here's what I would say about the knee brace, Ian. It's either precautionary or it's necessary for like his health. And based on how he looked and played and ran and moved, to me, it is precautionary. You get what I'm saying with that, Danny?
Yep. That's a very good distinction, by the way.
It's kind of Friday. Not that you and I argued about this, but something that like you were like, he's wearing a knee brace. He's clearly not right. And I'm like, well, not necessarily. You could have hurt your finger before and just wear a splint because why not? I mean, in a precautionary way, I don't want to hit it on a doorknob. I don't want to redo something. And to me, watching him play, it felt like, oh, okay, so he's just wearing the knee brace just in case, kind of. Whereas if he didn't move like that or look like that, or if he looked somewhat compromised still, you could say was clearly not 100% healthy. If you watched that game and you never knew he hurt his leg against Green Bay, you would have no idea he had a knee injury, in my opinion. Not one single play would you have thought, oh, this guy's got a knee injury. Would you?
No.
I mean, to me, he just looked like Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, my point was that there's so much unknown with it, right? And I guess my view was, I don't like just saying, oh, he's good to go. Now, it turns out he was, and that's great. I'm glad he was. But to me, the door was open, or the window was open. Whatever part of the house you can sort of reach outside a little bit was open to the idea that he's still not quite all the way right, and it was less precautionary and more necessary. I think that's a really good distinction. Turns out, just looking at it, it was precautionary. And I'm fine with that, by the way. Take those precautions. But he didn't move around like a guy that was hobbling or was injured. Now, who knows what it's like today, after a flight, swollen up or otherwise. I have no idea with the Monday morning after. But he looked really, really good to me yesterday.
Let's go. Let's hit Paul in Centerville on the Fan. What's up, Paul? How are you?
Happy Victory Monday, guys.
Hey!
JD is back. He's back again. JD's back. Tell a friend. That was the Jaden Daniels from 2024. I loved what I saw. And his best throw, the throw that told me he was back, was actually the drop by Chris Moore, which infuriated me.
Same.
But that was prime JD right there. With the brace on and all, he's sprinting towards the sideline. He's on the run. He finds Chris Moore in the back of the end zone, throws a laser right in the basket, and then he dropped it. But you saw on there everything that you need to see, to say this is Jaden Daniels from 2024. One of the things that I also loved here that I think 26 pass attempts, okay? I like that because it means we handed the ball off to running backs for 20 carries. And the run-pass mix, if we can do more of that, is what he needs to really be great. I don't like these wins where he's throwing it 40 to 45 times a game, and the running backs are only touching it maybe 10. I don't think that, that type of JD superhero is what we need. We need him being elite and efficient, and I saw that. I like the carries, 8 carries. But most of those were him being decisive, pulling it down, sliding, going out of bounds. Those are controlled runs where he's protecting himself.
Did that very well.
Yeah, I thought
in
so.
this game. That's a good phone call. Thank you. Couple of things really quickly. So on the run-pass discrepancy, I completely agree with you. They stayed very, very balanced. After their early lack of success offensively, they came out, end of the first quarter, hadn't really sustained any offense or done anything, and it was the Bill show. They just started handing it off, and they went right down the field, and it worked very effectively. Also, how much easier is it to play quarterback in an offense where you're ripping off 7 yards per carry? I mean, you can't have a running game like that and not also chuck the ball all over the place because you have to start loading up the box.
Well, it's reported made that last year when they were humming, that Ravens offense so special and perfect. It's like, how do you not account for Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson running the ball?
And it's
right.
Makes the lanes and the throws for Lamar so easy.
Absolutely.
And guys are so wide open. So if you go back and you watch some of the Debo stuff in the middle of the field, 8 catches, 96 yards, and a touchdown. I mean, some of those throws are just, it's pitch and catch. There's nobody around him because they are trying to play the run because they can't stop Ja'Cory Krosky-Barrett, who's averaging 8 yards per carry on the day and 6.5 on the season. So if they can run the ball like this effectively, his job gets so easy as a passer. It's the old Titans with Mariota and Derrick Henry, where like he would go 14 of 17 for $196 and 2 touchdowns under Matt LaFleur, and you're like, wow, what a day. And you look back and it's like, well, it's a lot of play action shots, middle of the field, guys running crossers and deep overs and stuff where nobody's around. It's the Shanahan thing.
Yep.
It's read option, pulling at the mesh point, linebackers suck up, running drift in the back.
That 50 series drift play.
It's over and over and over again. And so I thought, it's not to take away from him. He made some ridiculous throws and plays too. The touchdown to Debo at the end, the play that was dropped by Moore, the near touchdown to Debo at the goal line that was broken up. There was some awesome stuff he did. But there was a lot of plays where it's just like, No wonder why Marcus Mariota looked really good for 2 weeks.
Precisely.
When you're ripping off 6 yards per carry and you're just making throws, yeah, Mariota was playing at a fringe Pro Bowl level too. And so now you add him, and everything's just a little bit more explosive, a little bit better, a little bit more arm strength, and it should be really good.
I overuse this analogy, but to me, it is like boxing, where the running game, if effective, is that gut punch. You get so tired of getting hit there, knocks your wind out. It's depressing. It's miserable. It's not fun. Everyone's got to be assignment sound, and everyone's got to be, in their gaps, taking on contact, taking on the blockers, shedding this guy, doing this, and it's painstaking. It's a pain in the butt. There's nothing sexy about it. You can force a fumble, yeah, but it's the passing game where the big play can happen. The sack fumble, the interception, the tip pass, all those great things that get you on highlights. And you get tired of getting punched in the gut. And that's when that pass can kill you. And that's what's happening here with this, or that's what happened yesterday after the middle of the second quarter. That's what the offense was doing.
And that's my answer. I think Daniels is about to go on a heater, and I think he is going to string a bunch of gems together. Because I don't know how you wouldn't, number one, when you're as talented as him, but more importantly, when you're running the ball like this team is as good a rushing team as there is in the league right now. And the only way you're going to be able to slow them down is by stacking up the box, and then you're going to get killed behind you. I really believe that, and I think he's accurate enough in those windows to make it happen. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on Daniels' performance getting right against the Chargers back in California. He had 2 suites full of friends and family at the game to watch him yesterday. We'll also try to fit in a double play next on Grant and Danny. Hey, it's Grant. FanDuel Sportsbook's an official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who's going to win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. They've been doing this on every football game day, which is very sweet of them. That's right. You can get in on the action, 30% profit boost tokens on Monday Night Football. So, make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap with the Chiefs playing the Jaguars this evening. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code is GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sportsbook of the NFL. Got to be 21 and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. We'll get back to your thoughts on Jaden Daniels' bounce-back effort against the Chargers. Looks like number 5 is back to his 2024 ways. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's squeeze in a quick double play. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. I will use my double play to just do some house cleaning here for the Grant and Danny radio program because I am a team guy.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Wednesday, City Tap House in D.C. ahead of the Caps season opener. 7 p.m. puck drop against the Bruins. We're going to be broadcasting live just a couple blocks from the arena in D.C. at City Tap House from 2 to 6:30. So you can come on out if you're a Caps fan going to the game and party with us before you go over to watch hopefully a season opening win. Friday, we are going to be out and about for a field trip Friday. We're back at Char Bar in Reston at the JW Marriott. That's going to be a hell of a show, and that is a delicious, wonderful bar. I'm already dreaming about all of the delicious, wonderful things we will be eating at said bar. Char Bar, if you didn't come to the last one, we're classing up the joint. It's very elegant. But
We had chocolate footballs, dude.
All are welcome. Wear your T-shirts and your jerseys and your gear and come on out and sit at the bar and kick it with us. It's a really, really cool spot at the brand new, beautiful JW Marriott out in Reston. So we'll be there on Friday. And remember, coming up at 4, we've got tickets all week long at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz to My Chemical Romance. My brother is smiling somewhere. That is his one-seed band, MCR. So we're giving those tickets away at 4 right here on Grant and Danny, about an hour and 10 minutes away from Jay Gruden joining us at 5.
Super quick, DP.
Go and hit the button, Darius.
Go. Hit it.
Now, the good thing about that, the Darius hitting that button, is how efficient it was.
The quickness.
How quickly he did it and how there was no hesitation or awkwardness or dead air.
I heard an oh bleep from the other room.
Yeah. Well, I can see him.
Uh-huh.
You can't. You're the back of your head
Out
is
of the
to him.
peripheral, yeah.
So there's times where he's like hovering right over the screen where he, like the computer that he has to click. And then there's times where he's on another computer, which is not quite across the room, but it's like 3 feet away. And so you did a thing where you're like, quick, quick, double button. And he was at the other computer, and I knew this is bad.
This is Panic at the Disco time.
And then Darius couldn't have handled it worse because he tried to click something, but he clicked the wrong thing.
Oh, no.
And then he started panicking.
This is Joe
He
Panic.
looked like Jake Browning down by 11. Like, it did not go well.
Yep.
He's just trying to get you to do it.
The Phillies are offering their own 999 challenge. I actually love stuff like this. Now, I hate the Phillies and hope they lose every game and that their fans are sad for the rest of their natural lives. But 999, that's cool. That's the baseball trend. You get like, the dude bros that are in drinking shape to handle it, and people have, gotten sick and don't look so hot, but whatever. They're doing their own version. And it's for $75, which is a pretty good deal when you consider all the different things they give you. It's quote unquote fun size hot dogs and smaller beers because they don't want people like
I was going to
passing out.
They're not
and
really trying
whatever.
to get everyone just passing out into the seats.
No, but it's a bit, and you've got a little scoreboard that they give with you. It's like they lean into the promotion, which I actually think is awesome.
So it's like wiener dogs. They give you those little like appetizer cocktail hot dogs or something.
So it's not quite that small. I'll show you the picture. It's hard to tell the scale specifically here.
Yeah, just let's get the size of the hot.
But you see that?
That's a good size hot dog.
It's
there. That's how big is that?
I think it's above average.
Yeah,
it depends on average.
About 5.5-inch hot dog.
Where you're asking about
That's a
what
giant hot dog.
average is. The point of the story is the beers are on the smaller side, so are the hot dogs, but it makes it manageable for like the regular person maybe to be able to do it instead of like prime drinking shape 22-year-old just graduated from his fraternity where he's been, hammering beers for from dawn till dusk for years. But they're leaning into the thing that's popular that's going around. I like when people do that.
Yes.
That's all. That's what I got.
I like that double play. Let's go to Chris in Oxon Hill on Grant and Danny. Wants to talk Jaden Daniels. How are you, Chris?
I'm good. I want to say I agree with you 100% about precautionary from the looks of the game. It looks like his the brace was a precautionary, so I think he is back. But I also wanted to give props to I do believe this is the first time he's played behind the offensive line since they put Chris Paul and Wiley or Allegretti at guard and benched the other two. So it showed that him having the same amount of time that Mariota had in those two games, he was able to get back to himself, being able to read the defenders.
It's a good observation. I don't think that, honestly, that's the reason why he looked better is because of the guard play. Is it a hair better at left guard, maybe, going from Coleman to Paul? Well, it's got to be, or else he wouldn't still be inactive. So there's something to that. But I don't remember a whole lot of times, frankly, watching Jaden Daniels early on where I'm going, man, if they were just playing better at guard, maybe that ball comes out. But yeah, it can't hurt that their offensive line is certainly playing some of its best football, and specifically in the run game, they're just mauling dudes. Let's go to Saeed in Upper Marlboro on G&D. What's up?
Hey, guys. I obviously loved his performance, but I was going to nerd out a little bit on the actual injury in the brace as somebody who has had that a million times, and also my doctor was Alex Smith's doctor after his injury. So I've had every injury in the book to both of my legs, quad ruptures, the whole 9 yards. So I was just going
What are you doing to get all these injuries?
Don't say pickleball. Don't say pickleball. Just work really hard at them. No.
Yeah, you're just trying your best.
Yeah, just trying my best. I've ruptured quad and patellar tendon in both legs. I've ruptured and torn ACL, MCL, PCL, every CL you can imagine.
You play sports? Like, what is the matter with these injuries?
Yeah. Actually, I originally was a power weightlifter as a teen and young adult, so I had some leftover injuries.
Wow.
From that. But I was going to say, just a little note. You said, is it precautionary and necessary? It's actually both in this situation, and I wanted to explain very quickly. Not
do it in like
show,
20 seconds because this is not a medical journal.
I got you exactly. Yeah. So what it is what people think is that when you sprain, it's really a stretch or tear. It's not like a bruise. And what they're doing with the brace is designed specifically so you don't do certain movements that would then make the recovery impossible. It's like glue. If it doesn't glue sit for 10 minutes and you tear it at 5, you don't just put it back on and for 5 minutes it's done. It needs to now go through the whole process of gluing again. So they're making it so that he can't do certain motions because they will continue that and it would set back his recovery, which would cause inflammation and make it so it's no longer him. If he can move it, it won't move because the inflammation will lock up his knee, and that's why they have him wearing the brace.
Sounds smart. It makes perfect sense to me. My goal for everyone is to never get hurt so much that you sound like a doctor. I mean, that guy knows way too much just based on all the injuries. But thank you for the call.
Yeah, that's smart stuff. And it sucks that all those injuries are happening to you. But yeah, that is funny that you mentioned that, where it's like you go through something and they go, you become an expert of it because they tell you everything they're going to do.
My Chemical Romance tickets as soon as we return, plus your Beltway Blitz. We got Jay Gruden at 5 on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank, your local bank, local Main Street Bank. For the Commanders, they beat the Chargers yesterday 27-10 to improve to 3-2 on the season. With Jaden Daniels' day, he became the first player in NFL history with 4,000 passing yards and 1,000 rushing yards in his first 20 career games. Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt had 150 total yards, 111 on the ground, 39 through the air, and 2 touchdowns on the day. He'll join Grant and Danny tomorrow coming up at 5 o'clock. Monday Night Football tonight, Chiefs and Jaguars wraps up Week 5 of the NFL season. That'll kick off at 8:15. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Injuries around the league last night. Patriots running back and former Commander Antonio Gibson left the game early. He is going to be done for the season with a torn ACL. Playoff baseball, NLDS, Dodgers and Phillies, Game 2 tonight, 6 o'clock first pitch. The Dodgers lead that series 1-0. Cubs and Brewers will follow at 9 o'clock. Game 2 of that series, the Brewers are up 1-0 in that series. For the ALDS, day off today before they're back in action tomorrow. Yankees and Blue Jays. The Blue Jays lead that series 2-0. Tigers and Mariners tomorrow. That series is tied at a game apiece. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
All week long, we're giving away tickets to see My Chemical Romance at Nationals Park. Right now, let's do that. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're winning, too, to go see My Chemical Romance. It's the Black Parade 2026, Tuesday, August 18th this summer at Nationals Park. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. The show's brought to you by the law firm Kandori & Mirage.
We love them. They will help you. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We're going to cover college football after a juicy Saturday of matchups. The NFL and the Commanders. This is a pigskin blitz here on Grant and Danny. Let's get it going. And to talk college football, we've got our buddy Denton Day, BetMGM Network, and over on SiriusXM. Denton, what was the theme on the college weekend? What were some of the big storylines?
How about Penn State losing to a team that a couple weeks ago lost to New Mexico by 25 points? How hilarious was that? James Franklin said after the loss against Oregon last week that, hey, I can't win the big games. My brother in Christ, you can't win against UCLA either. It was an embarrassing performance by Penn State, fellas. It was the worst and will be the worst loss in college football this year.
I can't. That's the game I wanted to ask you about, so I'm going to stay on that one, Denton. I'm watching that in real time. In utter disbelief, Penn State mounted a comeback. They were the better team in the second half, but that didn't matter because they were down so big in the first half. They didn't have interest in scoring before halftime. They ran the ball a bunch of times. Like Tom Petty sang about it when he sang "Free Fallin'," dude. What is going on there in Happy Valley?
I think there's just they came into that one thinking that they were the big man on campus and that they were just going to steamroll over UCLA. So much so that James Franklin said that after the post. He needs to stop talking after post-game because he just admits all of his flaws. He's an open book. He said that I didn't have the team ready. I mean, that's not really a good excuse for this guy. Like, you are so much better. You are so much more talented. And the entire conversation this offseason was about how this is the most talented team. They're going to be more talented than everybody in every single game this year. Well, talent isn't winning football games. Drew Aller was not good enough to win that game. And in 5 months, there's going to be people that convince you he's a top 5 pick in the draft.
I was going to say, why do I keep hearing so much about Drew Aller early in round one? Every time I watch him, it's unimpressive at the college level.
He must be paying someone. His agent must be the best agent in the world, because I'm with you. I have not watched him a single time, Grant, in 3 years now of watching him, and thought this guy's a definitive top round pick. I just don't. I think he'll get drafted at some point, but he's not all that impressive to me. He doesn't make big throws in big games. If you want to beat up on like a Bowling Green, sure, that's awesome, but you have to play good against good competition, and he didn't even play well against a UCLA team that, again, they lost by 25 to New Mexico like 3 weeks ago. It was embarrassing.
Then let's go to Miami. They beat Florida State. They were up big, held on for dear life, ended up escaping with a W. But I was really impressed. I got to see most of the first, half plus beginning of the second half, where they were just mud stomping FSU. Barely held on to win that one. Are the Hurricanes national championship good, or is it kind of like there? This is cute?
They are national championship good, but this game was a little bit of foreshadowing, Danny, because Mario Cristobal in the fourth quarter was not great. And Mario Cristobal's Achilles heel for his entire career is that in the fourth quarter, he's not very great. They should have just completely dog-walked him the entire game, but when they needed to be aggressive, they were conservative. When they needed to be conservative, they were aggressive in the fourth quarter. They were just all sort of out of whack. And they're really, really good when they're playing their absolute best. The problem is Mario Cristobal going to cost them? Well, we know he's going to cost them one game. They're not going to go unbeaten. They're going to lose at least once because of his decision-making. Is he going to cost them two in the regular season and get things a little bit muddy?
Arch Manning's not that great. I mean, that's kind of my definitive at this point. The name recognition's awesome, and it seems like a pretty good dude, but just not special against a pretty, frankly, coming into this game, an underwhelming Florida team that I thought would be a lot better with DJ Legway at quarterback. But he wasn't very good in this one. Like, at a certain point, don't great players play great?
Yeah, he's not a great player. He's a fine quarterback, but he's not a great player. He was walking into this season, and it wasn't like it was his fault, but people were anointing him as the savior of college football. He was never going to be that. I thought he'd be better than what he is right now, but he's just a fine quarterback in college football. And, the flexing at Sam Houston State is cute. Florida's not a very good team, guys, but they're not very good relative to the SEC. They're a lot better than Sam Houston State, and they proved that. You can beat guys that are not going to be playing on Sundays, but Arch is supposed to be beating guys that will be playing on Sundays. They need to rework what they're doing over there, because I think he's still a good player, and he can be a good player, but they're not a good football team right now, and he has been really unimpressive.
Lastly, Dent, let's look ahead to this weekend. We actually got some really good matchups on October 11th coming up on Saturday. Ohio State, Illinois, two teams in the top 20 out of the same conference, so you got the rivalry there. It's a 14.5-point spread. Obviously, Ohio State should win. That should be fun. Alabama, Missouri, two teams in the top 15. Bama's only laying 2.5 points from what I saw in a game being played in Columbia, Missouri. That's a really good matchup. And then Indiana and Oregon.
Indiana, dude!
Two top 10 teams. Indiana's 5-0, 2-0 in the Big Ten. This is what they are now after going and recruiting a really, really good football coach from JMU and Kurt Signetti to come in here and turn the program around. Oregon laying 7.5. What do you make of the weekend slate?
Yeah, that Indiana-Oregon game is going to be the best game of the weekend. I think that one has track meet potential. Ohio State is going to be, that game's going to be over by 1 p.m. because Illinois is not going to be able to stop the wide receivers that Ohio State has. Even if Julian Sayin isn't this world beater, good luck stopping Carnell Tate and Jeremiah Smith. It's not going to happen. I don't think they're going to hang 60 on them like Indiana did, but they're going to beat them by 1 million. I think Oregon and Indiana, the winner of this game is going to be the one that challenges Ohio State in the Big Ten championship. Oregon's really good. Dante Moore's really good. I love him because he sat for a year willingly in an era where no one does that anymore, and it paid off for him tenfold. Beats Penn State 2 weeks ago, has an opportunity to beat Indiana, but Indiana's really good. They got a quarterback. Everything is solved. We've seen this with our professional team, fellas. Everything is solved when you have a good quarterback, and Fernando Mendoza right now is a really good quarterback for Indiana. That one is going to be a headbanger, and I'm so glad that it's at 3:30 where I get to watch it and enjoy it in its entirety.
Den, you're the best, buddy, and thank you for not bringing it up that literally everything I said on the pregame show with you and Linnell was incorrect. Appreciate you, dude.
Appreciate it, fellas.
See you, man. Hit the NFL sounder, please. Our buddy Mike Jones of The Athletic to talk about the National Football League. Mike, how come there are no undefeated teams through 5 weeks?
I think that it's because that there's just a lot of evenly matched teams, and it's hard to win in this league, and this is what the league wants. They want it, so parity is there, and that you've got teams that can go out there and win on any given Sunday. Some teams get a little gift-wrapped victories like the Tennessee Titans, but nobody's perfect right now. There's some flaws and little kinks that everybody's going to work out.
Vikings get a win overseas, 21-17. Wasn't pretty against Cleveland. Two-parter here. What'd you think of Dylan Gabriel? 2 touchdowns, no picks in his debut. And then also, when J.J. McCarthy's ready, it could be this weekend, or in their next game, I should say, for the Vikings. Who's their starting quarterback?
Okay, Dylan Gabriel, I thought he did a good job of getting the ball out of his hands quickly, making good decisions, playing within a rhythm. That's what they've wanted to see from their quarterback, and they weren't getting that from Joe Flacco. And so Dylan Gabriel did a good job with that. I would like to see them kind of move the pocket, roll him out a little bit more to help out because he's, 5'11". But he was doing what they wanted him to do, and so, we'll see what happens once the team has game film on him, but that was a good start. As far as the Vikings quarterback situation, J.J. McCarthy has to be their starting quarterback. This is not a year that's about winning right now. It's about getting that foundation for him so that way next year or the year after that you can compete for a Super Bowl. You can't get so caught up in, Carson Wentz might give us a chance, that you stunt yourself for the future because we know how this Carson Wentz movie is going to end. So you make the call. Hey, JJ's our guy. That's the one that we're invested in. And when he's ready to go, you go back to the start, him starting, and you take your lumps.
Mike, the Ravens gave up 44 points and over 6 yards per play to a bad Texans offense. Are they cooked or are they just in trouble?
I think they're cooked. Look, their defense was really bad even before they were missing all those pieces. They were getting gashed every single game. They've given up, I think all but one, they've given up 30-plus points and 300-plus yards. It hurt that they didn't have some of their guys out there, but that's not why they were bad. And, you got to look at, they thought that Zach Orr was going to be the promising guy who trained under Mike McDonald and was going to be ready to take over this defense. But, something's not working right here. There's a disconnect. And then there's also depth issues as well. But it's going to be hard for them, and I don't know that they can recover from this.
Are the Cowboys decent? They throttled the Jets. They got the Panthers next week, who can only beat the Falcons, and then they went back to being terrible. There's a chance they're okay, right?
Yeah, well, Dak Prescott is playing really, really well, and he is carrying that team that's got backup offensive linemen. He doesn't have CeeDee Lamb, but he is playing at a really high level and masking a lot of deficiencies. And so, their defense, they struggle to get after the quarterback, and they struggle to get stops, but Dak is playing really well, put this team on his back. And I think that Brian Schottenheimer's offensive schemes work, and they're effective. You're not going to have the luxury of playing the Jets and the Panthers and teams like that every week, but this is a solid team.
Mike Jones of The Athletic joining us on G&D. I want to go to the Patriots beating the Bills in primetime last night, and Drake May's coming out party on national TV. What is New England? 3-2, game back of Buffalo right now.
I think that they're a team that is plays hard. They understand the philosophy and the vision that their coach has for them. They're young in certain spots and they are gaining experience, but they play hard. Now, look, they got a lot of help from the Bills. Those turnovers, they were sloppy with the ball. We saw Josh Allen kind of make some uncharacteristic mistakes, and that really helped them. But Drake May definitely made some great plays. He made some Josh Allen-type plays where he's getting yanked down by the shoulder pads, and he still gets the pass off. And they also had Stephon Diggs playing like a man possessed because he wanted to stick it to
where did that guy come from? He hasn't looked like that in 3 years.
No, exactly. And so he'll go back to looking like the shell of himself after this week here. But look, they've got some good pieces. They're building, and that's a big win for them against the Bills.
Mike, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
All right, thanks. I'll see you guys.
Appreciate you, dude. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. That's Michael Phillips' music. The Richmonder 910, The Fan, joining us to talk about a win for the good guys. It didn't look like it for a while. It looked like they're about to be down 17-0, Michael, and then the turnover happened. Walk us through it.
Yeah, boy, after all that talk all week, we're going out west early. We're going to spend 3 days in L.A. We're going to figure out how to start fast on the road. They did not start fast on the road, and I think there was very legitimate concern about where this was headed. The turnover was a big play, no doubt about it. I think, to me, the swing play in this whole game was the roughing the punter call, and I know a roughing the punter penalty doesn't make for great radio and great emotional, dramatic turning points. Like they're not going to make a Disney movie out of it. But man, it's 17-7 if they run that in. Instead, you flip it. He throws the pass to McCaffrey, which gave everybody juice. You get the 3 going into the locker room. I thought that was a monster moment in this football game.
Michael, why are they running the ball so well? Bill's averaging almost 7 per carry this year, like he's playing in the Big South or something.
He's legitimately good, and I don't mean to take anything away from the offensive line, from the schemes, from Cliff Kingsbury, from any of that. They're all doing their part. Jaden running obviously frees things up. He's excellent at what he does as well. But man, Bill's just a good running back all around. He's got good vision. He's got good elusiveness. He hits the hole really well. Man, I like this kid a lot. And, you never want to, after preseason, be like, oh, this guy's going to be an all-star. We've done that so many times. I was skeptical coming out of the preseason. Oh, can he really have this much impact? Yes, he can. I think he's the driving force, and I think we saw a lead back crowned yesterday.
Is this receiving situation, obviously Deebo Samuel is going to be Deebo Samuel as long as he stays healthy, but the kind of everybody else gets 1 or 2 targets, is this sustainable as Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown work their way back?
Well, as long as the running game's good, and as long as Jaden's running with the ball, that takes so much pressure off of the passing game. Certainly if they're down 20 in the third quarter, I don't want to find out if those guys have it in that moment because it doesn't look like a lot of them do have it. So this is all dependent on continuing to run successfully, Deebo continuing to get his touches and being successful with them. Those are all preconditions of this thing continuing to work. But as long as you stay ahead of the chains, Jaden can run. It looks like they didn't need those receivers. If they get to a situation where they need them, I'm not sure I feel phenomenal about that, but they didn't yesterday.
Michael, I'm going to ask you the question that we're going to get to next on the show here on this Victory Monday. Did the defense get right, or did they just take advantage of the right week to play a terrible Chargers offensive front?
Yeah, I'd like to subdivide the defense. The front pass rush is very good and has been for 5 weeks now. And when they're able to get to the opposing quarterback, everybody else looks good too. And when they don't get to the opposing quarterback, everybody else looks bad out there. Here's the evidence I'd throw out to you. The 3 drives for the Chargers in the second half. In one of those drives, they had 2 long chunk plays. Both just got called back because of penalties. One of them, they had the weird 4th and 2, but remember, they set it up off of 3rd and 14 with a nice completion. And then the third one, they drive all the way to the 1-yard line. Mike Sanders still makes the interception. Monster play in this game. I don't mean to discount the penalties. Certainly the defense has a role in creating those. But that's far from a get-right performance. That's a capitalizing on some breaks performance.
Miguel, thank you as always, buddy. Appreciate the time and energy. Have a great week.
Take care, boys.
That's Michael Phillips. That's your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. Let's talk about that defense. Is this a performance that makes you feel better and differently about the group, or was it just the right week to take on the Chargers? We'll get to that. Plus, at 5 o'clock, Jay Gruden is on the show with a film review from yesterday's performance on Grant and Danny. Hello, I'm Grant. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all of your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right, you can get in on all the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So, make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Visit FanDuel.com/GP to bet on the app. FanDuel.com/GP to get in on the game tonight. Chiefs, Jaguars, little rematch of a playoff game a couple years ago. FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21 in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders beat the Chargers yesterday 27-10 to improve to 3-2. Jaden Daniels, with his day yesterday, became the first player in NFL history through his first 20 career games to have 4,000 passing yards and 1,000 rushing yards. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, Bill, with 150 total yards and 2 touchdowns on the day. Tonight, Monday Night Football wraps up Week 5. Chiefs and Jaguars, 8:15 kickoff in Jacksonville. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Injury yesterday, Patriots running back and former Washington running back Antonio Gibson tore his ACL. He's going to be done for the season. Baseball playoffs in LDS continuing on tonight. Pair of game twos on the docket. Dodgers and Phillies at 6 o'clock. The Dodgers lead that series 1-0. Cubs and Brewers at 9 o'clock. The Brewers lead that series 1-0. Day off today for the AL teams in the ALDS. Yankees and Blue Jays will be back tomorrow with the Blue Jays leading the series 2-0. Tigers and Mariners game 3 tomorrow as well. That series is tied at a game apiece. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Yeah, I'd like to subdivide the defense. The front pass rush is very good and has been for 5 weeks now. And when they're able to get to the opposing quarterback, everybody else looks good too. And when they don't get to the opposing quarterback, everybody else looks bad out there. Here's the evidence I'd throw out to you. The 3 drives for the Chargers in the second half. In one of those drives, they had 2 long chunk plays. Both just got called back because of penalties. One of them, they had the weird 4th and 2, but remember, they set it up off of 3rd and 14 with a nice completion. And then the third one, they drive all the way to the 1-yard line. Mike Sanders still makes the interception. Monster play in this game. I don't mean to discount the penalties. Certainly the defense has a role in creating those. But that's far from a get-right performance. That's a capitalizing on some breaks performance.
That was Michael Phillips in the Beltway Blitz minutes ago. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We will talk to Jay Gruden in just over 1/2 hour. Did the Commanders' defense get right, or did they take advantage of the Chargers being injury-riddled and not able to protect Justin Herbert? That's where we want to go here. How much credit do you give the defense, and how much better do you feel about them for a pretty suffocating performance over the final 3 quarters? They didn't allow a point after the Chargers took a 10-0 lead with 2:57 to go in the first quarter. You can call us now at 800-636-1067. You can get to us on social at Grant H. Paulson and at Funny Danny.
So I always hate answering a question like this because people immediately take it the same way we talked about that luck conversation last year, as if it's some kind of a dig against them. Right? When they go out and do something awesome, which is what they did yesterday, they doubled their turnover total, or they're more than doubled it, right? We're going from 1 to 3 in 2 games. The stops that they had, the plays that they made, those plays happened. So I'm not taking it away. It's very easy to, ridicule or mock or belittle when if they hadn't done this against a beat up offense, especially an offensive line, or hadn't been able to come up with those stops, they were getting dog walked. It was going to be 17-0 before that turnover happened, courtesy of Quan Martin and Marshawn Lattimore. But they took advantage of a banged up Chargers offense. That's what they did, and that's good. Right? You got to be at least good enough. We talked about this in week 1 against the Giants. Is this a playoff defense, or is this defense a 12-win defense, or whatever the question happened to be? They took advantage of a bad offense. We've seen that. When the Raiders couldn't protect Geno Smith, they harassed him and sacked him a bunch of times. They were nowhere to be found against Atlanta, nowhere to be found against Green Bay. These are the road games where quarterbacks picked them apart. Everyone's open all the time. You watched the start that Herbert got off to. I think it was 12 for 14. Again, wide open receivers. There were not dozens, but half a dozen other plays where receivers were hit in stride, big yards after the catch, but it was called back because of a legal shift or a hold or something to that effect.
Yeah, there were 2. I'll give you the downs and distances right here. I got them. 2nd and 19, 24-yard throw, middle of the field catch and run. And then 2nd and 29, and they gave up 31.
Yeah, I think that was the Keenan Allen one, right?
Yes, it was. It was a unbelievable throw, honestly, on the sideline. It was kind of a hole shot. But still, 2nd and 29, you give up 31. I mean, that is laughable.
Yeah, like that saying in hockey, the worst thing to have is a 2-goal lead? That'd be like saying the worst thing in hockey to have is a 12-goal lead when it's 2nd and 29, and we're sitting there quick in our boots because we know the other team's going to get the first down.
But that's 50 5 yards on 2 plays on 2nd and a mile, both negated, and then it's 3rd and even longer.
Yeah. So again, it always sounds like I'm skewing so negative when it comes to this. Okay. So I don't know what else to do about that other than to say I give them credit. They took advantage of an offensive front that was already makeshift and got more so as the game progressed when guys are shuttling in and out. And that's what you needed to do. They needed to do exactly what they did to get the result that happened yesterday. Because I think if you line up and play it again with a healthier offensive line or one that wasn't in so much flux, that Justin Herbert's picking you apart. Guys are open at this point. I don't think that's been solved here with 1 week. And I hope this is a trend towards something else. I think you're going to give up stuff all season long. Maybe some of those take advantage turnovers can happen though. Right, because that's what Dan Quinn's defense is. Not necessarily the Legion of Boom, where they were just shoving it in every way, 6 plays from Sunday. But in Dallas, they were going to give up some things, but they were going to take it away. Maybe that's the way that this is going to go here, and I'm hoping maybe that's the start of something.
Yeah, I think I feel really similarly. I'm going to do less equivocating and less apologizing for it, because it's just this is the job. The grown-ups are having the conversation at this point. They defensively on the back end still played poorly, I thought. Period. Was it better as a unit? Of course. The result was 10 points. The result was a second half shutout. The result was a 3-quarter shutout after the first quarter. Those are realities. That is true. But there's a lot in there. When you actually go back, a robot could look at a box score, right? You got to go through the game. There was a 2nd and 1 before the field goal to make it 10-0. The Chargers, I think it was their second drive. They went right down the field. They kick a field goal. They get the offsides. Then they score a touchdown 2 plays later, 7-0. Washington gets the ball, immediately punts. Now the Chargers get the ball back, and they're moving. And, Danny, they had a 2nd and 1, or 3rd and 1, I think it was. And they run a play and get a first down for 3 yards, and there was a penalty on the play that made it.
So it was 2nd and 1.
That's
it
right.
was a false start.
Because it was back-to-back. So it was 2nd and 1 false start that made it 2nd and 6. And on 2nd and 6, they hit Justin Herbert on an incompletion, and on 3rd and 6, they sacked him. And so instead of a 1st and 10, basically in the red zone, it's now 2nd and medium that turns into a big hit on the quarterback, and then a 3rd and 6, which is a much harder thing to do, and that leads to a sack almost at a field goal range and a 55-yard field goal. And so that was one of those where, the Chargers, again, kind of bail you out there when instead of a 1st and 10, who knows, it could be 14-0. And the game is littered with those. And that's not going to happen every week. It might happen Monday night against the Bears because they're not very good, because they're flawed, because they're in year 1 of a new coach, and they're still finding their way, and they're not that talented up front. But I think it's a reality. The other thing I'm going to say is that while I thought they rushed the quarterback well, really, really well, best game I saw, most noticeable, fast game from Von Miller, Jacob Martin's best game, maybe Dorrance Armstrong's best game, certainly one of them. He had 2 sacks for the first time this season. I thought on the interior, Johnny Newton had a sack. He was noticed, made an impact. Deron Payne had that huge 7-yard loss play on a screen, made a couple of really nice plays in the backfield. As a defensive front, they dominated. They will not play a worse offensive line than they played on Sunday, period. They won't. It's not going to happen. And if the Chargers had their 5 starting offensive linemen, it's a different conversation. They don't. They lost their left tackle. They've lost their right tackle. They're both fringe all-pros. And we said this last week. The 2 offensive tackles that they trot out there, they have a 3-guy rotation they picked 2 out of. In fact, all 3 of them were in the bottom 9 among tackles in the NFL that had played so far in terms of the next-gen stats, metrics for pressure percentage, and some of that stuff. So they were pulling from some of the worst tackles who play and then still had injuries at the position during the game. So forgive me when I say you took advantage. Now, as you said, everyone's going to hear, oh, you guys are so negative, you guys are jerks, whatever. That's fine if you just want to hear that and keep it moving. The fact is, it's not a negative at all. It just means let's not act like we've arrived. Let's keep coming here. Let's keep figuring this thing out. If you're on that defensive front, you just tasted that blood. You know what it feels like. Find a way to keep moving forward and keep progressing. But specifically on the back end, Danny, I didn't think they had a lot fixed. I thought there were a lot of open receivers, a lot of big plays, and in the competitive portion of the game before they could drop extra DBs back because the Chargers were an obvious passing down, down 2 possessions or whatever in the 3rd quarter and beyond. They also lost their running back, Amarian Hampton, and started running less anyway. I thought they kind of did whatever they wanted for 2.5 quarters as a passing game and just shot themselves in the foot.
I thought so too. Yeah, I mean, And you even saw Hampton underneath a couple of times. Didn't go nuts before his injury, but still was open and available. I think at a long of 12 I think it was him that Frankie Louvu couldn't tackle in space. It may have been somebody else, but I think it was the Hampton on Louvu one-on-one where it just ripped right through Louvu's grasp, who was actually in good position that time. But yeah, they can. I just don't see. It's why I thought they'd lose the game, frankly. And I was dead wrong about that. I love the fact that I'm wrong. I like doing Victory Mondays way more than the alternative. But that's why, even with the pressure, I thought they would still be able to, of the 5 or 6 or 7 sacks that they might have, there'd still be 30 times when the ball's in the air. And that's 23, 24, 25, 26 times where someone's going to be on the other end of it open. That's just how it felt to me. And that happened, but it also didn't because the Chargers miscues.
Yeah, so for me, I thought that they would harass Justin Herbert and get to him whenever they wanted to and basically sack him 6-7 times. 6-7. It was only 5, but they hit him 10 times. I got what I thought I was going to get in the second half, honestly. The first half looked nothing like I thought it was going to. And to the Chargers' credit, they were able to stay ahead of the sticks by running the ball a little better than I thought they would, and they moved the pocket really well, and they had some quick game stuff going, but they were even able to hold up okay on 5-step drops in the middle of the field for a lot of those, in-breaking things to Quentin Johnston. You remember the fumble play, some of that stuff. They had whatever they wanted in the passing game. I thought the mobility of Herbert was a big reason for that. But as the game went on, when they knew they had the pass, and because of that, Washington knows you have to pass, there's just no way. You just cannot hold up with that group, and they didn't. But that's the question for you guys at 800-636-1067. Did the defense fix its problems, or some of them? We know they made strides. It was a much better performance. But do you think this was real progress and some problems are solved here? Or did they just play a team that they were able to get fat on? Kevin's in Arlington. What's up, Kev?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So I think it's a little bit of we were very fortuitous in that, Slater and Alt don't even play the game because they're banged up, and then their O-line got banged up during the game. Oh, and Hampton as well. So let's pump our brakes on if we need to on how improved the D is. What I want to do is I do want to throw a bone to the youngins. Okay, it was nice to see Newton. You just mentioned this, get a sack in the pass deflection that led to Sandersill's pick, which by the way made up for Sandersill's boneheaded play on the field goal that led to the first touchdown. The hit by Martin, and he's still a very young player. It turned the game. And, Amos and Sandersill, these are nice young players. But I was really excited about finally seeing McGee in the front seven. I think he's a talented player who's been banged up, and I'm excited about that. But, yeah, the best defense is a great offense, and particularly when Cliffy's running the ball and hogging the ball and resting our defense. That's just all I want to say about it.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, for McGee, Wagner still played 100% of snaps. They found a way to get McGee in on about 20% of those, the defensive looks.
It seemed to me like they ran more looks with a third linebacker. Also, what was Luvu's snap count? Because I wonder if he
came in there,
came off a little bit. But it seemed to
99%. Luvu missed one snap.
So it's 3 linebackers.
Yeah.
So Luvu came down. This is actually what I was predicting preseason that we haven't seen any of, really, or very little of. But McGee playing as the second linebacker in the Luvu spot next to Wagner. I think you could do that a little more against a team like the Chargers that are going to be physical and try to run the ball with Greg Roman and heavy personnel packages, 12 and 13 and stuff. But then you had Luvu basically standing up or coming down at the line of scrimmage. You had like a 5-man front sometimes where you had McGee and Wagner at the second level. And McGee, he's fast. He made some plays. He was noticeable.
The play on the goal line especially.
Yes.
Where he's not sprinting, all out to catch someone on the sideline, but is sort of doing that like basketball defensive slide drill, right? Where he's kind of sliding, shifting, strafing as it were, and then shot upfield and stopped the guy dead. That was a great play.
Strafing's that's a great Madden term.
Old school Madden, that's where I went with, yeah.
Jay in LA on Grant and Danny. What's up? How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
I was actually at SoFi for the game yesterday, and I got to say that I'm still not confident that this defense actually got better because, watching it in person, you could feel that whenever Herbert had time, he could move the ball with ease. And most of the big stops from the Chargers came from them beating themselves for, penalties, missed throws, protection breakdowns, all that. So it wasn't like we were dominating, and that's been a pattern. I feel like we've been front runners. You saw it against the Giants, against the Raiders, and now against the Chargers. Once the offense gives them that 2-score cushion, then they can start flying around and looking lights out. But early in games when it's tight, the same issues keep showing up. So I'll give them credit for effort and energy, that does matter. But until they can get those stops when the offense isn't rolling, I can't say that the defense has turned the corner yet.
Appreciate that. That's a smart point too, because early on, when it's the offense hasn't gotten going yet, you're on your way to 17-0 or at best 13-0, right? But again, the turnover happened. Quan Martin makes that play, then Lattimore, his heads up jumping on the fumble. But again, that's a 50-50 proposition. There was a Chargers receiver within arm length of it as well. If you don't get that, again, it's points are about to happen. But I think it's a great point. Is once they've been up, they've feasted. Where you think of the Giants and their other win that I'm blanking on, the Raiders. Thank you.
Amarion Hampton, IR.
Yeah.
Ankle injury, out for at least 4 games. He left. That was another break for them, as it were, in the game with an ankle injury and didn't play down the stretch of the game either. He had a monster early part of the game. A lot of catches, as you said. I think 6 out of the backfield in the early going. That was kind of the outlet. This was a full-on John Beck to Roy Halou situation where
Yes.
I don't trust this line at all. So where are you at, Amarion? We're going to throw you the football. He's going to miss a month. So they're already no Najee Harris for the season. Now a quarter of the year without their RB2, who's really their best running back. But they're going to go deeper down the depth chart. The Chargers are in trouble right now.
Yes, they are.
They're losing
They're
too
reeling.
many guys. Next man up works. Next man up does not really work. And the Chiefs seem to always come out smelling like a rose, don't they? The walls are caving in. Oh, look how good the division is. The Broncos got a great win against the Eagles this weekend, and they are going to be frisky because their defense is awesome. But Bo Nix and the offense have come back to the pack a little bit. The Chargers were out to the 3-0 start, seem to be running away with the West. Now they've completely caved in with back-to-back losses to the Giants, who stink, and the Commanders, who are pretty good, it seems like. But when you're the Patriots, when you're the Chiefs, these dynasties, you look at that division, just seems like things go your way.
Always happens
too.
that way. I mean, as you said, ask the Patriots or ask the last couple years Bills.
How much better do you feel about the defense is the question on Grant and Danny. Jay Gruden is going to join us coming up at 5 o'clock in less than 20 minutes.
Herbert looking that way, throwing, tip, intercepted at the goal line. Mikey Sainristil with the pick.
Mikey Sainristil's got 2 interceptions over the last couple of weeks. Washington's got 3 takeaways in that time and 3 on the season through 5 games. They're 3-2. Big road win in L.A. yesterday. That was Kevin Burkhardt on the call. That goal line play made possible by the fingertips of Johnny Newton, who showed up yesterday with a sack and a batted ball that led to that interception. Jay Gruden is on the show coming up at 5 o'clock. That is one thing to circle back to the theme of some youthful contributions that I think you can feel pretty good about yesterday. Quan Martin has the forced fumble that completely changed the game. He was coming off a rough outing. Mikey Sainristil has an interception. Jeremy Reaves is playing a lot. And there's still times where either because of angles or he's a little out of position or whatever, he's diving at people's feet or something. But he is so physical and so violent. Like I will
notice him, yeah.
A guy like that every single time, Danny, where I remember playing high school sports and high school ball where someone would be like, hey, make a mistake, but make it at 1,000 miles an hour. I don't want you being timid. I don't want you, shoot your gun was kind of what we said back then. Like, go try to make the play. And if you miss it, we'll coach that up too. But, like, it's worse for you to kind of be standing there chopping your feet as someone runs past you. Like, go make a play. And Reaves does everything 100 miles an hour.
Yes, he does. You mentioned high school sports. There were always a couple guys that our coaches would love to have, like, go up against you in practice. Like, that was the dude that would end up kneeing you in the quad because he was, like, so physical and, like, right in your face. And it's like, I'm trying to go through the motions here in practice, but like it ruined the time. But opponents hated going against that guy because he's always laying wood. That's what it reminds me of.
Speaking of kneeing quads, how about when Jaden got leg whipped and like kicked right in the, I don't know what, the quad probably?
Yep.
What's the front of the hamstring?
The quad, yeah, the front of the leg.
I mean, he got he's got a thigh pad that might have helped him. But dude kicked the crap out of him.
Yeah, I didn't realize what happened in real time. Like there was from where the screen worked initially, or the TV coverage worked initially, there's something that happens, a flag goes down, you go, oh, it must be holding because someone went to the ground, and Daniels kind of burst through the hole, but he didn't go with the normal Daniels burst, if that makes any sense. And then as soon as they showed the replay, here's the guy like, oh no, I've fallen in turbulence, I've fallen down, leg whip kick, trying to slow him down. Please don't do that to my precious little angel. Don't be kicking Jaden Daniels, please.
Speaking of officiating, did you watch Sunday Night Football last night?
Uh-huh.
The Sean Hockley show. Could they have thrown more flags?
They love it.
I mean, it was so bad. My wife was sitting there like, what is going on? I was like, well, it's a Hockley production. What else would you expect with a Hockley on the broadcast? They got to get their TV time. Who have we seen more, Sean McDermott or Sean Hockley?
Ooh, man.
And Sean Hockley has taken over the family business.
I was going to say it's Sean Hockley.
Gigantic arms.
Yeah, Ed would begin, like in the beginning of the Ford Pass, football was invented by, just so much time, so much airtime.
The Commanders right now, the number 7 offense in the NFL, number 1 rushing offense in football.
That's number 1.
It's Bill season, baby. 5.8 yards per play for them. Number 17 passing offense. They're number 4 at avoiding interceptions. They're number 19 at avoiding sacks out of 32 teams. Danny, where do you think they rank right now in sacks per pass attempt?
I bet you it's pretty high because they've got a couple get fat games, thinking of this one and the Raiders. I'll say 8th.
They're higher than that. They're 6th right now.
Yeah, there you go.
And how often they're getting sacks at about 9.5% of the time. 5 teams have gotten more sacks. So it's the Broncos, the Steelers, the Lions, the Browns, Bills, and Falcons. I guess there's a tie in there. So it's actually Falcons and Washington tied. So it's Denver, Pittsburgh, Detroit, Cleveland, and Buffalo, teams that get to the quarterback on a higher percentage of plays than Washington. And that was a big concern coming into the year. It's really only reared its head as a significant problem in one game. The Atlanta game, they couldn't get any pressure. In their other 4 games, I think they've done a really good job in that way. Yesterday, teeing off completely.
I thought Green Bay, they struggled at times too. But I think
that's true.
Yeah.
You know what? As I think about it, Love had a lot of time in that game.
They did better than the stats say, because actually I thought Love played really well and got rid of the football and moved out of danger a couple times.
But I think you're right. I think it's probably 3 games where they've done really, really well, 1 game where they did poorly, and then 1 game where they were awful.
Yeah, they had 2, to me, excellent feast on the bad group, kick their butt, don't apologize, nobody feels sorry for you. It ain't my fault that you can't block me. Let's all get our stats type games, and this one in the Raiders game.
Another one, by the way, I'm ready for my apology, sir. Mea culpa. Javon Kinlaw is a dude. I know why they paid him $15 million. Remember when we spent a lot of time in the offseason saying, why did they spend him $15 million?
Mm-hmm.
I know why. Ask me, Grant, from a few months ago. Grant from right now can tell you the answer. It's because he is a wrecking ball in the running game. Why couldn't we find people in San Francisco and New York to tell us that this guy's going to be really good against the run?
And so my objection was more, did they have to pay him that much to sign him? Right? Like, who were they bidding against that was like, yes, I'll pay him triple what he's probably worth in the open market?
Sure, maybe, but that was also not the point everyone was making. Everyone was saying,
well, there's that too.
He's overpaid, number one. But number two, we had the people on that covered him in 2 stops, and they're like, he's not good against the run, but he also doesn't rush the quarterback. Well, he hasn't rushed the quarterback at all. They're not really asking him to. But he's been great against the run.
He's dynamite, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, so maybe they found the right scheme, right fit, right whatever, but they identified it correctly. And that, to me, is the most important thing. Like, it's easy to take a guy, I mean, you've seen this in years past, think of Josh Norman was great playing this one way, and they go, that's awesome, we're going to have him play a different way. Albert Hainsworth was awesome as a 4-3 defensive tackle, but what if, and hear me out, we have him do something totally different. Let's see if that blows up in our face. So that's usually the hallmark, but getting him to do the thing that seems like a really good fit is absolutely working out at this point.
Peters' biggest bet last year has backfired and been an L so far, the Lattimore trade.
Yeah.
His 3 biggest bets of this year, so to speak, have been significant W's.
Tunsil, Samuel, and Kinlaw?
Yep.
Wins. Mm-hmm.
Laramie Tunsil's been excellent in pass pro especially, which is what you bring him in for. Debo Samuel's been better than all expectations. They were just talking about him on Monday Night Countdown as one of the top players in the league so far this season. He's who their offense goes through and their passing game goes through. And then Javon Kinlaw has been a gigantic win up front for them with what they paid him. All right, Jay Gruden's next. What did he see when he watched the tape? How good is Bill? How sustainable is Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt being one of the best backs in the league? Remember, tomorrow at 5 o'clock, in about 24 hours, he'll be joining us. Let's talk about him next, though, with Jay Gruden right here on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, the Commanders beat the Chargers yesterday 27-10 to improve to 3-2. Jaden Daniels, with his performance yesterday, became the first player in NFL history to have 4,000 passing yards, 1,000 rushing yards in his first 20 career games. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt had 150 total yards and 2 touchdowns on the day. He'll join Grant and Danny coming up tomorrow. Coming up in just a couple of moments, former Washington head coach Jay Gruden set to join the program to break down yesterday's game. Monday Night Football tonight at 8:15. The Chiefs and the Jags in Jacksonville. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Injuries in the NFL. Chargers running back Omarion Hampton left the game early yesterday. He's placed on injured reserve today with an ankle injury. Patriots running back and former Washington running back Antonio Gibson done for the season. He tore his ACL in last night's game. Baseball playoffs, NLDS Game 2s tonight, Dodgers and Phillies at 6 o'clock. The Dodgers lead that series 1-0. Cubs and Brewers to follow at 9 o'clock. The Brewers lead that series 1-0. Day off today for the American League. Yankees and Blue Jays tomorrow. The Blue Jays lead that series 2-0. Tigers and Mariners are tied at a game apiece. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Let him rock and roll. They go jumbo formation, an extra lineman in the game. Krosky-Merritt streaks to the outside. He's in again. Touchdown, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt and Washington.
The Fox telecast, Kevin Burkhardt on the call of one of a couple of Bill touchdowns yesterday. 24 hours from now, 5 o'clock tomorrow, Tuesdays with Bill. He will be with us right here in our 5 o'clock segment. Show sponsored exclusively by the law firm Condori & Murat, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys, they're there to protect you and your family's assets. So schedule a consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Tedbert Automotive Group. Tedbert Ford in Chantilly and Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters. Tedbert Lincoln in Chantilly and Tedbert Chevrolet in Sterling, all home to Tedbert for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbert.com.
Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We find our guy, Jay Gruden, the former head coach here in town. Jay, how about that road win? You're down 10-0. Everything seems to be going badly. Chargers moving, trying to get up 17-0, turn the ball over. Then they've got a chance to go up 17-7 on a punt return touchdown. Penalty negates it. And Washington doesn't give up another point the rest of the way. Second half shutout, they win going away.
Yeah, that turn of events there on the punt, Trustway got his leg ripped off, and it was a great call. But instead of a touchdown, Chargers, Washington held the ball, got a field goal at the end of the half to tie it, and then opened up the third quarter. They started fast again in the third quarter, go up 17-10, and never look back. And that's what good teams do. They jump on a lead in the second half, and they don't turn back. They play great defense and complimentary football, and that's what happened.
Jay, what did you make of Jaden Daniels' start and then his overall complete game?
I think he played great, man. He looked a little rusty, but he actually made the right play on some of them. Throwing them away was smart, keeping himself out of harm's way. They called a design quarterback run early in the game, which I was like holding my breath over. He almost got killed. But overall, Jaden played winning football again. He makes the right decision. He's accurate with the football. He scrambles when he has to scramble and doesn't put his team in harm's way. Only took one sack despite some pressure, and the kid's an awesome player, man. Whenever you have him on the field, you got a chance to win, that's for sure.
You mentioned the designed run on the second play of the game. I actually loved it for two reasons. One, the Chargers have been very susceptible statistically this year to quarterback runs. So I thought either by way of just designing some looks for him, you could take advantage of that. Or secondly, if they're going to adjust knowing now, his knee's fine, they're going to run him, maybe it opens some things up in the traditional running game for Krosky-Merritt or whatever. So one way or the other, I thought it was really, really smart. I'm with you. I was a little nervous, but didn't you think that was part of the plan from Cliff? Because nobody had given up more explosives
it could have
to
been,
quarterbacks.
I hear Josh Allen all the time say he likes to get hit early in the game just to get his pads rattled a little bit. And maybe that's what Jayden felt like. Maybe Jayden said, hey, give me a quarterback design run early just to make sure my knee's feeling good. I want to get hit. I want to get the pads popping and feel part of this football game. That could have been part of it, too. But, yeah, I think the versatility that they have in the running game is like no other team in football, with Lamar being out, obviously. The way they pull their tackles, read ends, and quarterback design runs. And, Merritt had a touchdown run that I think you or I might have been able to score on. He just walked in the end zone for about 15 yards. And it's fun to watch the running game. They've really done a great job. A lot of these experts are saying the only way to run the ball is under center. That's not true anymore. Washington has proven you don't have to be under center to be an effective running football team.
Jay Gruden with us here on G&D. So the big play of the game, where momentum turns, is the Quan Martin forced fumble, right? Where the Chargers are walking down to potentially score again. But offensively after that, where the only thing that stopped them was a Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt fumble. Otherwise, they scored on every other possession. What do you think they found offensively there on that third possession post-fumble that they recovered?
I think they just had great balance, really. I think Washington and Cliff Kingsbury had it dialed in, with the run and the pass, and they were averaging a good clip running the football. They were doing different design-type runs, and obviously Jayden was effective with the passing game. Debo got involved. They had a key third down. Jeremy McNichols had a nice catch on third down to get a first down, and they just had great balance going on, and they're hard to stop when you have such good balance going on. And Jayden sets his feet. He's got great poise in the pocket, was accurate with the football on critical throws, and obviously the big play with Luke McCaffrey was huge at the end of the half. So, yeah, I don't know how you stop this team right now moving forward with all the things that they could do, the variety of plays that they have out of the shotgun.
Let's talk Bill. 14 for 111 and 2 touchdowns. Now, you mentioned one of the scores. Both of them, in fact, it was untouched. And this was his best game in terms of yards before contact. Clearly, they blocked it up pretty well. I think he had 59 yards before he was touched, which was a season high for him. There have been a lot of runs that weren't that way this season. What do you see from this 7th-round pick when you watch him?
He's got good vision for sure. He's got good burst in and out of holes, and he's very decisive in what he does. There's not a lot of hesitation. A lot of times backs are hesitating in the hole, and they're not sure where to go. Then they make a move, and it's too late. This guy really has good vision and patience, but when he makes a decision to make a cut, he is gone. And that is very impressive for a young kid, very decisive runner, and he's got enough speed to get you on the outside. And, in between tackles, he's got enough patience to find the hole, let the hole open up, and use his pads. He's got to work on the ball security. Can't fumble anymore. Mr. Merritt can't fumble anymore, but very impressed with the way he's playing.
When you see a guy break out like this and play at this level, how do you determine as a coach if it's, a guy on a heater and a good story or whatever, or if it's actually sustainable and replicable? And he's leading the NFL in yards per attempt. He's averaging 6.5. He looks like the real deal. Like, how legit do you think he is?
Well, I think this is a long season, and I think that teams will get to know him a little bit more the more he gets the ball. I like the fact that he's right around 10 to 15 touches a game. I really like that. I don't know if he's going to be as effective at 2025. Obviously, if he's getting 2025, the running game's working, so maybe that's a bad statement. But I just think him being fresh, being effective at 15 touches a game is very impressive. 14 carries and 2 catches, that's 16. That's a great number for him because he's going to have bursts. And then you throw in Chris Rodriguez for 4 or 5 carries, McNichols for a couple, and I think you got a great approach right there. Then Jayden get his 7 or 8 touches. So, yeah, I think the way they're approaching the running game is solid and effective. They're doing a great job with the way they're dispersing the attempts.
What do you make of how they're using Deebo Samuel?
I like it. Debo's perfect. He's in the passing game, he's doing a little bit of different things. They tried him on a deep ball. He got gloved up, but he's getting in between zones. He's a great receiver, a great friendly target, finding zone coverage holes, and that's where he makes his hay and then running after the catch. Obviously, not as many carries on screens and all that stuff as he had in San Francisco, but I think having 11 targets is impressive and catching 8 of them. And another touchdown on an unbelievable throw by Jayden, by the way, the touchdown on all-out blitz, drifting away. My God. But yeah, Debo's a great player. He's a great chess piece for Cliff.
That throw was unbelievable that you were just talking about. That's just one that a lot of guys can't make, and it puts the game on ice. It reminded me a little bit of the Bengals play, which was a better throw probably last year. But even though that was a higher degree of difficulty, they're both just like elite throws on the road to end a game, and you got the guy and they don't, and it just. It was really, really cool. I thought it was his second best play.
4th and 8. Yes, cover 0, 4th down and goal. He's got to make a play. There's 3 rushers all over the place. He just drifts with no fear whatsoever, just drops a dime in the back corner of the end zone. I mean, it's not many guys are going to do that. It's just the poise that he has. That he's effortless and just accepting rush and seeing rush coming. And there's a couple other plays where free runners are coming. A right tackle gets speed, he makes a miss and moves around and hits Debo for 20-yard gain. So his pocket presence is really top of the line when it comes to quarterback play in the National Football League.
His touch is outrageous. But my favorite play of his actually ended up being an incompletion when he got out of the pocket, rolled to his right, bought time, then climbed back toward the line of scrimmage and found Chris Moore in the end zone, in the back of the end zone, and Moore ends up dropping the ball. Yeah. Like, he did everything right. It was kind of a vintage 2024 Jaden Daniels play. And if that's another receiver, maybe they catch it, whatever. It's one of the few times all game where I thought that, I missed Terry McLaurin, because otherwise they were making every catch. But that play to me was like next level, I thought, Jay.
Yeah, I think when you put on the tape and you watch him play, there's a lot of things that he does subtly that not many people will see that are very, very difficult to do for a quarterback. He makes everything look easy. And it's just, I just shake my head when I watch his tape. I'm like, oh my God. I mean, he makes 5 or 6 plays in a game that he doesn't even look like he's trying. He just makes it look so easy. And they're not easy, trust me. I mean, any other quarterback, it's either a sack or an incompletion. But this guy, he finds a way to make it work. He's got great poise, anticipation, and accuracy, and speed. That's a great combination for a quarterback.
Jay, what did you see from Washington's defense in this game? It looked at a lot of times like Charger receivers were open. They were getting catches and gashing them, but whether it was a illegal procedure penalty or a hold or something like that, they got bailed out a couple times. But there was also a lot of good getting after Herbert. What did you see from the D?
I did see a lot of good from the D. I think that 4 or 5 sacks. I think it's just, again, they played a great effort, and they were able to get the turnover when they had to. In the red zone, the interception, obviously the fumble on Quentin Johnson by Quan Martin was huge. Part of the game, we already mentioned that. But they play hard, and you could tell they're a lot more fresh. They weren't on the field quite as long. I think Dorrance Armstrong is very impressive with the effort he plays with, and I like the rotation they have on a defensive line. Obviously, Luvu and obviously Wagner are playing very high level, and they got a little bit better play from the safety play. We mentioned Martin, Reeves, and those guys, and they covered pretty well. So it was a great effort. It could have gone really, really bad there if Quentin Johnson doesn't fumble, but they kept their head about them. They stayed the course. The 4th down play was great coaching. Nobody was open on the 4th down play where Herbert rolled to his right, nobody to throw to, and guys were hat on a hat, covered up perfectly. And so some of his great coaching, some of his great effort, but the combination of the two makes them very, very good unit.
Jay Gruden with us on Grant and Danny. One coaching question for you. On the 3rd and 15 from their own 2-yard line, right before the punt and the touchdown that was negated before the half. So they come out at 1:35 to go. Here's the situation. It's 1st and 10 from the 7. They're throwing it, which I like. Then 2nd and 10 from the 7, incomplete. They get a sack. So it's 3rd and 15 after a penalty from the 2-yard line. And they throw again. I think you got to run there and make the Chargers burn their final timeout. It's 3rd and 15 is so unlikely to get. They didn't. They almost get a sack fumble in the end zone. What do you make of that? That was the one time where I kind of didn't really get the plan.
Yeah, that's just having trust in your quarterback and your offensive line. Really, if you really watch that play again, Andrew Wiley got away with the hold. It should have been a safety. He grabbed Derwin James in the back of the neck collar and got the hold. So there's a lot of things that can go bad with the pass, like you're thinking of with the holding call in the end zone, a sack fumble, whatever it might be. I don't disagree with the fact that you probably want to run it there, but I would never argue letting Jaden have the ball in his hands to try to make a play and get out of the hole.
Jay, something that's always driven me nuts, like driven me insane, and I feel like it happens to Washington more than any other team, but it's also because I watch Washington more than any other team, obviously. It's the early second half squandering of timeouts in non-critical situations, whether it's they can't get a play in on time or something's wrong with the operation. After a reasonable gain of like 10 yards, they had to burn a timeout right there at the beginning of the 3rd quarter. And it feels like it happens every single week. Is that something that drove you nuts as a coach, or you're going, no, it's actually good. Let's make sure we have the right plan or whatever. What are your feelings on that? Because I know as a fan, it makes me insane.
Yeah, first half doesn't bother me as bad. If you have some confusion, you might call the play wrong, or you have the wrong personnel group in there, something's wrong with the headset, you want to get the right play in on a critical 3rd down or whatever play. Taking a timeout, I always told the quarterback in first half it's not that big a deal. Second half, you got to leave them all up to me. I got to make all the timeouts. I don't like burning timeouts. They're so critical with all these close games going on. You got to have them at the end of the game. So Yeah, unless it's a critical 3rd or 4th and 1 play. Sometimes taking a 5-yard penalty is better off than burning one of those key timeouts. But, it's tough, man, calling all these plays, all these words and formation changes. And sometimes you have a guy hurt. You don't know he's hurt. You're calling a play for him. He's on the sideline. Like, where the hell is he? Call timeout, damn it. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with a play call. And, it's just something you can't stand as a coach. Drives you nuts.
All right, Jay, let's go around the NFL here. Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny. We'll go outside of the Commanders. The Ravens, no Lamar Jackson yesterday, 3-pick game for Cooper Rush. But the story really is their defense. Texans' offense has been awful. They go for almost 50 points and 450 yards or whatever, just completely eviscerate Baltimore. A lot of injuries on defense. How much trouble is the Ravens in right now?
They're in big trouble. If you can't stop anybody, you're in big trouble. They gave up almost 50 points to one of the worst offenses in the league, offensive lines. The Texans haven't been able to do anything lately, and they just scored 40 or 50. Injuries to key players. I mean, they got them all over the place. Their best safety, their best corner, their best pass rusher, their best defensive end, their best middle linebacker. It's hard to function when your best players aren't playing, and the backups to your best players usually aren't very good, and that's what Baltimore's figuring out right now. And they're in big trouble until they get them back. I know Hamilton's coming back soon. Hopefully Lamar comes back. I don't know about Van Noy. I don't know about the corner. So I don't know when they're all coming back, but they need them back bad. Otherwise, it's going to be a long year for Baltimore.
The Eagles got eagled, if that's even a way to put it. They were winning. They probably should have held on to win, and they didn't. The Broncos come storming back with 18 there in the fourth quarter to upset them on the road 21-17. What'd you make of that one?
Yeah, everybody's getting on them for not running Saquon enough. It's very difficult. You got a lot of mouths to feed in that offense, and I think that sometimes the offensive coordinator is starting to worry about what people are writing about him and A.J. Brown's doing on the sideline if he's reading a book. Sometimes you got to just regroup and introduce your team to the best player, and that's Saquon Barkley. Now you got to give him the ball as often as possible, and that's what makes their team tick. They keep their defense fresh and getting Saquon the ball, and hell with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. They'll get their shots, when they come, but they got to feature Saquon more often. But yeah, that was a tough loss for them, and a great win for Denver and Bo Nix coming through in the fourth quarter in a big-time situation.
38 passes, 11 runs for Philly in that game, and they led by 2 touchdowns at one point. Like, it's not like, they're way behind them. And they were, at worst, down a point, basically, in this football game into the final seconds, and it was a 38-11 discrepancy. This Cardinals loss yesterday was gross, man. They fumble the ball on basically letting the ball go, celebrating Deshaun Jackson style at the 1-yard line, going in for a touchdown. I mean, that was just one of a few foibles that are like, you got to be kidding me moments that they had in this game. And a 22-21 loss to the Titans. Jonathan Gannon's got to be beside himself watching the tape today, huh?
I don't think I've ever seen as many plays like that are like, what the hell just happened? The snap almost gives Kyler Murray a concussion. Hits him right in the face.
He's in the protocol.
He's in the protocol.
They drop the ball, kick it, and Tennessee scores a touchdown. The guy scores a touchdown. He drops it at the 1-foot line. I mean, you can't make it up if you're a Cardinal fan. I mean, but that's the way the Cardinals have been for the last 3 or 4, 5, 6 years. Even when Cliff was there, I mean, they have stretches of looking pretty good. And look at the Cardinals; they're for real. And then they do stuff like this. It drives you crazy. You can't figure it out. And something's got to give over there. Somebody's got to really stick a foot in somebody's keister and get that team going, because they're pretty talented. They just underachieve every year, in my opinion.
Game of the day, probably Tampa-Seattle at 38-35 final. Tampa with an unbelievable road win. I like both clubs, quite frankly. Egbuka is the real deal. He's a star. I like the makeup of the Seattle team. Defensively, they didn't play particularly well, but just your thoughts on both those teams in probably the game of the day.
Yeah, Baker's obviously jumping into the MVP race. He's unbelievable right now. And you mentioned Egbuka. They're a great football team, and they never blink, whether down or up or whatever. I mean, that just goes to show you what kind of playoff win that was last year for Washington beating this football team. This is a well-coached team. Todd Bowles doesn't get enough credit for what he does with that team defensively and offensively. They do a great job. So I love watching Tampa Bay. They're one of the most fun teams to watch in the NFL right now when I'm sitting at a sports bar eating a chicken wing. I love watching Tampa Bay. I love watching Jayden Daniels. Those are my 2 teams to watch. In Seattle, you're right. They're fun, too. And the Jigba's a heck of a player, and Cooper Kupp did some things, and the running game's awesome. Sam Darnold's good, and the defense is usually a lot better. So I think Seattle's going to be a force to be reckoned with at the end of the year as well.
I hated that pick at the end of the game for Darnold. It got tipped, then was off a helmet. But it's just going to go down as he has a chance to win it, throws the pick, and then the Bucks kick the field goal. But he had gone for three.
That was a Todd Bowles all-out blitz, man.
Yep.
You never know when they're coming.
He had
When they
340
come,
and
man,
4
they
at that
come
time, Jay.
ferociously.
He balled out.
Yeah. But it was a hell of a game. But the teams that make the plays in critical situations, the ones that won, and Tampa Bay did it offensively and defensively, and they deserve to win on the road.
Hey, what'd you think of Drake May last night against the Bills?
Yeah, it's a coming out party for Drake, and I think that draft class is looking to be pretty good right now. I mean, Drake is a pretty damn good football player. He uses legs. He's athletic. He's got poise in the pocket. So yeah, I think with Stephon Diggs coming out party as well, that team is coming along too. It's fun this time of year. You start to see the riffraff kind of fall off. Then you start to see these young teams start to emerge, and some of these veteran teams that are going to be there, they're still going to be good. And you kind of can narrow it down to about 12 to 13 teams right now that are going to be in the mix at the end, and it's fun to watch right now.
What would you do in your old stomping grounds in Cincinnati? Obviously, minus Joe Burrow, MVP candidate. It ain't pretty, but Browning, when the game was out of reach, all of a sudden, started getting prolific, and they found Jamar Chase a bunch of times. But he was also responsible for a lot of the bad that got him there. What would you be doing right now?
It's a tough call, because Joe Burrow obviously is their guy, and everybody says, go trade for Kirk Cousins. Yeah, right. How are you going to pay both those two guys? So I don't know. I think you got to stick with Browning. He did a great job coming from behind against Jacksonville, getting a victory there, and had a tough couple of weeks. But I think they just got to stick with them and play better defense. That's easier said than done, but they're going to struggle a little bit. Jake Browning, going from Joe Burrow to Jake Browning is quite a difference. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I don't know who else you can turn to. It's just hard in pro football. When your stars get hurt, the backups aren't quite as good. That's what makes the stars the stars. That's why they get paid all the money.
Yeah, no doubt. Jay, phone's breaking up a little bit. We'll let you go. We are done anyway. Thank you for the time. We appreciate you. We'll look forward to next week.
All right.
See you, buddy.
There's Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford in Chantilly and Fairfax, your F-150 HQ, Ted Britt Lincoln in Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
I've got a bill theory I've been workshopping for a couple weeks. It's ready for air, though. I'm going to tell you what I think about Krosky Merritt, and I want to see if anybody wants to tell me I'm wrong. Next on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. Xavier Worthy, questionable coming into tonight's Monday Night Football game. Looks like he is going to be good to go. Remember, he was so important last week for Kansas City, moving the ball through the air as they take on the all of a sudden defensively proficient Jacksonville Jaguars. And that is today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. I love Fanatic Sportsbook. It's the home, as I said, of fair play, protecting all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays all season long from any first-half injury. That's 30 minutes of player prop protection on all bets. Whether it's QBs, running backs, receivers, even defensive players, Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up your parlays. If you want to protect your parlays from injury, switch to the sportsbook that will always have your back across the first and second quarters for all pro football, every single game, all season long. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, the Commanders beat the Chargers yesterday 27-10, improving to 3-2 on the season. Jaden Daniels, with his performance yesterday, became the first player in NFL history with 4,000 passing yards and 1,000 rushing yards in his first 20 career games. Also, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt had his career day of 150 total yards, 111 on the ground, 39 through the air, and 2 touchdowns. Tonight, Monday Night Football, Chiefs and Jaguars, 8:15 kickoff into the game right here on The Fan. In baseball, NLDS continues on tonight. Dodgers and Phillies game 2 at 6 o'clock, and the Cubs and the Brewers tonight at 9 o'clock. Brewers outfielder Jackson Chourio is expected to start tonight for the Brewers. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
That's big for the Milwaukee Brewers. Jackson Chourio, their young superstar outfielder, is in the lineup. Left with a hamstring injury. It looked like he pulled something going down the line in Game 1. Huge win for them this weekend, Saturday, over the Cubs in the NLCS. 2 National League Championship Series games tonight. Dodgers at Phillies and Cubs at Brewers. 6:08 and 9:08 East time starts in Philly and Milwaukee. So I am plugged in on this like everybody else because I'm a baseball fan, but also I'll be doing NLCS coverage for MLB Network Radio. And Danny, I still don't know where I'm going.
Where are you going to go?
Or what games I'm working.
Just tell me which games you're going to and what city.
So I'm either going to be doing games 1, 2, 6, 7, 6, 7, or 3, 4, 5. And I don't know if I'm going to Philly, if I'm going to Wrigley, if I'm going to Milwaukee, or if I'm going to Dodger Stadium.
I was going to say LA.
I don't think I'll go to LA just from a sheer travel standpoint. They'll probably geographically have someone on the West Coast handle that one. But I don't know. Let's put our heads together really quickly here. I want to get into Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt in a second. But what would be the best bet for your boy? Here, thinking out loud. I think the energy in Philadelphia in the playoffs is amazing. I would love to go to the bank for a game. I think that would be really, really cool. But Wrigley in October? Come on. Wrigley in October? That's hard to beat. Plus, Chicago this time of year is an amazing city. As good as travel as you're going to get going to Chicago in October. I've never been to the ballpark in Milwaukee.
That's what I was going to say. What about the Milwaukee situation?
I think it's called American Family Field now or something stupid.
It was Miller Park at High Life Field and Miller Place.
So Miller would be amazing for me because I've never been there. Philadelphia would be incredible because I just think it might be, outside of Seattle, the best environment in playoff baseball that there is. Wrigley, need I say any more? No. Now, I'm leaving L.A. on the outside in. I've been there for a bunch of playoff games. It's very loud. It's very good. There's almost 50,000 people, and it's historic. Every time I walk into Dodger Stadium, it feels like it's 1984 all over again. But if I was ranking my wants just from a travel standpoint, I think I'm doing on-field stuff, pre-game and post-game. I think I'd like to be on the field before a playoff game at Wrigley as my 1 seed. Number 2, I think I've got to go Milwaukee narrowly over Philly because, A, it's not the Phillies.
Right, thank you.
I'm kidding, come on.
But seriously.
But honestly, it's because I need to check that ballpark off my list. I'm down to like 4 ballparks now.
Doesn't that settle it for you? Shouldn't that be what we're thinking about?
No, because watch a game where the Phillies are playing in the playoffs at home. And my God, man.
It's great, but I hate it.
So great.
Yeah.
So great. I've actually thought about, if I wasn't covering it, driving up there for an NLCS game and like taking my kid just to like sit in the environment.
It's just Phillies pulsing over there. I can't do it with all my former Nats favorites playing for them.
I don't think my wife would let me, if we're being honest, like take the kid for a night game and do an overnight in Philly. I don't think it would work out. Maybe on a weekend I could get lucky. But where should I want to go?
Milwaukee.
Over Wrigley?
Yeah. Because we've done the Wrigley thing. Wrigley's historic. Wrigley isn't changing. This Brewers magical thing where they shouldn't be doing this, and yet here they are. with all the wins and, on the doorstep of the NLCS. Like the small market little engine that could, where it's just like, well, they lost this guy, they got no chance now, and here they are again with the no-name gang. That place will be electric and awesome. It checks a ballpark that you haven't been to off your list.
And so now you're getting to it. For a while there, it sounded like you were saying, why should I root for the Brewers? I'm just saying, where should I want to go do live broadcasts on the field? But you came back to the idea of, I'm checking a ballpark off the list. I think I got to be rooting for Wrigley, though. I mean, do you guys have a thought on this? Like, Dodger Stadium is cool. It's distantly fourth. Ask JP and B Mitch what flying to LA and flying back is like.
It's killer.
You're coming back with a head cold and, you're in the air for 12 hours. So I think that's fourth for me. Not that I'm not excited to go work and do that if it happens that way.
It's got to be Wrigley. I mean, it's, again, Wrigley Field in October. The wind's blowing out there. The ball is flying. The Cubs fans are great. I would want to go to Wrigley Field in any month, but let alone have it be October. Sign me up for that.
What about Milwaukee, Tobes?
That's the answer. Milwaukee is awesome. October baseball, it's all they're going to care about. Obviously, they're going to care about the Packers, but people are dialed in. The Milwaukee fan base is great. I'm sure somebody would invite you out to a tailgate. You can get a brat. You can hang out. You can venture around Milwaukee. It's a slept-on city, and it should be before it gets frigid cold in Wisconsin as well. It's a great ballpark to catch a game. Everybody's so nice.
You're saying even though it's not the Bank or something or Seattle, like it's sneaky, really, really good energy.
Yeah, and the environment's going to be great, especially if they're getting past the Cubbies and get past this series.
Yeah, this would be NLCS like game 1 against the Dodgers or Phillies.
Yeah, I mean, they're itching for this because they've had a Packers Super Bowl, they've had a Bucks NBA Finals, they've never had a Brewers World Series. They celebrate the 1982 team that just made it there as if they actually won it all the time. So the environment there, just remembering what it was like in 2018 when they were a game away from getting to the World Series, absolutely would be electric.
All right, so you guys are both Milwaukee. Clary's on Wrigley.
If it was me, while Wrigley would be very high on the list because it's one of those historic stadiums and places that you got to go to and visit once in your life as a baseball fan, I want to ride the high of what's going on in Milwaukee right now. I think Milwaukee is my choice.
It's the sleeping on them. It's Fenway if Fenway was good. That's what Wrigley is.
But Fenway's in Boston, though.
Yes, but as I said, if Fenway was good. You have 2 historic museum amazing ballparks. One of them's not very good. That's Fenway. The other is Wrigley in October. It's gonna narrowly be number 1. But however it works out, I'll be fired up. All right, here is my Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt take, Danny, that I have been noodling and workshopping.
How hot is this take? Give me a temperature.
When I first came up with the take, it was scalding hot. He had never played in an NFL game quite yet. And I was like, I think this is a thing, but I'm not going to go public with this. 2 weeks ago, I think it would have been a warm. It wouldn't have burned you, but if there was a washcloth that was the temperature of this take, it would have warmed you up. Today, I don't even know if it's warm anymore. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt is the most dangerous running back the Commanders have had or Washington has had since Clinton Portis. Tell me I'm wrong. There's only been one other guy I would say was more productive, prolific, better, whatever you want to say, and it was Alfred Morris, who I covered in 2012 and 2013. He ended up, a couple of years later being around under Jay Gruden. But Alfred Morris was the ultimate one-cut Shanahan zone blocking back. Always falling forward, body lean, balance, really, really productive, great fit. But he leaves here, and 2 hours later, he's looking for carries, and 4 hours later, he's out of football. Post Clinton Portis, and I'm talking about early career Joe Gibbs, Clinton Portis, not like end of his career with Jim Zorn or Mike Shanahan where he's hurt and just, getting a couple carries here or there.
Yeah.
Since the 05, 06, 07 kind of time frame with CP, almost 20, 18 years ago, whatever it is, I think Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt is the best running back they've had since. Tell me I'm wrong.
Who are the other nominees there?
Alf.
Alf. I'm just thinking beyond Alf. I mean, for a while, the hype train on Darius Geis was unstoppable because of a good preseason performance and a great game against Carolina. People wouldn't stop crowning him. But other than that, there's not a ton of standouts in that regard. I mean, Adrian Peterson was really good, but obviously he wasn't the 2,000-yard Adrian Peterson, but he was a guy that they got for nothing off the scrap heap. But yeah, I don't think there's been that complete running back that has that electric skill set as a runner with everything that I look for instead of. There are plenty of guys that have just speed, plenty of guys that have just power, plenty of guys that have just vision. He's got all the different things. The faders are turned up to a pretty significant degree on every element of a guy that's really good with the football in his hands behind an offensive line.
Gibson and Brian Robinson both got a lot of work over the years.
Neither I'd put ahead of JCM.
2021 was a collection of, it was a lot of Antonio Gibson, Jarrett Patterson, let's see. 2020, going back to like the Peyton Barber, J.D. McKissick year. That year, their leading rusher would have been Gibson, who went for 800 yards, I think, as a rookie. 2019, Adrian Peterson, the 2-year run there in 18 and 19. So maybe he'd be next on the list with Alf. Chris Thompson was always very, very effective, but never a bell cow. Rob Kelly had some success here, was never on the level of Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. Before that, it's Alf, really.
It's probably Alf, yeah.
Matt Jones in a fleeting. Remember we did Matt Jones Day?
Yeah.
They drafted in the 3rd round of the University of Florida. I didn't think I'd say his name on the show today, by the way. When's the last time anybody talked about Matt Jones? Do you remember him?
Of course I do.
He played in the United Football League. I saw him play against the DC Defenders.
Is that right?
At Audi Field. Alf in 2012, 2013, and then before that, maybe a little Roy Halou, Ryan Terrain, Tim Hightower.
But you hear the list. There's nobody. And he's had one huge, awesome, amazing breakout game that was incredible. Talking about Krosky Merritt, but we all see the skill set, right? So yeah, I don't think that's crazy.
He's their best running back since Clinton Portis. He's better than Brian Robinson was. I think, again, you could debate the Alfred Morris thing, but for me, it's not really that debatable.
Yeah, that's a great scheme system fit.
Yes.
Where if Alfred Morris went somewhere else, he'd do what he did, which is be okay.
Let's go to Josh in Upper Marlboro on Grant and Danny. What's up, Josh? How are you?
Hey, fellas. Sorry, this is not on this particular topic, but I do have a proposal for you real quick. Can we please make this game the Ben Johnson Bowl? Grant, there are literally millions upon millions of loyal Grant and Danny listeners, like your boy, who both love Grant Paulson and in almost equal measure hate how much Grant Paulson loves Ben Johnson. And hate
that is interesting, yeah.
And hate that infernal sounder. So let's do this. If Ben Johnson goes off and schemes up the Bears for more than 350 yards against us, you play that sounder as much as your heart desires for the rest of the season whenever you get the Ben Johnson tingles. But if we hold Ben Johnson to less than 350 yards, you are not allowed to play that sounder for the rest of the year, and you can't even say his name. Every time his name comes up, you have to call him the Chicago coach.
That coach from
BJ,
Chicago.
Wow.
Or BJ, although that could get weird, or like the guy that I'm not supposed to say, or what have you. The Ben Johnson Bowl. What do you think about that?
Wow. Josh, this is something.
This is a great idea.
Why does everyone think I like Ben Johnson so much? I don't even understand.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
This is fascinating.
Josh.
He is coming to town on Monday night. Little Ben.
A week from the night. Hey, and by the way, Grant cannot stop grinning about it.
We got a developing Ben Johnson situation, boys. 350 is a nothing burger. I mean,
they've done it once this year.
Who's done it once this year?
The Bears.
They only have 350 yards once?
The Bears.
That's pretty stunning.
Mm-hmm. Against the Cowboys. So,
yeah.
Bang up job there.
I mean, I'll
no, I'm kidding. He's good.
I could take that bet with the quickness.
Yeah, I'd raise the number, Josh.
So let's workshop this. We'll do this next. There's a lot on the line here. The Ben Johnson situation. Could I have to retire the Ben Johnson sounder for the rest of the season? All of our football conversation on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus, by the way. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Let's just see if people would be interested in this. What do you guys think we should retire the Ben Johnson sounder and my ability to talk about Ben Johnson on the show if Ben Johnson struggles at Northwest Stadium? 800-636-1067. We'll get into this next on The Fan, and at 6 o'clock, you'll hear from the head coach of the Commanders who was hired after the whole Ben Johnson snafu.
The whole kerfuffle.
Yeah, the whole issue, and they were trying to get Ben Johnson. Dan Quinn. That's coming up at 6 o'clock on The Fan.
How about those Commanders? They have won a road game, and it was not easy early on. 10-0 they're down. No problem. 27 unanswered. Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt, 15 yards untouched. Matt Gay, first of a couple field goals. 29 yards, tied the game at 10 before the half. By the way, don't look now, but Gay has made 8 straight kicks. He's 9 of 12 on the season with 1 miss inside of 50. All is fine for the moment.
Yeah.
We can just put that to bed.
A
just
little
like
patience.
The Jaden Daniels knee conversation, right?
Indeed, yeah. He's been really good. I didn't feel good for a little while, but now I don't think about it again. Or let me rephrase. I haven't thought about it in the last several kick attempts.
The touchdown of the day, with respect to our guy Bill, who's going to be on the show tomorrow at 5. Tell a friend. The 8-yard pass to Deebo Samuel, which was really like looped lollipop style, 20 yards in the air. Jaden just fading away, buying time on 4th down, dropping it in the bucket with 1:08 to play. 27-10 final. All right, so we just had a call. I'm willing to think about this. I'm willing to workshop this with you guys. A caller says that with the Bears and Ben Johnson coming to town, I hadn't even noticed that Ben Johnson's coming to town. Had not even been on my radar. I guess it's true, though, because the Bears are playing on Monday Night Football. It's certainly not something that I'd thought about or talked to the guys about behind the scenes over the last couple of weeks at all.
You started, I think, what's today? So there would have been, we're 2 days shy of a month from when you started talking about it. You started talking before the season opener, September 8th, you talked about it.
No. The first time I even realized Ben Johnson would be coaching at Northwest Stadium with the Bears was when Josh just mentioned it.
No, you did that, I'll let Peck finish. The thing that you do when your lips are smiling, kind of doing like this. Monday Night Football, Ben Johnson silly when they lost to Minnesota. That day.
I also don't get, he acts like I love Ben Johnson. I don't even get that.
Everybody knows you do. It's okay. It's okay.
I mean, Garris, come on.
It's okay.
You guys, behind the scenes. I don't talk about Ben Johnson much or in a way that is different than I would any other play caller in the league. Right? I mean, it's just he's a coach. There's 32 of them. 31 of them aren't here. He just kind of blends in with the rest of them.
I'll let Brian Peck speak for me.
I mean, it's to the point that Grant's like, have you seen the post-game content they do? Have you seen it? They put it on social media. He's the only coach that talks to his team after the game. He's not a leader of men, I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure. Ben Johnson. You love him so much.
No. That fit with the discussion we were having that day. That's why
about post-game speeches and social media content?
Actually, yes. I was talking about how Jim Harbaugh is one of the cheesiest dudes in the world and how coaches all have these cheesy slogans. And I'm like, have you seen Ben Johnson's? And then I had Darius grab it where he's like, if you're not first, and they're like, you're last. And he's like, if you work hard, good things
kiss
happen.
my ass or something.
It's like a pregame swim meet thing. But Tubbs, come on. I didn't know Ben Johnson.
I thought it was weird when you sent us your child's first words being Ben Johnson because you never stopped talking about him at home, too.
Lincoln's first words were Ben Johnson, but that has nothing to do with anything. That is an unrelated.
It's coincidence. That's why guys are named that sometimes. The kids will just say it.
Will's in Manassas. Will, do you think I should do this and risk not being able to say Ben Johnson's name for the rest of the football season?
Hello?
Hi, Will, are you there?
Yeah, this is Wolf.
Wolf. Well, go ahead.
Oh, Wolf.
Yeah. So I'm all for this, and we're going to take this to the next level. And what we're going to do is we're going to treat him like Voldemort and call him he that shall not be named.
Okay. So that's how I have to refer to him. You know what? Is it that shall not be named or who shall not be named?
Whom shall not be named? Because you're the one naming it.
Okay.
So it's whom.
So is the bet that 350 yards, so 349 in a hook is the number, basically.
Yeah, and I think that number is too low, personally.
That's the number that he said.
Right, that is. And Josh tweeted us just now and said maybe 400. I think 400 is too high.
Yeah, 400 is way too high.
What about, would you accept 375?
No, because you even said the Bears have done that once, and they've actually had offensive games where they were good and didn't do that. Because in this stupid league anymore, with kick returns, every time you turn around, Luke McCaffrey's ripping off a 50-yarder. It takes away yards.
Yeah, it's good punt return. You're like, damn it.
No, I'm not. Yards per game, right, are down, I would say. Yards per play is the metric you care about. We could do a yards per play thing where it's got to be better than 5.7 or whatever we think the number is that works. Or if we're doing yards per game, I think 350 is probably about as low as we'd want to go, because if they get some short fields, some turnovers, now all of a sudden they got no shot. They can't run the ball. So what are we really talking about? Are we talking about effectiveness? Do we want to go point score? Do we want to go yards per play? Let's go to Casey in Woodbridge. Casey, you're on Grant and Danny. How are you?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Love the show.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I would say to make this bet a little bit more interesting, I would probably up the yardage to at least 400, but then you would have to add a stipulation that Chicago can't have more than 2 turnovers. Like, if they have 2 turnovers or more, then boom, you lose, Grant.
Well, if you're upping it to 400, you're already making it harder for me. Now they turn the ball over multiple times, and I lose. What am I getting in this deal?
Yeah, what does he
I'm
get?
Swinging exactly. I can't play the Ben Johnson alert for the rest of the year, you guys are saying.
It's taking it away.
I could start playing it again the day after the season when they're in the playoffs.
Yes, that's allowed, I would say.
Darius, can I hear the Ben Johnson alert again? Just because if I'm risking not hearing it again after this weekend, I need to hear it as much as possible now.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
Ben
Johnson alert.
So to me, it's less about the
He
alert.
ran a fake flea flicker.
I know
Do
he
you
did.
understand?
He had a play where the guy tried to fall
fake
down.
GD flea flicker guy. No one's ever done it before. No one's even thought to do it.
Andy Reid did it in 77 times, I'm sure.
Not one time. He runs a play where his quarterback fakes like he's falling over, so the defense goes, he fell.
Andy Reid's got guys doing ring around the Posey, pocket full of Parker Posey, whatever, on a goal line thing. Like, stop.
I'm sure.
What do you mean you're sure? You should be sure. That's what happened.
No, it's what happened, and that is uninteresting. Next time the Chiefs are interesting on offense will be 2 years from now. They haven't been in 3 years.
We forget our history a little bit there.
No,
they were pretty interesting at one point.
Yeah, when they had great players like Tyreek Hill, they were very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The last 2 years, here's me watching the Chiefs at any given moment. Oh, they found a way to win. 23-17, thanks to Chris Jones. Cool. Not interested. Next, Ben Johnson.
Yeah, so this is what I want to take away.
That's what this league is about.
I want to take away unsolicited, unprompted Ben Johnson mentions. I want to take it away from pre-show.
Right.
I want to take it away from during
show. Pre-show.
That's what I want
I
going.
can't even mention Ben Johnson not on the air.
That's
outrageous.
I want the casual Ben Johnsoning of everything, where you shoehorn it in to go away. The alert to me is secondary because we're misrepresenting the alert. The alert's to make fun of you for the inserting Ben Johnson into everything.
I'm aware of the alert. I'm fine with the alert. You just said you don't want me to be able to say it off of the air.
That's what I want.
Off of the air.
That's what I want.
There's no chance I'm agreeing to those terms. That's insane.
I didn't think you would.
How about this? If they score less than 10 points, I'll never say his name again. No, actually, I'm walking that back.
Yeah, don't go full Russell because there's no upside for you.
I don't trust Caleb Williams enough.
Yeah.
He'll throw 4 picks.
Well, my point is, I understand this. This isn't a great bet for you, right? Where if you just go about your business normally, you
I
can do
covered
whatever
the
hell you
league,
want.
and I'm supposed to not say the name of the most creative, incredible play designer the league's ever seen. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah,
it's just not going to happen.
Right. And so this one's fair.
A guy that this organization was ravenous to talk to and bring here, and then it all came crashing apart at the seams. And now I'm supposed to hate him like everyone else because he doesn't have social skills. It's just not going to happen. Kyle walked so Ben could run for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. And that's to me. That's what this bet
and
is
Kyle's
about.
Still my first love.
Yeah, that's what this bet is about to me. Is ridding us of the casual Ben Johnsoning.
All right. So what should be the terms of the Ben Johnson bet? We'll wrap this up. We'll figure that out next, and then we'll give you Don't Forget About. We'll get back into Commanders Chargers 27-10 win. The locals, the lads, are 3-2. They are on to Ben Johnson's Chicago Bears.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. The Commanders beat the Chargers yesterday 27-10, improving to 3-2 on the season. Jaden Daniels, 231 passing yards on the day and a passing touchdown, as well as 39 yards on the ground. Became the first player in NFL history through his first 20 career games to have 4,000 passing yards and 1,000 rushing yards. Bill Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt going to join Grant and Danny tomorrow after his career day, where he went for 111 on the ground and 2 touchdowns, as well as 39 through the air. Monday Night Football wraps up Week 5 of the season. Chiefs and Jaguars, 8:15 tonight. Can hear the game right here on the Fan, coverage beginning at 7 o'clock. Injuries around the league. Chargers running back Omarion Hampton left the game early yesterday with an ankle injury. He's going to go on injured reserve. Patriots running back Antonio Gibson is going to be done for the season with a torn ACL. Baseball, NLDS action, Dodgers and Phillies, Game 2 with the Dodgers leading the series 1-0. Just about to get underway in Philadelphia. Cubs and Brewers tonight at 9 o'clock, Game 2 of that series. The Brewers lead that series 1-0. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Commanders just going to go with 1:14 to go. It's Daniels, pressured, float one for the corner. Deebo Samuel, he's got it. That's the exclamation point.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny on the Fan, brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murrah. They take care of everything from estate planning to elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. They are there to protect you and your family's assets, so schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. However you're listening to the show, all over the DMV on our flagship 106.7 in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1, watching us on YouTube, listening on the Odyssey app. Thank you. A lot of options. Make it happen, and it means a lot to us. So thank you for making us part of your day.
I co-sign that. It is always cool. I got to meet a couple folks the other day at one of my son's flag football games, and this teenage kid, they have teenagers ref these games. It's awesome. It's such a cool program that they all played in this thing, and now they like coach it and ref it and stuff like that. It's great. I just sort of bumped into the guy. I was talking to him for a second. He goes, bro, I'm sorry, bro. Are you Danny? And I was like, yeah. He goes, oh, dude, let me take a photo with you. And I was like, it's so neat, man. So just remembering that I, too, was a kid listening to a couple of Pudgies, flap their gums with the radio, too. So it's always really neat.
Well, it's not a couple Pudgies. It's one Pudgy.
Well, stop it.
You just keep saying a couple Pudgies, and then when people meet us, they're like, Danny, you're not fat.
That's the idea. Low expectations.
But it's tough for me when they're like, Danny, you're not fat. And
hi, Grant.
Which it's fine. I am fat, and I'll take it. But when you lie to everyone constantly with like 16% body fat, it's a little bit frustrating for me.
Fair enough.
When then they meet us and they're like, oh, one of you's not fat. That's kind of weird.
Fair enough.
But anyway, you could keep saying it. Whatever. That's fine. Presented today, Grant and Danny, by the law firm Condori and Murrah. So let's get to our poll of the day, which is brought to you by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Our poll of the day: which young Washington Commander that made an impact play in the win against the Chargers impressed you the most? The Johnny Newton sack and deflection that led to an interception on the goal line. Jalen Lane, 3rd and 16 conversion in traffic, making a catch, 16-yard gain. Luke McCaffrey's diving 50-yard catch. Or Jordan McGee, who did some really good stuff in the blitz and run games. I voted for Luke McCaffrey on the diving catch because I didn't know he had that club in the bag. Seems like most people did, 61%. That's the leader in the clubhouse right now. But, Danny, where are you going with this? Newton, Lane, McCaffrey, McGee, who stood out?
Yeah, it's boring. Sorry, but it's McCaffrey. That play was essential. That play was massive for this football team to win that game. Like, not a ton of separation, great coverage, great throw, even better catch. That was awesome. It's not something I think you're going to major in. A guy that is, again, not a tremendous separator in terms of man stuff. Are going to run by people, but that was a critical, massive, important, huge play. With all due respect to Johnny Newton, because you stop a touchdown right there and cause a turnover, a huge swing. But that Luke McCaffrey play was otherworldly.
Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local long distance residential commercial, 3 decades, best in class service and experience. They bring you our poll of the day. All right, so let's finish this up so we can get back to business. So what are we going to do for the Ben Johnson bet here? I think 350, at first blush, when I heard that, I thought, oh, that's too low of a number. But as I think about it, I actually think it's perfect because nobody gets to 350 anymore, really. Like, do you realize where that would rank in the NFL in total offense this year? Right now, 350 a game?
Not on top of my head. What, 10th?
7th.
7th, yeah.
It just doesn't happen. I mean, the Commanders, who are really, really good. You know what? I'm looking at defense. So let me click on this. Hold on. All right, so it actually is a few more teams. Let's see. So you would rank 12th in the NFL. The Commanders, who are the number 7 offense in the league in yards per play, Danny, 349 a pop. As good as their offense has been, that's what it looks like. That's what a 350-yard game looks like on average. So I think that's actually plenty of yards.
It's pretty good amount. I mean, I'd like a tick higher, but I smell the point of your. I get what you're saying.
Again, I'm saying that they're going to have a top 11 day on offense with a quarterback who's inconsistent, a Nubs offensive line, and the inability to run the ball.
I'm going to say
I'm playing along here.
I'm saying they have a human being at quarterback and a line that's not an actual piece of Swiss cheese, which means receivers are running open and everybody's going to get yards. That's kind of my view of it.
So if I agree to terms here, 349.5, got to get to 350. I can't say Ben Johnson's name for the rest of the year, and we retire the Ben Johnson report for the rest of the season.
That is the wager. That is the wager.
You guys are okay with those terms? What if we lowered it to like 339.5? No?
There's not much upside there.
19.5 points.
No.
No?
I'd like to raise it a little bit, raise the bar a little bit, so that it, like just to help us get over the hump here, to get rid of the casual mentions.
I'm sure you would.
Yeah.
All right, I'll play the game. We'll do it.
There he is.
There it is.
He's a sportsman.
349.5.
This is not your I'll walk to Ashburn or I'll quit type moment. This is not a crazy bet.
No, this is perfectly fine. I'll just, instead of saying Ben Johnson, I'll say the Bears coach or he who I can't talk about.
The coach from Chicago.
But I am going to bring him up a bunch. I'll just won't be able to say his name when I do it.
And then you can get back to your regularly scheduled programming on January 1st, 2026.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh,
or that big postseason run they're going to go on?
I'm coming in here the day after the season ends, and it's going to be 4 hours of that sounder. I'll just let you know. If Ben gives me a reason to, which he probably will. But yeah, we got ourselves a bet. Let's have a Monday night. Go Commanders. And let's see the Bears put up 351, maybe, in a loss.
Shout out Josh. That was a great idea.
That's great. That's a great bit by Josh.
That is a great idea, for sure. All right, let's go. Don't forget about things that happened yesterday in L.A. for the Commanders that aren't getting enough run today. I'm going to be so mad if they don't get to 350. It's my favorite thing to talk about. Now, again, I'm not agreeing to off-air mentions. I'm going to wear you guys out pre-show.
Well, we know that. I mean, everybody already knows that.
Okay. What aren't you forgetting about?
We mentioned it a couple times, but I want to make sure everyone understands how essential this was. Nothing's really happening for Washington's offense. A 3rd and 16 before they would score a touchdown. The dart, dime, whatever you want to call it. Jaden Daniels to Jalen Lane, 16 yards and a first down against old friend Benjamin St-Juste. Now you have a drive. Now you have a chance to score. It would be capped off with a Ja'Cory Krosky-Merrick 15-yard touchdown, but that was a massive hidden play in this game.
Don't forget about Bobby Wagner bouncing back pretty well. Didn't have a whole lot of plays where he's in space, having to run around. There was the one play where Herbert ran past him. It was actually not necessarily his fault going back and watching, but it was a play where his lack of speed in the open field became a big problem because he couldn't get to Herbert, and then Herbert ran for 40 yards in the first third down of the game. Having said that, he made 14 tackles and did some really good things in the run game. That's what he's here for. Like, you can't get mad at Bobby Wagner when he doesn't excel in the areas where he's not supposed to excel. When he is asked to do the things he does well, he does them at a very high level. So I thought he was back to being Bobby Wags in this game.
Don't forget about Jordan McGee. only played about just under 20% of snaps, but you noticed him when he was on the football field. He flew around, was fast, sure tackler, ended up with 3 on the game, but your per snap tackle ratio is pretty damn good when it comes to it. Maybe a bit more of what they might feature against some teams that want to ground and pound. Now, that's a little bit less of the league at this point, but still, finding a guy that can run like that and move made you feel good.
Don't forget about the fact that Deebo Samuel's a bit of a one-man wrecking crew in the passing game. Bunch of dudes with 1 and 2 targets, and then he had 11 targets in this game. And really, I thought made a significant impact and dent in the game in pretty much every quarter but the first. 8 for 96 and a touchdown for him, had a couple of catches over 20. Deebo has been better than advertised coming over here after a rough season in San Fran.
Don't forget that Dorrance Armstrong is sprinting past his career record-setting pace. He is on pace to shatter his career high of 8.5 sacks. He's always kind of been a part-time Peter, situational pass rusher guy, maybe the third rusher, etc. Has found his niche, found his groove starting late last year into the postseason, carrying over to this year. 2 more sacks this week. That gives him 5 through 5 games. So that's an average of, let me do the math, 1 per game, which puts him way past the pace for 8.5.
He has already equaled his sack total from last year and his tackles for loss from last year, both. Through 5 games. He played in 16 last season. Don't forget about the fact that Washington took advantage of bad Chargers stuff. It's one thing to say, oh, well, the Chargers committed the penalty on the roughing the punter. Okay, so you get the ball back. Doesn't mean you get to go make 80 yards worth of offense on 3 plays by hitting a 50-yarder to McCaffrey and a big deep over to Deebo. They did it. Don't forget about the fact that when the 3rd and 19 goes for 24 and negated and the 3rd and 29 goes for 31 and negated, there's still plays coming up there, right? You get off the field, you get the ball back. Don't forget when on a 2nd and 1, it became a 2nd and 6 based on a penalty. You make the play to hit the quarterback for an incompletion. On 3rd and 6, you get a sack to get off the field. So, yeah, the Chargers shot themselves in the foot over and over again. Washington took advantage and then added after each of those big mistakes.
Don't forget, when it was only 17-10, it was 17-10 when this happened. Washington is facing a 3rd and 10 after a couple of incomplete passes to start a drive when they had some momentum, right? They've taken the lead, and it looks like, okay, maybe they've turned something on. A swing pass, a check down, nothing is there. Until Jeremy McNichols breaks a tackle, shakes a guy, ends up with 12 yards, a drive that would end up capitalizing on with a field goal, which was massive at that point to turn it into a 2-score game. That's a hidden play. It's 3rd and 10. You swing it out to your running back, probably looking for better field position to punt. Not so fast, my friend. A first down. Huge play by McNichols.
Don't forget about Ben Johnson having an extra week to prepare his first 15 script. Coming off of a bye, looking for 350 combined yards all purpose.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
Look, we're going to get some wear and tear out of this thing in the next few days.
It's going to get some mileage
Just
this week.
in
It's
case.
coming. Yeah.
You guys want to tangle? Huh? You guys want to mess with the king? You best not miss, okay? That's all I'm saying. We're going to get some run out of this thing just in case. I don't want to irritate anyone. Hopefully Yep, I do, actually. You're going to hear this thing.
This is a troll so hard.
A couple of times. That's all I'm saying. Monday Night Football tonight should be fun. We got the Jacksonville Jaguars hosting the Kansas City Chiefs tonight, Danny, in Monday Night Football.
The frisky Jacksonville Jaguars with an excellent defense. They can't throw the football very well at all. That's kind of not what they do right now. They run it and they play great D. They turn you over a whole bunch. They're almost kind of mirroring each other the way Kansas City is. A couple more weeks till Rashee Rice comes back, but this should be a barn burner.
Football Conversation on the Fan presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Let's listen to a couple of minutes. Best of Dan Quinn with reporters out in Ashburn after a huge first road win of the season.
We get rolling here. I thought sometimes I do talk about winning time moments and the importance of that. It's for us, not like defensively, the 2 minute at the half, or at the end of the game, the 4 minute drive. But today I'd also like to talk really how one play can set it off. And that was Quan Martin to me on the forced fumble and the Marshawn fumble recovery. Thought it energized our teams, and every once in a while you see a play, and there it is. That's the one. That's something that needed to take place. And sometimes we can expect where it's going to happen or who it's from, but often it's even better when it's kind of the perfect person to do that. 'Cause I thought Quan really led all day with his play, with his voice, and everyone fed off of that. So it made a lot of sense that he was the one that I thought really set it off. We ended up scoring on that play after that fumble recovery. I thought that was the one. That was the play that set it off for this game, for our team, the energy that it brought. And just thought I'd bring that up. Oftentimes I talk so much about winning time moments, and every once in a while there's just a play that, sets off the direction of how the game's going to go for the entire team. And I thought that was the play in this game.
Hey, Dan, what kind of qualities jump out to you when you're watching Bill run the ball or just play?
I think it's the change of direction. He's got very good vision, John, inside, but he can really put his foot in the ground and break tackles. There's an element of vision and cuts. I can remember even all the way back through training camp. There was another play, and I thought he excels really on the inside plays where now he can see things quickly, make a violent cut, and then get north-south. So that's what I see from him. I love this whole running back room. If I could just share for a moment, like the support, and the energy that came from Chris Rodriguez and Jeremy McNichol on the sideline. Like, man, these guys back each other like crazy. It's a really cool group.
And then what did you see from Marshawn yesterday?
Well, I thought just, right from the beginning, he was involved in the whole thing. I thought technique on point, going through the whole system, the fumble recovery. This is a really talented passing offense with the trio that they have and how they feature them. So we knew we'd have our work cut out for them. But I thought the defensive backs in particular, the communication with the linebackers, how they would go about it. They worked hard on that this week against, like I said, a talented offense. And so you could tell they put in the extra into that space.
Dan, you had talked all during camp about the depth of the defensive line, and I wonder what's happening that is allowing them to kind of consistently be good against the run and now start to generate some pressures and get to the quarterback.
Yeah, that's the key, man. And I really think it starts inside, David, with Duran and J.K. Their presence, their ability to disrupt. Oftentimes you see the big guy that's an anchor, and that's an effective thing when he can stay and, sit on the double teams. But these are also two guys that can move. And I think their ability to create some havoc in the run game, to cross face of blocks, to get vertical, those are things that, smaller players often you move with. So to see some of the big guys, those two in particular inside, I think that's been a real impact for us in the run game. And yeah, we are leaning in on other guys. I thought Newton, was somebody that's, like I see his arrow going up as well. So, but I think it starts at the inside of it all. I really do.
What did you see from Jordan yesterday, McGee?
We've talked about him long as a special teams player, but in this game we would see some other plays where he'd be playing, in some different packages. He just plays so square behind the ball that's where he's at his best. He can see it, he can tackle, he can accelerate. Thought he did a good job disrupting on the blitz. I think he missed on his sacks. He was upset about that, but it was really good to get him going. You have heard me talk about him, and with Frankie and Bobby here, we haven't seen as much. So I thought it was good design by Joe and the staff to, have a package that, allowed him to, really make his impact felt.
Hey, Dan, yesterday it seemed like Jaden was really making an effort to protect himself on some of those runs. You saw the slide and giving himself up. How pleased were you with him showing that maturity, working his way back from the injury?
Yeah, we'd all talked about that, JP. Correct to say the only thing worse than being out is not, learning some of the lessons, to say, when is this play over, whether it was throwing the ball away or, going down, I got the yards and get down. And so I thought for me as a coach, that was a good sign to know that it's a super difficult thing to practice. We're not going to hit them in practice. And so these are the moments, and this is where we're going to grow and learn from. And so when do I take my shot? When do I say this play is over? But you're right. I thought for him, that was a good sign and a good step in the right direction, knowing, all right, I can play the next down. I can play the next down after that.
You're listening to Dan Quinn meeting with the media in Ashburn earlier today, as heard right here on Grant and Danny.
And what's the level of optimism, especially with the extra day here for Monday night with Terry McLaurin getting back for you guys?
Yeah, we're optimistic, JP, and we'll have more information as the week goes on to see where they're at with he and Noah and Sam Cosme and a few other guys that are, kind of trending in the right way. We'll make sure we take all the right steps, just like we do with all the guys. If they're able to, fully express how they play and do their thing, then we're there. And if not, we'll have to keep waiting. But we won't decide yet. But with having an extra day, that never hurts, JP, going into it. But as we get, a few more days from now, I think I'll have a better sense for if it's able to be done and what it looks like and how they're responding to it.
Hey, Dan, with Bill, he had 16 touches on 28 snaps yesterday, and obviously he produced a tremendous amount. Going forward, is this the situation maybe you'd like to utilize him even more?
We'll keep digging in, Scott, as we're going to go. I think there's a lot that he can get better. He's going to continue to work. That's the fun part for some of these young players, that you just keep going like this. And even on like the mistakes like a fumble, you say, all right, how are you going to grow? How are you going to learn from this? And so we do anticipate him growing and even getting better as it goes. But he's got great support. I like how the line play, the tight ends, like in that spot, there's some real run action that's taking place. He's got great support here from Anthony and the other backs. So we're just going to keep developing him, Scott. I'm not putting a limit or a play count on it. We're just going to work our ass off to help him become the best player that he can. And that doesn't happen in 1 week. But as we keep working and we keep working, we're just not backing off on that, and we think there's a lot, of upside and a high ceiling for him.
Hi, Coach. Curious what you've seen from the offensive line group over the past couple weeks.
Yeah, I thought coming in, we knew if the run game can improve, there'd be some good run action plays that would come off of it, Liam. That's the byproduct of getting some good run plays into it. I like that we're athletic enough that any of the guys can pull. You've seen all of them get on the edge, including Biotic, who got outside and got a piece of the defensive end on Krosky Merritt's touchdown run towards the end of the half. And so having those guys who can get out in space and make blocks, that's a difficult thing. But when you do, explosive plays can then happen, because now you're out in space, you get one block, the runner who can get into that spot. For us, it's not just the line. We think of it as all 11. It's the quarterback carrying out the fake. It's Debo on a bubble that's not thrown, but because we do, the defender has to go. So as much as we can, Liam, it's about the space, and can guys play full speed and hauling ass so we can attack the field this way, horizontally and vertically. And when you can do that, it can make it tough. And so that's how we play, and the more that we can do of that, the better.
That leans right into my next question, which is how does having Jaden back help that run game be more multidimensional?
I think because of the fact it's all 11, and we pretty much had the same process with Marcus as well, but it does make you defend the 11th player. It's not just a handoff where, a middle field player or somebody else can now go into. So carrying out the fakes and staying alive into that spot. We also have some throws that come off of our runs, the RPOs that go with it. So we're just going to stay in this attacking mode, Liam, and try to put as much pressure on a defense as we can. But the quarterback in the run game is still a big part of that, even if he's just carrying out a fake, knowing that there is a pull element that could happen on some plays. So we'll stay consistent with that.
You're listening to Dan Quinn meeting with the media in Ashburn earlier today, as heard right here on Grant and Danny.
Hey, David, obviously when you guys acquired Debo, you have high expectations, and he's had a very good career, but he's looking at the numbers, he's going to be easily, if he stays healthy, easily passing what he's done in the past. Does anything surprise you so far? How is he doing this at this rate when at times he's the only receiver on the field that the other team probably really has to worry about?
Well, I guess I would disagree with you on that. But I would say that he is one of our league's best competitors. And maybe the byproduct of him moving around so much in training camp, he was outside, he was inside, he played different spots. I think that training added to him, Ben, because now he's comfortable at all the spots. And he's also in a different system, than he was at San Francisco. And the way they featured him was excellent there and showed all the plays. And so anytime a guy goes to a new spot, there's new wrinkles and things that would happen. It would have been the same if he had been coming from DC to San Francisco. And so that's normal. And so finding different things that players can do, it's a big piece of it. But one thing I know, there's a competitive edge to him, and it just reveals itself on game day. It is so much fun to see. And so I love the energy and the toughness that he brings to the team. And we're going to try to put him in as many spots as we can to make his impact. And he's always down for that.
with regards to some of the younger receivers, like we see a running back, we're asking you today, why did Bill get more work this week than maybe he had? And you see the value of a Jeremy McNichols, all the things he can do as the young guy is learning. Is that the same thing that's happening to some degree with Luke and Jalen Lane, whereas like they're playing fewer snaps than Chris Moore, or what is it about where they're at that they maybe just haven't gotten that full blown work yet?
Well, I'd say some of it's a little bit different of how we feature them. Their roles on special teams as well, make an impact. Both of them are our starting returners. So we won't use them on every snap, Ben, but we're going to certainly try to feature them as best we can. But yeah, I wouldn't look into it too far of, think of it in totality, like the whole game of how we feature the guys. And that's how we'll go about it. But we're certainly pleased with their development and how they're playing. So I thought the 3rd and 16 catch for Jalen and the long pass that went to Luke was a big one. But there was a number of plays for both of them that also showed up, maybe not on the stat sheet, the block by Luke, and some other ones, on terms of how we would go attack. You feel Jalen's speed, whether he's at slot, whether he's returning. So, we're going to continue to try to put them in their spaces where they can do their thing.
That was Dan Quinn, the head coach of your Washington Commanders from Ashburn today after a big 27-10 win out in L.A. Toby Altizer has overtime next, right here on The Fan. Keep it locked in for Tobertime.
Thank you for coming.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. The Commanders beat the Chargers yesterday 27-10, improving to 3-2 on the season. Jaden Daniels yesterday became the first player in NFL history with 4,000 passing yards and 1,000 rushing yards in his first 20 career games. Also a career day for Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, 14 carries, 111 yards, and 2 touchdowns, as well as 2 catches for 39 yards. He'll join Grant and Danny tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Monday Night Football tonight wraps up Week 5. Chiefs and Jags at 8:15. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Couple of